Tachibana-chan, can I call you Rio from now on? The little girl nodded. Sure. The blonde teacher smiled and said, you can call me Kidwani-chan as well. I can't take your mother's place, but in the time that I get to spend with you, I'll do my best to be a good big sister. Later that night, Seiji called Natsuya and explained the situation of many possible mysterious objects being at the Uehara family's storage room. He recommended that she come over and take a look at Mr. Uehara's complete collection. Natsuya agreed to come over. Before long, a luxurious car parked in front of the Uehara apartment complex. The student council president got off from the car. She was wearing a black windbreaker. Seiji, who had been waiting, greeted her and brought her to the Uehara residence. The door opened after they knocked. Good evening, President. Good evening, Uehara-san. Mika invited Seiji and Natsuya inside. Natsuya gave Nozomi Uehara, who she was meeting for the first time, a box of desserts as a greeting gift. Thank you, but you're being too polite. After all, Mika was the one who invited you over. Nozomi smiled as she accepted the confectionaries. Yorahana-san, thank you so much for helping Mika before. She bowed deeply to Natsuya. I just did what I should have as the student council president, Natsuya said humbly. No need for thanks. You're really such a beautiful and gentle lady, just like Mika said. Nozomi paused for a moment before continuing, we're just an ordinary family, although I want to show our gratitude, there's not much we can pay you with. This time, we even troubled you to personally look through my late husband's collection. I'm so sorry about this. As the least I can do, if there's anything among the collection that you like, please feel free to take it. No, they're all your late husband's precious items, I'm just coming over to take a look. Giving something to the person that helped out his daughter would be something my husband would have been happy about. There's no need to be so polite, Nozomi said in a serious tone, looking directly at Natsuya. The president fell silent for a moment before she smiled. All right, thank you for your gracious offer, Nat. After a few pleasantries, it was time for the main event. Nozomi, Mika, and Seiji, who volunteered to help out of his own volition, worked together to move everything from the storage room to the living room, where the collection items could be easily categorized. Natsuya carefully inspected each item, her eyes constantly flashing with the light of astral vision. She put everything that she had finished inspecting to the table's side. When she finally finished, most of the objects were placed on the left of the table. She only put 3 objects on the right side. The first object was that board game. The second was the kendama set, and the third was a wooden sword. These 3 objects are highly valuable. Please take special care when storing them in the future, Natsuya said. If you don't wish to keep them anymore, you can also contact me. I'll purchase them at a reasonable price. You can take them with you, Nozomi said. No, I would like to have this. Natsuya picked up an object from that was with the other objects to the left of the table. It was a circular plate with various strange runes and drawings etched on its surface. This will be more than enough for me. Thank you for your kind offer. Nozomi blinked and said, is that really fine? Yes, it's quite excellent already. Natsuya smiled. All right, if that's sufficient for you. Nozomi then inspected the 3 objects Natsuya had placed to the right of the table. Yorahana-san, you said that these objects are highly valuable. Then, could I ask, just how much these are worth? Natsuya didn't answer immediately. Instead, she gave Seiji a questioning look. In turn, Seiji turned to Mika. After some hesitation, Mika nodded. Nozomi was rather confused by this exchange of looks. But what the scion from a rich and illustrious family said next made her mind go blank. These 3 objects will have very different values depending on the social circles you sell them in. If you auction them in certain circles, the price may be even higher. I'm not a professional appraiser, so I can't accurately assess their values. But at my most conservative estimate, each one of these 3 objects can be individually sold for a minimum of 15 million sakuras. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, Pirated Goods? Chapter 335, Pirated Goods? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Each of these 3 objects individually was worth a minimum of 50 million sakuras, which meant that all 3 combined would be over 150 million sakuras. This was a number that far exceeded Nozomi's expectations. As a normal working woman, she had expected these objects to be worth a few 100,000 sakuras at most. She never expected the scion to say such an astonishing number. Mika's eyes widened in surprise as well. Only Seiji's expression remained unchanged. When Natsuya said that these items were highly valuable, he expected numbers like this. Highly valuable to a scion like her was a far different concept from the highly valuable that normal people thought of. Not to mention, this was only her conservative estimate. Depending on the people they were sold to as well as the method used to sell them, there would be a large fluctuation in the potential price. If they found a suitably interested buyer or auctioned it, perhaps the estimate would even be doubled or more. Seiji was able to calmly consider such things, but Nozomi was unable to remain calm. The sum of 150 million sakuras had shocked her so much that she was unable to think of anything else. A moment of silence fell between them. When Nozomi finally managed to return to her senses, she mumbled, "They're actually so valuable, but..." "Yes, they are indeed that valuable," Natsuya said. "If you'll excuse me for asking, I'm rather curious as to how your husband came across these items. Do you know anything about this?" I don't know. My husband only said that someone else gave these to him as a gift, but he didn't mention who." "You don't have any clues at all?" Natsuya pressed. "Any leads or people that might know who gave him these gifts? Can you think of anything?" "He was just an ordinary company employee when he was still alive," Nozomi said at last. "His friends were normal, and I never heard him discuss his collection with anyone before." "Please forgive me for prying, but what about Mr. Uehara's relatives?" "He had a bad relationship with his relatives and rarely interacted with them. Ever since his parents passed away, he stopped interacting with all his other relatives," Nozomi said lightly. "If anybody knew, it would be his parents, Mika's paternal grandfather and grandmother. They were relatively well-to-do, and this entire apartment complex was given to my husband by them. But I don't think that they were the ones who gave my husband the items in his collection. If they were, then there would be no need for him to keep it a secret from me." Another moment of silence fell between them. "Yorahana-san, I'd like to ask, what do you think I should do with these items?" Nozomi said. "Before, I always kept them in the storage room, but now that I know that they're so incredibly valuable, I don't know what to do anymore." Natsuya fell silent for a moment. "Personally, I'd recommend selling them," she advised in a serious voice. "Keeping these may be risky. Although they've always remained safe until now, there's no guarantee that they'll always remain safe in the future. If you sell them, you won't have to worry about the risk anymore. You can also use the money to make many improvements to your life." "Is that so? Then, selling them might be for the best." Nozomi looked at the collection items, her eyes troubled. "You're correct, keeping such highly valuable items around is too much pressure for my family. But, these are mementos left behind by my husband. Even if I don't know the meaning behind them, they might have been really important to him. Is it really alright to sell them?" Everyone fell silent. "Miss Landlord," Seiji suddenly said, "I'd like to ask, are you willing to loan these items out?" Everyone looked towards him. "Loan?" "Yep. Not sell, but loan them out instead and collect rent. What do you think?" Nozomi nodded. "Yes, if it was like this. I think that's fine. Seiji looked towards Natsuya. Natsuya, are you willing to rent these items and pay an appropriate fee? The president's eyes flashed with understanding as she nodded. Seiji looked towards Nozomi again and said, hire a detective to investigate the source of these objects with the rent. Also, you should ask them to determine if there's any hidden meaning to the items, is that alright? Nozomi's eyes lit up, and she nodded upon hearing this. Seiji looked towards Natsuya again. Can you help Miss Landlord find an excellent detective and pay the detective's fee in lieu of a rental fee? The scion smiled. Of course, it's not a problem. Alright, everyone's come to an agreement. Seiji extended his palms. Natsuya should take these with her for the time being, and we can figure out what to do with these items after we discover the truth behind their origin. An excellent idea, Seiji, Natsuya praised. Haruta-kun, you have a sharp mind. Thank you, Nozomi said. Seiji chuckled and said, I just suddenly had this idea. The atmosphere relaxed now that everyone had come to a decision. After making idle chatter for a while longer, the president politely said goodbye. Seiji helped to carry the items into her car, and at Natsuya's implicit request, he got on her car and left together with her. Why did Haruta-kun leave together with her? Nozomi looked curious as she watched the luxury car leave. They probably have some things to discuss, Mika said. Do Haruta-kun and Yorahana-san have a very good relationship? I suppose they have a good relationship. Nozomi blinked as she looked at her daughter. You need to work harder yourself, Mika. Work harder at what? Mika asked sharply. On Natsuya's car. All of those objects were spiritual artifacts, Natsuya said in a serious voice. All of them. Seiji raised his brows in surprise. That's right, all of them. Most of them are broken already, however. Only the 3 that we took with us are still in working condition. All of them are high-level artifacts? Yes, a very high level, Natsuya said, sighing. I'm really curious about what type of person the late Mr. Uehara was. Send someone excellent to investigate him. I think that the Uehara family is concealing something about him, so perhaps we can find out some more information. I believe so as well. Mrs. Uehara's attitude was slightly unnatural, but it could also be that she recalled something unpleasant, such as an inheritance dispute. That could be the case, Natsuya agreed, nodding. By the way, did you find any clues from these items themselves? Such as a brand from the person who made them. Most spiritual artifacts have a creator's brand on them, just like branded items you can buy in stores. But not a single spiritual artifact from the Uehara family was branded. This includes all the broken artifacts, as well as these 3 that are still working. Pirated products? Seiji blinked. That's a rather subtle way of describing it, but I suppose you could say that. Natsuya nodded. Although there are no brand markings, I can tell that they're all high-quality artifacts. At the very least, the person or organization that created these is a master artifact craftsman. These 3 artifacts that are still working, what are they used for? The board game should be a sealing tool, while the kendama and wooden sword are both spiritual weapons. A sealing tool, is it sealing something at the moment? Seiji recalled the black-veiled woman. Could she be a demon that was sealed inside? It's possible. I can't tell from the outside appearance alone. I'll have to do a deeper investigation with the tools available to me at my residence, as well as test out both of those spiritual weapons. Do you need my assistance? I was intending to ask. The 2 of them smiled as they looked at each other. They arrived at Natsuya's residence. Seiji and Natsuya carried the spiritual artifacts into her residence and walked to the underground practice field. Which item should we start with? Let's test out this wooden sword first. Seiji picked up the wooden sword. This wooden sword was the same one he had seen in Mika's picture. The black and white runes carved into either side seemed rather mystical to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Guardian Spirit. Chapter 336, Guardian Spirit. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The wooden sword seemed like it was created by an immature middle schooler. However, when he held it and inspected it closely, Seiji could feel that the wooden sword was definitely no ordinary item. It was difficult for him to describe the feeling it gave him. Mystical was the most appropriate word he could come up with. Seiji had a sudden urge to copy a pose from Gintama and wield the wooden sword, twirling it around like the Lake Tuya sword. "How do you use this sword?" he asked. "Try injecting some mana into it." Seiji did as Natsuya said. After he cast Astral Vision, the runes on the wooden sword lit up. Seiji instantly felt as if the wooden sword he was holding was connected to his hand, as if it were a part of him. When he tried swinging it around, the runes on the sword gave off a faint white glow, which seemed rather cool to him. "Try attacking one of the target dummies," Natsuya suggested. Seiji walked into the practice target area, and Natsuya used the computer to bring out a humanoid target dummy for him. Seiji sliced down forcefully with the wooden sword. Clang! When he struck the dummy, the sword made a clear sound. The power of that attack just now would be sufficient to slice through a wall of average hardness, Natsuya said. "Try injecting more mana into it. Try to inject as much as possible, the absolute maximum." Seiji nodded and concentrated on injecting even more mana into the sword. The runes on the sword lit up even brighter than before and enveloped the entire sword. The rune light slowly expanded, transforming the wooden sword into a much larger sword. "This is a spiritual manifestation, one of the effects that a high-level spiritual artifact is capable of," Natsuya explained. "This spiritual artifact should be capable of achieving even more than this. Can you inject any more mana into it?" Seiji attempted to do so but shook his head shortly after. "I can't, I don't have any more mana to inject." "Then just try attacking the target dummy again in this state." Seiji headed for the humanoid target once more and sliced down with the sword of light in his hand. Asterisk boom. Star. It made a much louder sound than his previous strike. The target dummy now had dark black streaks, reminiscent of burn marks, on it. Natsuya recorded the numbers on her computer before she walked out to the practice field and said, "Let me try." Seiji stopped using his mana on the sword, and the wooden sword's glow quickly faded. He handed the sword that had now returned to its original state to the president and walked out of the practice field. Natsuya injected her own mana into the wooden sword. The runes lit up again and the light rapidly expanded, rapidly transforming the sword into the longsword that Seiji had used earlier. The sword of light grew longer and longer, until it was approximately 7 or 8 meters long. Various tiny gear-shaped spell formations appeared on its surface, and they turned slowly in unison, just like real gears would. "This sure is cool." Seiji felt that the greatsword seemed like an ultimate weapon from Final Fantasy. Natsuya raised the greatsword and brought it down upon the target dummy. Snap! The sound was actually much smaller than before, but the target was cleaved in half with ease. It's beyond the computer's program to measure its capabilities, and this still isn't its maximum power, but it's still capable of even more power? Seiji asked in shock. Yes, because this is only the result of forcefully injecting mana into it. If we knew the correct way to use it, we would be able to conserve our mana while simultaneously bringing out more power from it. Natsuya stopped injecting mana into the sword. The tiny gear-shaped spell formations vanished and the greatsword stopped glowing as it reverted to its wooden sword form. Next up is the Kendama. The Kendama S test went similarly to the wooden sword's test. As the amount of mana they injected into it increased, it spiritually manifested itself, and the ball portion of the Kendama transformed into a giant spiked ball of light. The ball of light floated on top of the hilt. It would fly out as the wielder moved the sword hilt and crash into its target. Its power was incredible. When Natsuya tried using it, just one blow smashed a target dummy into tiny smithereens, like a destructive bomb. It's such a pity that we don't know the specific way to use it, the president lamented. We can only slowly figure things out by ourselves. Finally, it was time to test the board game. Natsuya led Seiji into a spell formation that they took the boxed board game into. There was a gigantic pentagram drawn on the ground, with complex runes carved into the spell formation. Each point of the pentagram was engraved with smaller spell formations, which were respectively colored white, red, blue, green, and yellow. There were also 5 runic flags of matching colors. Take the board game out and set everything down here. Seiji opened the box and put all the player pieces, dice, and board on the ground. Natsuya started muttering an incantation. When she began her incantation, the pentagram on the ground lit up. Various lights danced through the runes, and all the smaller spell formations and flags shone as well, glowing in their respective colors. A 5-colored barrier of light appeared, covering the entire area. Then, a complex spell formation manifested above the board game, gold and red circling each other endlessly. It was just like what he had witnessed yesterday. Take a player piece and put it on the board, Natsuya said when she finished her incantation. Seiji randomly picked up a male player piece and placed it on the board. Instantly, a gold-red glow enveloped the player piece and shot a beam of light at him. The scenery before him changed as he entered the board game's illusion. It was the forest filled with cherry blossoms. This was the same forest Seiji and the others saw after they beat the game. The trees were in full bloom, and cherry blossoms rained down from the branches. What a beautiful scene, the president said from beside him. Seiji turned around to see Natsuya wearing gold-red Sakura Island clothing. The sight of her stunned him momentarily. Compared to these falling cherry blossoms, you're even more beautiful. He couldn't help but think. Well, there was no helping it. The president was rocking the Sakura Island dress, which would look overly extravagant on an ordinary girl. This clothing accentuated her elegant demeanor. It was no wonder she looked so alluring. She's here. Seiji regained his senses when Natsuya spoke. When he turned back to the front, he saw the black-veiled woman walking out of the forest. She headed towards them. She was still wearing the black and white Sakura Island clothing. Her white hair and black veil exuded a mysterious aura. She stood in front of Seiji and Natsuya, a motionless statue. A moment of silence fell between them. If I may ask, who might you be? Seiji asked the same question he had asked yesterday. Just like yesterday, there was no response. What should we do? Seiji looked towards Natsuya for help. The president's eyes flashed as she focused on the black-veiled woman. She is a guardian spirit. She's not whatever the sealing artifact is sealing. She's the guardian of the seal. The guardian. Seiji looked towards the black-veiled woman again. Can you communicate with her? It should be possible, but I don't know how to do so. Natsuya paused for a moment. There's also the option of using force, but that might end badly. Such as? The guardian spirit counterattacking, the destruction of this spiritual sealing artifact, and the release of whatever is being sealed inside. Then let's not use force. Not even mentioning what the guardian spirit's counterattack would be like, the spiritual artifact belonged to the landlord, so Seiji felt that it would be wrong of them to break it. Besides, they didn't know what was sealed within it, and if something terrible escaped. How about trying to touch her? Seiji suggested. You can try if you want. And so, Seiji walked towards the black-veiled woman. Hello, I don't have any ill intentions. I merely wish to talk to you. If you are able to speak, would you mind saying something? Seiji tried to be as courteous as possible to the black-veiled woman, but there was still no response. If you don't speak, I'm going to take off your veil. He raised his hand, and there was still no reaction. Seiji slowly reached out towards her black veil, and just as he was about to take it off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Perverts Should Go Explode. Chapter 337, Perverts Should Go Explode. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji reached out to touch the woman's black veil, but he only felt empty air. Seiji realized that his hand had passed straight through the black veil. This is just an image? He tried touching the woman's body, but his hand went straight through her body as well. There was no sensation of physical contact. This was indeed only an image. It was just a shadow that appeared real. It's no good, I can't touch anything. Seiji retracted his hand and looked towards Natsuya. When he saw her unsurprised expression, he understood that this was within her expectations. The correct method must be used in order to communicate with the guardian spirit. The problem is that each guardian spirit has a method unique to them, and I don't know the correct method for this one. Method, is it to play this game? Seiji asked. Natsuya blinked at this. It's possible. But you guys beat the game already, and she didn't express anything, which means that just beating the game normally isn't the correct way. Do we need to gather a total of 6 players, 1 for each player piece? Land on some special spaces? Or even have all the players defeat her first before winning? Seiji made several guesses. Anything could be possible, Natsuya said lightly. We could experiment, but it'll be a big hassle, Seiji said with a sigh. The two of them entered a brief silence. Let's just leave it for now, Seiji said. We can explore our options after investigating Mr. Uehara. Perhaps we'll learn more information regarding this board game then. Natsuya nodded in agreement. The two of them looked back at the black-veiled woman. She merely stood there quietly, without making a sound. The next morning, Seiji told Mika the result of last night's tests on the spiritual artifacts. Natsuya will send someone to begin investigating today. If she finds out about anything important, she'll contact us. All we can do now is wait. The pigtailed girl nodded. Then, she looked towards the television in Seiji's room. On the television screen, there were 2 small, large-nosed figures wearing plumber uniforms. They were jumping around, stomping on pitiful monsters, stealing shiny golden coins, touching strange objects that somehow caused them to transform, and wreaking havoc everywhere. Keith and Ryo were playing a video game together. They seemed to be having lots of fun. Seiji looked at Mika's expression and felt that something was off. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. He decided to maintain his silence and watched the video game on the screen. A while later. I thought about many things last night, Mika said in a soft voice. Seiji looked back towards her again. I suddenly started thinking and couldn't stop myself. I thought and thought until I fell asleep. After I woke up, I thought that maybe I thought too much about it, but the pigtailed girl revealed a complex expression. I always thought that my dad was just a normal person, same as my mom. I always thought that we were just an ordinary family. But now, to learn that my late father might have been not so ordinary after all. Just thinking about it, I don't know what I should say. I know that I shouldn't think too much about it, but I just can't calm myself down. I don't know how to describe this feeling. You just feel uneasy, Seiji told her gently. You learned something that changed what you knew before, which is why you feel uneasy. Now that there may be a secret about your father that you don't know about, having this type of reaction is normal, Mika looked towards him. The two of them faced each other directly. Seiji smiled gently at her. Mika, you should know, no matter what the truth is, or what secrets there may be, you're you. No matter if you're actually the daughter of a superpowered ability user, or the secret daughter of some mega powerful family, or even someone who has a vicious demon sealed inside her, you're still you. You won't change into someone else. Our relationship won't change because of this. Before, at the Grand Spring department store, I told you and Chiaki that no matter what our identities may be, we're all good friends. You're someone important to me, and this won't change. Seiji. Mika recalled the words he said at that time, thanks to the similarity between his rather moving smile then and his gentle smile now. The scene before her overlapped with the scene in her memory. How moved she was back then also overlapped with her current feelings. Mika's eyes sparkled, and her face flushed red. He's just like this. I just happen to like a man who's like this. This heartfelt feeling of mine won't change, so, why am I worrying? Just like he said, I won't change. I'm still me, no matter what the truth is. Thank you, she said from her heart. Seiji smiled in return. There's no need to thank me. He has always been like this. After Mika returned home, Seiji received a parcel. It was from his sister, Hana Haruta. It's probably the high-class streaming equipment. Seiji carried the box to his study and opened it up. There was an action camera, rechargeable batteries, a Bluetooth headset, a signal amplifier, a tripod, and a camera stabilizer. He unwrapped everything and did his best to assemble the pieces by himself. He used the instruction booklets to guide him as he installed everything. It wasn't long before he succeeded. Seiji turned on his computer, opened up his stream, and attempted to stream with his new equipment. It was a success. His computer displayed the scene from the new equipment. He password protected his stream, then notified Hana on the chatting application that everything was ready. She responded instantly. The video quality is excellent. Very good. It's because of the high-class streaming equipment that you purchased. But of course. I picked them myself. Is your headset connected? It is. Hana sent him a voice chat request in his chatting application's conversation window. Seiji clicked on accept. He then heard a clear and pleasant-sounding female voice in his headset. Hey, can you hear me? I can hear you, Seiji answered. Really clearly. This was the first time he had used his real voice, not a voice changer, to speak to her. Hana's body tensed up upon hearing his familiar yet also unfamiliar voice. He had the same voice as Seiji Haruta. However, he gave off a different feeling from the Seiji Haruta that she knew. You're my familiar. Walk around and show me around. Yes, master. The stream thus began moving as Seiji walked around his room. The camera was quite steady, and the video didn't shake or anything. It seemed that walking normally wouldn't be a problem for the stream. Hana saw a Sakura Island-style living room, with a kotatsu sitting atop tatami mats. Next to the kotatsu sat a beautiful, blonde-haired woman and a green-haired little girl. They were playing a video game together. Who are they? Hana asked. A child who's temporarily living here and the upstairs neighbor. Temporarily living, is this little girl is the person you said you're now living together with? No, she only came here recently due to some reasons. The person I mentioned before is someone else. Is that person male or female? Female. Is she beautiful? Yes. Hana was momentarily rendered speechless. That is to say, she said, her voice steadily growing in volume, you're currently living together with a very beautiful girl as well as the cute little girl I can see right now, and the three of you are living together? And you also have a very good relationship with this beautiful blonde lady that lives upstairs? That's right. An indescribable feeling surged within Hana's heart. It even surpassed her urge to yell, winners in life should go explode. Instead, she came out with something far more shocking, perverts should go explode. Seiji was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, So Comfortable I'm Going to Sleep. Chapter 338, So Comfortable I'm Going to Sleep. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Was that supposed to be a leveled up version of Winners and Life Should Go Explode? Just like the last time, Seiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say something, but Hana abruptly cut off the stream. Well, we can take things slowly, he thought as he went back to his study. He then stopped the stream and started cleaning up the equipment. Later that afternoon, Seiji arrived at the president's residence. Natsuya was waiting for him. She even put on the Shrine Maiden outfit beforehand. The two of them went to the room at the end of the second floor. Seiji acted according to the instructions he received last time. He stood in the center of the yin-yang diagram and scribed on the floor, closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and calmed his mind. After Seiji said his name and agreed to be bound by the contract just like the previous time, Natsuya began muttering her incantation. Seiji's head was gradually filled with strange voices. He concentrated and focused his mind, trying to listen to the voices. However, the voices gradually quieted down, and after a while, he was unable to hear anything. This differed from his previous experience, and Seiji was left somewhat confused. So warm, looks like a nice bed, a lazy-sounding female voice said, breaking the mental silence. This one would like to sleep here. I'll pay an appropriate rental fee, so is it acceptable if I do so? Seiji felt that this spirit was different from Light-chan. She seemed somewhat inscrutable, but he also sensed that she was an equally strong existence, so he agreed. Spirit, descend. I summon thee as a spirit-branded retainer. I decree it so. As Natsuya's mutters turned into shouts, a strong power entered his head and filled his body. So comfortable I'm going to sleep, so good night. She wasn't even going to say her name first? It doesn't matter what my name is. Anyway, when you need to use my power, just go ahead and use it. Then, the spirit yawned. Seiji was rendered speechless. She didn't ask his name, nor did she introduce herself. She only cared about sleeping. What exactly was all this? Seiji opened his eyes, a confused expression painted on his face. What's the matter? Natsuya asked. Seiji explained the situation. The president revealed an equally confused expression. A female spirit that loves to sleep and is too lazy to even introduce herself. Do you know who this is? I don't know. She's probably a major demon, yet she faintly feels like a heroic spirit. I can't figure out what she is. Both of them fell silent. There are many demonic spirits related to slumber, but I've never heard of a powerful, sleep-loving one who also seems slightly like a heroic spirit. At the very least, I'm currently unable to discern her identity. Natsuya sighed. Seiji tried mentally asking the spirit within him, but there was no response. I tried asking her, but she didn't respond. I think she's asleep already. Can you try using her power in such a condition? Seiji tried using his powers. I can, but not any new spells. I can only use her power to strengthen, evolve the current spells I know. Having a bonded spirit with him and turning into a spirit-branded retainer would greatly increase his stats in all areas, which also included the strength of the spells he could use. And if the spells that the spirit knew were the same or similar to the ones that the spiritual ability user knew, then the spells could be combined into a stronger version of the original spell. This was known as spell evolution. Spell evolution, unless you have a very high synchronization ratio, it's usually impossible to do this without extensive practice. Are you really capable of immediate spell evolution already? I feel like that's the case, yes. Seiji nodded. However, that's all I can do. I'm unable to use any of her spells that she knows. If you can immediately use spell evolution without any practice at all beforehand, that means that this female spirit has an incredibly high synchronization ratio with you. However, logically speaking, if you can use spell evolution, you should be able to use the spirit's other spells as well, but you can't. How strange. Natsuya had a confused expression. What exactly could that sleep status of hers be? Spirits needed to rest as well. Even so, that would typically be a status that they would only enter after using up too much energy. Sleeping would help a spirit to recover their energy, but while they were sleeping, the human host would be unable to use any of the spirit's spells, including spell evolution. This basically meant that the normal scenario was that, while the spirit was sleeping, a person could either use all of the spirit's powers and spells or none at all. Only being able to use spell evolution but not other spells was quite an abnormal scenario. A freshly summoned spirit shouldn't have needed to rest at all. Sleeping was typically a silent period of rest for a spirit, but this sleep was clearly different from the norm, and neither Seiji nor Natsuya knew what was going on. A moment of silence fell between them. Let's not dwell on this subject too long. We'll simply test your spell evolution in the practice field. Natsuya stopped thinking about this because it would be pointless. Seiji nodded in agreement. The two of them went to the underground practice field together. How many spells have you learned? Natsuya asked. Including the body strengthening technique, 5, Seiji answered. Ever since the battle with Okubo Yoshiaki, he had learned 4 new spells in less than a month. This was doubtlessly an astonishing rate. Anyone else that heard this would surely have been astonished, but Natsuya was unruffled, because she had already finished being astonished. Seiji Haruta's speedy rate of growth was within her expectations. They entered the practice field. Let's test Mana Bullet first, Seiji said as he walked to the practice target area. Natsuya turned on the computer and brought out a circular target. Seiji gathered mana in his hand and combined his bonded spirit's power with his own as he aimed towards the target. The white ball of mana transformed into a golden color, with specks of light around it. Then, it glowed as Seiji shot out his attack. Asterisk boom. Star. This mana bullet left a golden trail in the air as it hit the target and exploded in a bright flash. The target appeared to have been corroded. Meanwhile, there was a faint glow in the air from the mana bullet's fading trail. This visual effects under astral vision were quite extravagant. As Seiji and Natsuya observed the target, the corroded hole on the target continually expanded. A large piece was missing from its center, and the outer portion of the target was fractured. By the time that the corrosion effect finally stopped, the originally brand new target appeared like a target that had gone through a war. Seiji walked up to the target and tapped it gently with his little finger. His finger easily poked a hole through the target. Then, he tried to break a piece off from the target. A piece came off in his hands as easily as if it had hollowed out by white ants. He applied only a little pressure and succeeded in crushing the wood in his hand to sawdust. What effect is this? Seiji asked. I don't know. The computer was unable to assess it. Natsuya looked at her computer's screen with furrowed brows. That mana bullet's power was within its calculatable range, but that corrosion-like side effect was something it was unable to analyze. If we try again, will that help with the analysis? No, if it can't analyze it, it can't analyze it. It'll be the same no matter how many times you try. It was yet another mystery. Now my mana bullet has a mysterious corrosive effect and is golden. If I cast the body strengthening technique, will I become golden and shiny? Seiji wondered. In the end, he decided to not try the body strengthening technique for the time being and went with Mana Shield next instead. Next up, I'm going to try casting a personal barrier, Seiji told Natsuya as he began casting Mana Shield. Just like when he cast Mana Bullet, he infused his spirit's power into the spell. A golden glow instantly enveloped him. This glow seemed gentle yet solid, almost as if it were floating water. It orbited him in a strange pattern, TS shape constantly changing. It's so beautiful. Seiji was slightly stunned at the sight. He reached out with his hand and tried to touch the water around him, but the moment he moved, the golden water moved with him. No matter what, it kept a certain distance from him. Seiji lightly waved his hands, and the water was infused with a golden glow. It seemed beautiful and almost dreamlike. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Tamamo no Me? Chapter 339, Tamamo no Me? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Well, regardless of the actual defensive prowess, Seiji gave this effect full points for looks. We need to go over here in order to test defensive magic. Natsuya took Seiji to another section of the practice field and indicated for him to stand in front of a machine that resembled a cannon, with him facing the cannon's mouth. Come, fire at me. Seiji couldn't help but think of this classic line. Natsuya manipulated the cannon's controls and activated it. The cannon's mouth began to glow. No way, it's really going to fire at me? Seiji felt the sudden urge to dodge the attack. But this was a test of his defensive spell's capabilities, which meant that he had to take this attack. Ready to fire. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A bullet of light shot out from the cannon's mouth and hit Seiji's barrier. Right at the moment of impact, all the water gathered in front of the projectile and blocked the bullet of light. The bullet of light's true identity was actually that of a baseball. This baseball, engulfed by the water, was left floating in midair. It rapidly corroded and turned a burnt yellow color. Finally, it crumbled into tiny pieces and fell to the ground. His barrier had the same effect as mana bullet. This corrosion effect is so strong, just what power could it be? Natsuya muttered to herself. She had already inspected the spell with her own astral vision. Seiji's current spirit seemed like a mid-low level spirit, one slightly less powerful than Minamoto no Reiko. However, the powerful corrosion effect the spirit added to Seiji's spells had greatly exceeded her expectations. She didn't know the limits of this corrosion power, but based on the results of the tests, it was definitely incredible. Although Natsuya was confident of her abilities, she knew that her astral vision wasn't powerful enough to see through everything. Due to this, occasional mistakes in judgment were unavoidable. With such a powerful effect, the new spirit's actual level should be much stronger than what she had estimated. Taking this corrosion power into consideration, this spirit's overall power level was probably even higher than Minamoto no Reiko's. Perhaps, it's a high-ranked spirit. Even if it wasn't a high-ranked spirit, this corrosion power alone was astonishing. This mysterious female spirit was actually even stronger than the heroic spirit Minamoto no Reiko. Just who could she be? Natsuya thought of several possibilities. After some consideration, she felt that the most likely one was Tamamo no Me, one of the three strongest and evilest demons in existence. Tamamo no Me was a white-faced nine-tailed fox with golden fur. In the past, she transformed into a woman whose beauty could move countries and became a royal consort. Although she was a great demon, she possessed a few qualities of a heroic spirit. After being exorcised, she repented partially and transformed into the Killing Stone, which possessed the power to slay anything which touched it. Only the part about loving to sleep was missing from Tamamo no Me's legend. However, demonic spirits' forms were uncertain, and there were multiple versions of the same demon, each one with a different personality. One particular Tamamo no Me who loved to sleep seemed perfectly within reason. The real question was this: Tamamo no Me's poison was supposed to only affect living creatures. It was meant to have little effect on non-living objects. Her power didn't seem to entirely fit with the corrosive power that they had witnessed. Even if that corrosion was related to Tamamo no Me's poison, the computer had information on that already and should have been able to analyze it. However, the computer was unable to complete an analysis. Not only that, according to legends, Tamamo no Me was exorcised by Seiji's ancestor Saimai Kamiju. There was a deep connection between Seiji's bloodline and Tamamo no Me, but it was one of enmity, not friendship, like Minamoto no Reiko. Would she really descend upon Saimai Kamiju's descendant, Seiji Haruta? Natsuya was uncertain about everything. There were numerous parts that didn't match up, and there was no way for her to currently confirm if this mysterious female spirit was Tamamo no Me or not. It was just the most likely possibility Natsuya had in mind. They continued testing Seiji's abilities. Next, Seiji cast astral vision and telekinesis. Under the effects of his bonded spirit's power, Seiji's eyes turned golden when he cast astral vision, and his field of vision became clearer. He was also granted a 360-degree view. He could see everything behind him clearly without needing to turn his head. Basically, his beginner-level astral vision had leveled up to total vision. His upgraded sight was rather strange to Seiji, and it took quite a while before he got used to it. As for his telekinesis' evolution, it transformed into a large golden hand. The large golden hand didn't have the corrosion effect. It could grab objects, form a fist and attack, or even act as a shield. It was quite flexible in its applications. Finally, he tested the body strengthening technique. After mentally preparing, Seiji cast the body strengthening technique, using the power of his bonded spirit. Then, he looked at his reflection in the mirror. His entire body was enveloped by a golden mist, and golden runes had appeared on his skin. His hair shone with a golden luster as well, making him seem like a blonde god with a long, carefree hairstyle. Was it merely on the level of a golden glow? No, he was basically a super saiyan, but Seiji was astonished to see his reflection in the mirror. This appearance felt too much like a super saiyan to him. Not to mention he now had the evolved form of Mana Bullet, so he really felt like he could imitate the attacks from the show. After he thought of this idea, Seiji had the impulse to try it out. He even considered requesting the president to take a picture of him. In the end, he decided against it, as it would be too embarrassing, even for him. He smiled at his reflection in the mirror. Back in his previous world, when he was watching Dragon Ball Z, his younger self had dreamed numerous times about transforming into a Super Saiyan. His younger self had also posed in front of the mirror before, acting like a Super Saiyan and copying the show's attacks. Previously, when he was battling Okubo Yoshiaki in the Soul Realm, he had also transformed into a Super Saiyan to finish Okubo off. But this was reality, not the Soul Realm. He never expected that his younger self's dream would be fulfilled in such a fashion in real life. Seiji laughed because of how awesome he felt this was. Natsuya, who was observing him from the side, found it rather strange that he was laughing. She couldn't help but recall the way he smiled when she helped him practice his body strengthening technique at school, right before the duel with Okubo Yoshiaki. At that time, his smile was similarly bright and sunny, and also childish. Back then, she was moved by his smile, and the same could be said now. She wanted to know why he was smiling like that. And so, she asked. Seiji wanted to answer with the truth, but there was no anime called Dragon Ball Z in this world, so he felt that it was difficult to come up with an explanation. He decided to respond by saying, "Because I look so cool." This was a rather narcissistic answer for sure, but his tone was sincere and direct, without sounding arrogant at all. "You do look really cool." Natsuya honestly believed this in her heart. This was the first boy she had ever met that had the ability to praise himself like that while also making others agree with him. She smiled as she continued to watch him. Seiji proceeded with the test in this fashion. In the end, he discovered that not only had his strength, speed, and dexterity greatly increased, when he used a certain amount of force, his attacks would cause a corrosive effect. That finished the test for all of Seiji's evolved spells. In summary, the most important part is doubtlessly that mysterious corrosion power, Natsuya said. This power is quite strong and has immense destructive ability against both people and objects. You need to be careful when using it. Seiji nodded in understanding. If his evolved version of Mana Bullet hit any living person, the result would likely be blurred out in an anime. What exactly was this power? And who was the female spirit that wielded this power? Seiji tried once more to rouse her, but there was still no response. Natsuya told him about her guess at the spirit's identity. Tamamo no Mae, the best wife, Tama-chan? Seiji recalled a game from his previous life based on a 5-star mage with large breasts. As an unlucky person himself, he had paid money on multiple occasions in that cell phone game before he was able to summon her, so that he could lick her, appreciate and use her on his team. Although it was currently uncertain, even if she wasn't Tamamo no Mae, she was a powerful spirit. Could it be that all his misfortune in his previous life had transformed into fortune in this one? Last time he got Light-chan, and this time he got someone who seemed like she was Tama-chan. This seemed quite lucky to him. He chatted with the president for a while longer about what to do and how to meet up during the Winter Snow Festival tomorrow before he said goodbye and left. Later that night, Seiji thought about what type of drawing to draw for Shika's Winter Snow Festival present. After making up his mind, he picked up his drawing pencil and began to smoothly draw on paper while activating a certain ability. A beautiful girl slowly began to take shape under his pencil. She was wearing clothing similar to Sakura Island's traditional style. Her outfit was slightly fantasy-like in appearance, while the runes on her outfit seemed mystical. She had long, free-flowing hair, with bangs covering her forehead, a bright smile on her face, and shining eyes. She was looking at something in front of her, her chin raised slightly upwards. A demon face mask was in her left hand, and she was reaching out with her right hand, as if trying to grab something. After he finished drawing this girl, Seiji drew a second character in the direction that she was looking towards, a handsome boy. This boy had a nice, toned body, and he was wearing a collared windbreaker. There were mystical emblems on his clothing that seemed like either drawings or runes. He had white hair, with only one strand of black. His appearance was handsome, and he had a gentle expression in his eyes. There was a long sword with a cross-shaped hilt in his left hand, and his right hand was reaching out to the girl, about to take her outstretched hand. They were the main characters of Brother Monogatari. They were the adopted younger sister and the adopted older brother. Seiji chose to draw the two main characters of their story, and gift the drawing to Shika. He believed that she would definitely like it. He had to draw it as best he could. He even used the Shika Kagura reward card's third ability, brother and sister drawing. He also used some mana in order to improve his drawing ability. As he drew, he recalled the times he discussed Brother Monogatari with Shika. Seiji did his best to transfer the burning passion in his heart to his drawing. This will definitely be an excellent drawing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, to the Inyan Master Party. Chapter 340, to the Inyan Master Party. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The days trickled by, and it was now the Winter Snow Festival. Today, it happened to be snowing. The snowflakes covered the roofs and streets in a warm, romantic blanket of white. It was finally time for the season of White Album. Let's not mention this anymore. After eating breakfast, Seiji played a video game together with Ryo, while Shika silently observed them. After it was about time to go, he put down the game controller and got ready. Just as he was about to leave his apartment, his cell phone started ringing. Seiji accepted the call. It was from Natsuya, who asked him where he was. After telling her he was on the way, Seiji looked towards Shika and Ryo. "I'm going out," he said. "Be careful on your way," the two girls said together. "I'll be back later this afternoon." Seiji smiled as he left. After he left, there was a brief silence. Shika looked towards Ryo, soundlessly picked up the game controller Seiji had left behind, and indicated that she would take Seiji's place. Ryo's eyes lit up as she restarted the game. Seiji rode in Natsuya's car to the battlefield, the party. Currently, he was wearing a windbreaker with a high collar and long black plants. He was also wearing a wool knit cap and sunglasses. As long as he kept his collar up high and buttoned up, almost his entire face was covered. He felt as if he was cosplaying Shino Aburame. Not only that, Natsuya also cast a disguise spell on him. This was all in order to protect his true identity. If he was recognized as Seiji Haruta, lots of unnecessary trouble could crop up. This was the only method to avoid that. Although his appearance was certain to attract attention, there was no helping it. This was a way to let everyone know that he wanted his identity to remain private. If someone saw through his disguise and discovered his true identity, they would have to worry about the fact that he obviously didn't intend for people to know who he was before they publicized it. The president, who was currently sitting across from him in her car, was wearing a plain, light pink Sakura Island outfit. She appeared rather reserved and less eye-catching than usual. If it wasn't for the fact that as the daughter of the Yorihana family, she had to make a respectable impression, she would have worn something even plainer. Perhaps she would have gone so far as to wear a full winter jacket, wrapping many thick layers around herself. Can you tell me about that person that you strongly dislike? Seiji asked. Natsuya fell silent for a moment before speaking. His name is Akatsuki Matarai. Slightly over 3 years ago, when I was in my first year of middle school, he transferred into the class that I was in, Natsuya said in a light voice. The first time that our eyes met, I noticed that there was something very wrong with the look in his eyes. Although that feeling stopped later on, due to the deep first impression I had of him, I didn't want to get close to him. However, it seemed as if he really liked me for some reason. He kept talking to me, inviting me to go out with him, and giving me presents. No matter how much I refused, he kept trying to approach me. One day, he confessed his love for me and even forcibly tried to hug me. I got angry. I broke free from his embrace and knocked him to the ground before leaving. The day after, he didn't come to school. There was one other girl in my class that didn't come to school either, and this girl had a very good relationship with him. Later, on the same day that I rejected him, someone saw him being intimate with this girl. For an entire week, neither he nor that girl appeared at school. After that week passed, he returned to school and apologized to me for his actions at the time. I also apologized to him for hitting him, and we appeared to make up our differences on the surface. Then, I asked him about that girl. When he heard my question, he revealed a slight hint of the dark expression I saw when we first met. He smiled faintly and said, "I don't know. That girl never came back to school again. Some said that she had transferred schools." I was highly concerned about this matter and later investigated it by myself. I discovered that the girl had gone missing on the same day that I rejected him. Akatsuki Matarai is most likely the final person to have seen her. Seiji felt an icy chill as he listened to Natsuya's tale. Natsuya didn't say anything else and turned around to look out of the car window. The luxury car passed through an enormous gate. After entering, the car followed along a forested path for quite a while before it finally arrived at a huge, Sakura Island-style mansion. Seiji recalled his experience from visiting the Jumanji Mafia Group. The Jumanji Mafia Group's residence was huge as well, but it was nothing compared to this one. It wasn't even the same level. This residence didn't even have its own grounds, it had its own forest. The mansion within these gates was extravagant to the point that it seemed like a palace. He straightened his collar and buttoned up before he got off the car together with Natsuya. They followed a female employee of the residence inside. The employee was wearing a plain Sakura Island-style outfit. The mansion was quite warm. When they arrived at an intersection in the hallway, the female employee paused and requested politely for Spirit-branded retainers to go down the left hallway. "We're actually going to split up?" Seiji looked towards Natsuya questioningly. Natsuya nodded in his direction, and Seiji complied. With a different beautiful female employee leading the way, Seiji arrived at a garden. There was a fake mountain, a pond, some trees, and an abundant amount of plants and flowers. The scenery was beautiful, and there were even birds flying around, with butterflies dancing amongst the flowers. It was impossible to tell that it was actually winter right now. The snow falling in the sky was blocked by an invisible barrier, and it melted into water vapor in midair. It was a rather mystical sight to behold. There were well over 10 people either sitting or standing around. There were males and females, young and old, each one with a different appearance and clothing style. Some of them were chatting and having fun, some were sitting there quietly, some were drinking alcohol, some were playing chess, and some were jumping around on the fake mountain. All of these people were spirit-branded retainers. When Seiji walked into this garden, a few people turned to look in his direction. He doesn't look familiar. Do you know him? Here's another strange Oni-san. He looks rather strong. You're the strangest one here. Stop standing on the fake mountain, get off already. A brown-haired teenaged boy wearing a black martial arts uniform walked up to Seiji and asked, "Hello, may I know your name?" "You can call me Shiroya." Seiji gave the boy the fake name he had agreed upon with Natsuya. The brown-haired boy blinked at this. "All right, Shiroya-san. My name is Shunsuke Furukawa. I'm the spirit-branded retainer of the host of today's party, Ryuta Maridama. May I ask whose spirit-branded retainer you are?" "Natsuya Yorihana." "Lady Yorihana, understood. Please rest here as you like. If you need anything, let one of our employees know. You can ask me any questions that you may have. Then I won't be reserved. I'd like to ask, why are you separating the spirit-branded retainers and the yin-yang masters?" Furukawa smiled. "My young master believes that this is for the best. It's more appropriate for yin-yang masters to mingle with yin-yang masters and for spirit-branded retainers to interact with spirit-branded retainers." Seiji fell silent for a moment. "Of course," Furukawa added, "this won't be for the entire party. When the game begins later, we'll rejoin our masters." "What game is that?" "Please allow me to keep it a secret for the time being. Everyone will find out when it's time." At this time, someone called Furukawa, so he respectfully said goodbye to Seiji and left. Seiji looked around the garden, seeking a place to sit down. He saw an elegant-looking pagoda in the forest, so he walked over to it. When he got closer, he discovered that there was a girl with long gray hair sitting there already. No, it's a boy. The boy's gray hair reached his shoulders, and he had a dark red eye patch covering his left eye. Even with this, he was definitely handsome, and he was engrossed in reading a novel. Is that a light novel? The novel's cover had a beautiful girl wearing bikini armor and wielding a gigantic greatsword. The novel's name was "I reincarnated to another world and became a magical female swordsman." Seiji was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Elementary School Homework. Chapter 341, Elementary School Homework. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. This handsome man with an eye patch was reading a book on his own. He exuded a bookish beauty that would not be out of place in an anime. But, the book's cover was actually a beautiful girl in bikini armor, and the novel had such a name. It wasn't that Seiji objected to this person reading such a light novel. In fact, Seiji was more than happy to see others reading light novels. It was just that the impression he gave Seiji seemed totally unlike the type that would read such a novel. Well, at the very least, there was a male supporting character with an eye patch in this novel as well. Why does it feel like I'm getting off track with my comments? Well, forget it. The boy's free to read whatever he likes. Seiji walked into the pagoda and sat down opposite the gray-haired boy. He took out his cell phone and was about to contact the president when his phone started ringing. She had beat him to it. "What's the matter, Natsuya?" "Nothing. There's no need to worry. I just wanted to talk to you. A person named Shunsuke Furukawa told me that there's going to be a game of some sort later, but he didn't go into the specifics. I heard about this as well. Let's adapt to this situation. I'll try my best to avoid dueling, but I understand. I'll be prepared, so there's no need to worry about me, Seiji said with a chuckle. After all, I'm your spirit-branded retainer. Yeah. Natsuya felt a warm feeling in her heart when she heard this. Their conversation ended on that note. Seiji looked towards the gray-haired boy seated across from him. He noticed that the boy's brows were furrowed. The boy had a confused expression of "what the hell is this?" as he continued reading. Did you encounter some part that you weren't able to understand? Seiji asked reflexively. The gray-haired boy looked in his direction. Sorry to distract you. I've read that novel before, so I spoke up when I saw your expression, Seiji explained. If there's any part of this novel that you don't understand, you can ask me. The gray-haired boy blinked. Who might you be? Shiroya, Seiji said. A moment of silence fell between them. Shiroya-san. My name is Ryuno Izawa. I would like to request your assistance regarding the contents of this page. The gray-haired boy turned the light novel in his hand to show Seiji the page that he was currently reading. Seiji felt rather awkward explaining the fantastical events of a light novel to a boy with a serious personality. According to Izawa, he wasn't reading the book of his own volition, his master had ordered him to do so. As well as reading it, his lady also told him to write a book report of at least 500 words about it. An elementary schooler's homework. Seiji couldn't help but think to himself. A book report on a light novel. As a light novel enthusiast, it was quite a simple task for him. However, it would certainly be a difficult job for a non-enthusiast. It was akin to asking Seiji to write a book report on some great classic. How could he possibly write a good book report on a book that was so difficult to understand and boring enough to put him to sleep? The same could be said when it came to understanding the book. Who would want to understand a book when they didn't even want to read it the first place? Since they gained enjoyment from reading it, how could they be passionate about understanding it? And this was excluding all the questions about an author's intention. Even the authors themselves were unable to answer some of those questions. The college examinations in his previous life were a great example of this. Seiji coughed in his mind. I'm getting sidetracked. Thank you for your explanation, Shiroya-san, the boy said solemnly. No need to be polite. It was a simple matter. It also helped me pass the time, Seiji thought to himself. Suddenly, he saw a figure darting around in the trees outside the pagoda. It was the spirit-branded retainer that had been standing on the fake mountain. He was an energetic little boy with short fiery red hair and a handsome little face. He was wearing a hoodie and sweatpants, and his lips were parted in an innocent grin. He jumped from tree to tree like a graceful acrobat. While he was in midair, he somersaulted, flipped, and spun. It seemed like he was giving a performance and enjoying it. Seiji watched the red-haired boy dance through the air, then backflip and land on the ground when he reached the final tree. The moment the boy landed on the ground, he did a handstand and flew up into the pagoda, landing steadily like a well-trained gymnast. Hello, strange Oniai-chan, the little red-haired boy called out. Hello, strange little boy, Seiji replied. Don't call me little boy, my name is Yuki Oyakumo. Alright then, Oyakumo-san. Don't call me Oyakumo-san either, that sounds so old. Oyakumo-kun. That's fine. The red-haired little boy nodded. Oniai-san, what's your name? Shiroya. Shiro, yeah? Is that your name? It's my name. What about your family name? You don't need to know. Oniai-san, you really are strange. Seiji smiled. Oyakumo-kun, do you have something you want from the strange me? Nope. I just came by to say hi. I didn't think that Onie-san. Shiroya Onie-san, you look really strange, but seem easy to talk to. I'm just making polite conversation, Seiji responded casually. A steady beat of footsteps sounded behind them. Yuki, what are you doing? A voice asked. Both of them turned around to see a man with dark blonde hair. He had round-lensed glasses and was wearing a black jacket with long black pants. He seemed a little depraved, but in his eyes was a concealed sharpness. I'm talking to Shiroya Onie-san, the red-haired boy said. Shiroya? The dark blonde man looked towards Seiji. I'm sorry, but what might your full name be? Just call me Shiroya, Seiji said coolly. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrowed slightly. I see, my apologies. He then looked towards Yuki Oyakumo. Come with me. Go over there with me, and stay put. I want to have a chat with Shiroya Onie-san. You're giving him trouble, idiot, the blonde-haired man rebuked. Yuki was startled by this. Stop talking, and leave with me now. The man beckoned with his hand, a serious expression on his face. Yuki looked confused, but when he saw the blonde-haired man's solemn expression, he relented and left the pagoda. After they walked for a while, the dark blonde man spoke up again. That person is using a disguise spell. Shiroya is definitely an alias. He obviously doesn't want to reveal his true identity. What? Just talking to him is giving him trouble. Do you understand? But he... You need to be more observant and use your brain more when interacting with others, the blonde-haired man said in a light voice. Casually interacting with others might give the other party trouble, and it might bring trouble upon yourself. Remember that. Yuki frowned slightly but didn't say anything else. Seiji watched Yuki and the blonde man leave before turning away. He saw that Ryuno Izawa had closed and stowed away the novel. You finished reading it? Seiji asked. No. Why did you stop? Because I felt rather tired. Then could you loan it to me to read? Izawa blinked in surprise. Shiroya-san, didn't you say that you've already read this book? I want to read it again because I'm bored. Izawa fell silent for a moment. Finally, he took the book out again and handed it to Seiji. Thank you. Seiji opened the book and began reading it. Shiroya-san, Izawa said after a while, I would like to ask a slightly impolite question. Why is it that you don't show your true self to others? Izawa looked directly at Seiji. To be allowed to enter here at all means that your identity is an established one. However, you're still covering yourself like this and using a fake name. I personally feel that this is a meaningless action, so I'm confused. Would you mind telling me the reason? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342. What will it take in order for you to become my woman? Chapter 342. What will it take in order for you to become my woman? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Indeed, the host knows my identity, and I'm sure that there are also several guests present at this party who have the ability to see through my disguise. As you said, my action may be meaningless, but it is my attitude that is meaningful. I don't want everyone here to know who I am in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. You have a rather sensitive identity? Izawa asked. Not sensitive, well, perhaps just a little. Seiji tilted his head. It's actually not for some top-secret reason. I just wanted less trouble for myself, that's all. Izawa fell silent for a moment. After a while, he turned to look at the light novel in Seiji's hand. Do you really enjoy that type of story? Yes, I really enjoy them. What about manga? And anime? I love them as well. Your likes are highly compatible with my master. The two of you would surely get along. However, you're not willing to show your true self to others. Izawa sighed. How regrettable. Seiji blinked at this. You want to introduce me to your master so that she'll be able to talk to someone who shares her interests, which leaves you free from this subject, right? I had no intentions of the sort. Izawa averted his gaze. Seiji chuckled. You're bad at lying, Izawa-san. The handsome, gray-haired boy revealed an awkward expression. Seiji was rather curious about Izawa's master, but right now Seiji was someone everyone viewed as strange as he wasn't willing to reveal his identity. He figured it was best not to pry into others' affairs. He continued to read the light novel he had borrowed. In the luxurious and opulent grand hall, Natsuya did her best not to reveal a stiff expression as she listened to the girl in front of her. This beautiful girl had long shiny auburn hair and a silver hairband. Her bangs were neatly clipped with cute bunny hair clips, revealing a white and soft little face beneath. Her large eyes were shining, and her tiny mouth kept moving in an unending stream of chatter. Natsuya tried responding appropriately, but she was actually unable to follow the topic of conversation. Topics like boys' love, semes, and yukes, she really couldn't follow them at all. Natsuya liked anime and manga, but it was only at the basic level. She didn't understand higher-level topics like boys' love at all. This was her first meeting with the girl named Kanna Fujihara from the Fujihara family. Since Natsuya recognized that the bunny in Kanna's hair clip was the mascot of Honey Candy Girl, Natsuya struck up a conversation with Kanna using the anime as a topic to break the ice. Afterwards, they started chatting about other anime, and this Kanna Fujihara began to grow excited and passionate as the conversation went on. Finally, she had reached an extremely high-level topic. This girl was an otaku girl. Natsuya understood this clearly now. She was pleased that to hold a conversation about anime in such a venue, but Kanna's level was too high for her. Natsuya felt the sudden urge to summon Seiji over for defense, to deal with Kanna. Natsuya felt rather awkward listening to Kanna waxing about boys being together with boys, but she didn't intend to stop her or leave. Compared to talking to others at this venue, it was still more relaxing for her to listen to this Fujihara family daughter. The two of them were having a passionate conversation. Despite this, someone still approached them and impolitely interrupted. This person was a handsome boy wearing dark blue Sakura Island clothing. He had dark blue medium short hair that was of a similar color to his clothing and even bangs. His eyes were light purple, and his complexion was clear and pale. His lips were tilted slightly upwards, making him seem gentle. Sorry to interrupt you. The impatience in my heart caused me to be so impolite, he said in a gentle voice. Please give me a little bit of your time, so that we can talk, alright, Natsuya? Our relationship isn't at the extent to where you can just call my name directly, Mitari-kun. Natsuya's eyes flashed as she looked towards the boy. I was in the middle of a fun conversation with Fujihara-san, and I don't wish to be interrupted. I'm sorry, but please allow me to politely refuse your request. Akatsuki Mitari's expression didn't change whatsoever. He even smiled. Your icy demeanor is beautiful as well. No matter. I will wait by the side and hope that it'll be my turn when you and Fujihara-san are finished chatting. After that, he revealed a lonely-seeming expression and turned around. He took a few steps and stopped by a window to look out of it. Natsuya looked back towards Kanna Fujihara and saw that Kanna's eyes were wide with surprise. Yurahana-san, what's the relationship between you and Mitari-san? Former classmates, Natsuya replied calmly. We're not friends. Kanna blinked at this and looked towards the handsome boy who was putting on a lonely front in front of the window. She then looked back at the beautiful girl before her who had a cold expression in her eyes. She instantly started using her overactive imagination to think of various common scenes of lovers' disputes from shoujo manga. And then, she came to an understanding of what she should do in such a situation. Yorahana-san, I'm a bit thirsty now after chatting for so long. I'm going to go grab a drink, so I'm going to leave for a while. Natsuya guessed couldn't help but feel slightly helpless. What Kanna was thinking was obvious from her smile and tone of voice. She really wanted to explain, but this was her first meeting with Kanna Fujihara, so it wouldn't be appropriate to say too much. She could only politely respond by saying, "As you wish." Kanna Fujihara immediately walked off, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly looked back at Natsuya and gave Natsuya an encouraging expression which said, "Don't act like a tsundere, catch your opportunity," before she left. Natsuya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As she expected, Akatsuki Matarai approached her again. I'm grateful to Fujihara-san's understanding towards others. She allowed me to chat with you again after such a long parting. I don't want to talk to you, but even if I refuse, you probably won't give up, so, just let me hear it. What is it that you want to say, Matarai-san? There's so much that I want to say. Your recent duel, the injuries you sustained, your spirit-branded retainer's condition, what you've been up to recently. I'm concerned about all of the above. I want to talk more with you and get closer to you. Akatsuki Matarai smiled wryly. But no matter how much of an effort I make, you probably won't abandon your resistance, so, just let me be direct. Natsuya, what will it take in order for you to become my woman? The president's thoughts stopped working for a moment. She didn't expect him to take such a direct approach. Why? Does he have some intentions behind this? Is this a trap? A plot? Many thoughts flashed through her mind. No matter what he intended, she only had one answer. I refuse. It was a simple, direct, resolute rejection. She could have used some fancier or more elegant words. She could have said that they were two parallel lines that wouldn't cross or that things wouldn't work out between them. But this wasn't an 8 o'clock soap opera, nor were they some forceful CEO and a commoner girl. Akatsuki Matarai laughed at this. I knew you would say that. It was exactly as I imagined, which even makes it seem hilarious. He was still smiling, but his eyes were slightly cold. Just why is it that you reject me? From every angle I'm someone who's incredibly suitable to become your husband, and everyone believes us to be a perfect match, including your own family. Yet you have never truly given me a chance. Please don't go around saying a word like everyone. That's rather foolish. As for why I reject you, I've explained myself quite clearly before, Natsuya said lightly. I don't want to repeat myself, but if you really insist on making me answer this question of yours again, all I have to say is, because you're incredibly disgusting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Let's have a bet. Chapter 343, Let's have a bet. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Haha, this is the first time that anyone's ever called me that. Akatsuki Matarai chuckled again, but the look in his eyes grew even colder. Natsuya snorted and said, everyone would say so if they could see who you really were. Didn't you just say that the word everyone was a foolish one? I did, but right now I just feel like using it. It seems that I'm truly hated. Natsuya, you're making me experience something I've never experienced from any other girl. Natsuya furrowed her brows. Stop calling me by my name. You're special to me. The most special woman of all. Akatsuki Matarai had an abnormal look in his eyes as he looked directly at her. I really, really want to obtain you. Natsuya felt a chill from this. This was the same look. That icy, no, it had surpassed iciness. It was a distant, abnormal look, one that caused her to once feel danger and disgust. I'm feeling uncomfortable. Goodbye. Natsuya made to leave. She really didn't want to deal with this person for any longer. Akatsuki Matarai suddenly reached out and attempted to grab her. Natsuya, who was on guard against him, slapped his hand away with a resounding smack. The sound echoed throughout the hall, attracting some attention. "My apologies, that was impolite of me." Akatsuki Matarai then said in a soft voice, "I just couldn't help myself." Natsuya glared at him. "Matarai-kun, don't be in such a rush," someone teased. "That's right. Although I can understand your feelings of wanting to have contact with a pretty girl, it's important to be gentlemanly. You should at least make sure you're alone before making your move, otherwise it's only natural that you'll be slapped." Various people commented on what just happened. Most of the comments were a bit lecherous. Nobody detected the tense atmosphere between them, or perhaps some did notice it, but chose to ignore it. "I still haven't finished talking," Akatsuki said softly. "Listen to the end. It'll be good for you." Natsuya eyed him coldly. "Let's have a bet with the upcoming game. If you win, I promise that I shall never approach you again." Natsuya's gaze became sharper upon hearing this. "And if I win, kiss me in front of everyone here." Natsuya frowned in disgust. "With how much you hate me, you should be happy to accept such a gamble." Akatsuki Matarai smiled. "As long as you win, you can get rid of me forever. And if I win, it's nothing more than some contact with our lips." Natsuya didn't reply. "We can even have Miura-san be our witness. You don't need to worry that I'll go back on my word after the bet. I don't know what the specific game will be either, but it should be something involving our spirit-branded retainers. If you have confidence in yourself and your spirit-branded retainer, then you should accept this bet." Akatsuki Matarai extended his palms. "How about it, Natsuya? Stop calling me by name. I don't have any obligation to accept a bet with you about anything. You don't dare to accept the bet. Well, there's no helping it. After all, your spirit-branded retainer is that famous useless scumbag." The student council president stopped in her tracks when she heard this. Seiji Haruta, known far and wide as the useless trash of the Haruta family. He's a piece of rubbish who's not even at an ordinary human's level, a scumbag who reeks with the rotten stench of depravity, yet he's actually changed to such an extent. It's as inconceivable as a stink bug transforming into a monkey. Akatsuki Matarai cackled. "It's truly a miracle, yes, I believe that as well. But even if it's a miracle, he's nothing more than a worm that's transformed into an animal. I can't believe that you wanted to lure such a person over to your side. Is your situation really bad enough to the extent where you have to recruit such a character? I'm truly worried about you, a piece of trash like him is basically." "Shut up!" Natsuya shouted coldly. She slowly looked back towards him again, burning rage in her eyes. Akatsuki Matarai was certain that it would be his victory when he saw her furious eyes. Seiji received another phone call from Natsuya. At the moment, he was still reading the borrowed light novel in the pagoda. Not only that, he also had some confectionaries and desserts that a server brought to him. He was having a carefree time. "My apologies, Seiji." He heard her start off with an apology right after he picked up the call. "What's the matter?" Seiji asked. "I agreed to a bet with Akatsuki Matarai," Natsuya said in a low voice. "In the upcoming game, if I win, he won't approach me ever again. And if he wins, I have to kiss him in front of everyone here." Seiji was rendered speechless. "I apologize for my impulsiveness," Natsuya said with a sigh. "Everyone has times when they can be impulsive. Did that guy say something unpleasant?" "Yes." "So even the president is weak to taunts. Well, she is a teenage girl after all, and that person is someone that she's always disliked. Even someone who was good at controlling their emotions would have their limits." Seiji understood how it was. "Since you agreed to the bet, then let's do our best. As your spirit-branded retainer, I'll do my very best to help you obtain victory." Thank you, Seiji. No need to be so polite. I said before that there's no need to worry too much about me. If things are intolerable, then all we have to do is battle courageously. I definitely support you. Seiji chuckled. If I was there at the time, and heard that guy say unpleasant things, perhaps I would even be the first one to hit someone. Natsuya smiled upon hearing this. All the negative emotions built up from talking to Akatsuki Matarai disappeared. Seiji's voice had such a power, at least to her. Natsuya believed that she would be able to obtain victory in the bet. It was now time for the game. With Shunsuke Furukawa leading the way, the spirit-branded retainers left the mansion and walked to the grounds, an empty clearing in the forest. There was a barrier covering this entire area that blocked the wind and snow. Even the temperature was under control here. It was warm and comfortable. There was a luxurious round table in the middle of the clearing, and all the young yin-yang masters, including Natsuya, were sitting on soft and expensive-looking chairs. Seiji walked to Natsuya and stood beside her. All the other spirit-branded retainers also joined their masters' sides. The host, Ryuta Maritama, was a boy with a head of thick curls. Ryuta was wearing plain Sakura Island-style clothing and half-moon glasses, which lent him a scholarly appearance. He explained the game's rules to everyone in a friendly manner. The gist of it was that the yin-yang masters would play a card game with everyone involved. Normal poker cards would be used in addition to some special cards. There were various special cards, and the most important ones were the cards that each yin-yang master would start with: 1 spirit-branded retainer card, 3 duel cards, and 1 cooperative duel card. Duel cards allowed the players to challenge any opponent to a duel. In such a scenario, both yin-yang masters' spirit-branded retainers would be required to duel, and the winner of the duel would determine the winner between the yin-yang masters. The winner would be allowed to take 2 cards, excluding the special spirit-branded retainer, duel, or cooperative duel cards from the loser, or discard 2 of their own cards for points. After the duel, both players would have to discard their duel card. One would be unable to duel against someone they had defeated already. Winners would be unable to challenge those they had won against, but the losers would be able to challenge that had defeated them before. When a yin-yang master started or met with a duel, they could use their one-time cooperative battle card to assist their spirit-branded retainer in the duel. If a yin-yang master's spirit-branded retainer lost 3 times, the yin-yang master would lose their spirit-branded retainer card and receive a huge penalty in points. If the yin-yang master still had duel cards in hand when the game ended, there would also be a large penalty in points. Simply speaking, spirit-branded retainer cards were the yin-yang master's ace cards and had to be kept until last. However, the duel cards had to be used up, which meant that every spirit-branded retainer would have to duel at least 3 times. The duels were meant to be friendly, and killing or seriously injuring someone was strictly forbidden. After Ryuta explained the rules, the game began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344: If one palm strike can't take care of the problem, then use 2 palm strikes. Chapter 344: If one palm strike can't take care of the problem, then use 2 palm strikes. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. After everyone was dealt their cards, the first player of the first round immediately used a duel card, and the person chosen as their opponent accepted readily. The 2 spirit-branded retainers walked into the dueling arena. One side was a girl with a pretty one-piece dress, short orange hair, and a fox mask strapped to the side of her head. On the other was a girl with curly blue hair. The blue-haired girl was wearing a more ceremonial dress. Let the duel begin, Shunsuke Furukawa, who was acting as the judge, said. At this, both of the spirit-branded retainers immediately began casting spells at each other. They cast many spells and fought in melee combat. They dodged nimbly, clashed fiercely, used combo attacks, fired ranged attacks. Their fierce battle was difficult to follow. 1 minute later, the blue-haired girl succeeded in immobilizing the orange-haired girl's legs with a chaining spell. Furukawa immediately declared that the blue-haired girl was the victor. It was apparent that neither spirit-branded retainer had been going all out. Even so, was still a nice duel, or at the very least, Seiji, who lacked this type of dueling experience, felt that it was nice. He also enjoyed watching all the duels that followed after as well. When it was time for a handsome boy wearing dark blue Sakura Island clothing to take his turn, Natsuya whispered to Seiji, "That's Akatsuki Matarai." Seiji took special note of him. He was a handsome boy who seemed gentle, elegant, and bursting with charisma. If he were put into a television drama, he would certainly be either the male lead or a popular compassionate male love interest. Akatsuki noticed Seiji's gaze upon him and looked over at Seiji. The two of them exchanged looks. Akatsuki smiled faintly, and in response Seiji furrowed his brows slightly. Their exchange of looks only lasted a short instant. I activate my duel card and choose as my opponent. Natsuya. The dark blue-haired boy used a duel card. As expected. Seiji felt many glances focusing on him. He ignored all the glances and focused on his opponent's spirit-branded retainer. Seiji saw that the person he would be dueling against was a handsome boy with a cold and distant expression. This boy had short dark purple hair. He was wearing a dark brown windbreaker, and both his hands sported black gloves. Akatsuki Matarai's spirit-branded retainer's name is Naruo Yashu. His bonded spirit is a Hanya, and his claws are incredibly fierce. Be especially careful of them, Natsuya warned. It's fine even if we lose this duel, don't force yourself. I'll be careful, Seiji replied. He and Naruo Yashu both entered the dueling arena. After they were both a certain distance away from each other, Shunsuke Furukawa indicated for them to begin the duel. The purple-haired boy's figure instantly vanished. He's above me. With his evolved, astral vision, Seiji was able to see Yashu clearly. The purple-haired boy was in the sky, and he was about to bring his leg, bolstered by the force of gravity, down upon Seiji. At the last moment, Seiji backflipped to dodge the attack and counterattacked with a football-style bicycle kick. Thud, Yashu blocked this kick with his arm. They instantly separated from each other, putting some distance between them. But before long, they clashed again in a fierce battle involving their fists and feet. From the bystander's perspective, Shiroya was at a disadvantage and was forced to continuously retreat. Suddenly, Shiroya grew and raged out of embarrassment. He used a barrier spell to take Yashu's attacks head-on while viciously punching. Yashu backpedaled in midair and stood there. He lifted his hand and formed a gigantic purple-red claw, which he controlled to attack Shiroya from a distance. Boom. Star. The gigantic magical claw hit its target. Shiroya's defensive barrier was shattered, and he was knocked away. But while he was in midair, he suddenly shot out a mana bullet. Boom. Star. Yashu, caught off guard, was sent flying. Shiroya flipped through the air and landed on the ground. Yashu also adjusted his posture and landed on the ground. Stop! Shunsuke Furukawa shouted. The winner has been decided. It's Shiroya-san's victory. Naruo Yashu instantly furrowed his brows and was about to say something when he came to a realization. He looked at his feet and noticed that one of his feet was out of bounds. In this duel, someone who was forced out of bounds would be declared the loser. Seiji revealed a smile which said all according to plan. He had intentionally led his opponent to the edge of the dueling arena, then used what appeared to be a rash counterattack followed by a surprise, mana bullet, which knocked his opponent out of bounds. It would be difficult to succeed if his opponent noticed his intentions, so the fact that he succeeded could largely be attributed to luck. Yorahana-san's spirit-branded retainer is rather clever. His opponent set up a trap using the rules of the duel. That was pretty good. For the famous Hanyu Yashu to actually fall for such a tiny trick, he must have been overconfident, but although it was a devious trick, it was indeed done beautifully. That's right. especially the mana bullet at the end that was quite precise. It was timed perfectly in the period after Shiroya's opponent relaxed his guard. A truly wonderful use of an opportunity. The other Yin-Yang masters present at the table all gossiped with each other. Natsuya had a delighted expression, while Akatsuki's expression became somewhat grimmer. Would the winner like to steal 2 cards or discard 2 cards? The judge Ryuta Maritama asked. Steal 2 cards, Natsuya replied. And so, the judge took Akatsuki's hand of cards, showed it to Natsuya, and allowed her to take 2 cards before returning the hand to Akatsuki. During this entire process, Akatsuki's expression didn't change. However, his expression got noticeably grimmer again when he noticed what cards had been taken from him. Yorahana-san, your retainer, what's Shiroya-san's bonded spirit? I can't tell, so could you enlighten me? Kana Fujihara, who happened to be sitting next to Natsuya, blinked curiously. My apologies, but that's a secret, Natsuya said. Seiji returned to the round table. Natsuya grinned widely at him, and Seiji gave her a big thumbs up in response. Their first battle was a success, but it was only the first battle. The game continued. It was now Natsuya's turn. She decided to use up one of her duel cards. She chose a girl wearing a flower hair accessory and pink Sakura Island clothing as her opponent. This girl's spirit-branded retainer was Yuki Oyakumo. It was the little red-haired boy who had chatted a little with Seiji in the garden. Seiji and Yuki both headed to the duel arena. Shiroya Oniai-chan, I'm going to battle seriously because I don't want to lose. Yuki warned. I don't want to lose either, or, I should say that I can't lose, Oyakumo-kun. Seiji's voice was calm, but Yuki felt the unshakable will behind it. No, I can't let myself be pressured by this Oniai-san. Yuki turned around to look at his own master. As I ace Wani-san's spirit-branded retainer, I must win. I can't make her lose face in front of so many people. They entered the dueling arena and prepared to fight. Duel, start, the judge said. Rah! Yuki roared ferociously. His skin lit up with a crimson glow, and a vicious-looking demonic shadow with blood-red fur materialized behind him. This demonic shadow opened its huge maw, revealing 2 rows of dagger-like fangs. Seiji's eyes twitched when he saw this. Hey, you're going with your ultimate ability right off the bat? Supported by the demonic shadow behind him, Yuki bounded towards Seiji and struck out with a vicious punch. Seiji cast Mana Barrier on himself and dodged. Despite this, the demonically empowered fist grazed him lightly, and he was sent flying. Yuki stepped on the air and chased after him. *pound. Smack. Boom. Star dot. 1 punch, 1 kick, and a second kick, just 3 attacks were enough to shatter Seiji's barrier. The impact sent him hurtling upwards. He went so high that he passed through the barrier that blocked out the wind and snow, causing him to feel the chill of winter again. Not bad, little brat. When Seiji reached the apex of his flight, he reoriented his body and descended with the force of a meteor. The little red-haired boy's expression was solemn as he waited for Seiji to come down. When Seiji saw Yuki's grave face, a phrase suddenly popped into his mind, and he couldn't resist the urge to say it. Do you recall that there's a palm technique which descends from the skies? Yuki's expression changed. I remember. That palm technique is? Buddha's palm technique. Seiji cast his evolved form of telekinesis, materializing a huge golden palm. As he descended, the huge golden palm slammed down upon Yuki with unbelievable force. Yuki was momentarily stunned at the sight, but he quickly regained his senses. He shouted loudly to steel his nerves and cast the powerful spell that he had been preparing. Demonic Rampage Red Demon Form. His hands pushed out towards the sky and released the gigantic demon spirit behind him in an explosive attack. Boom. Star. The huge golden hand and red demon spirit crashed into each other, and the spectators were deafened by a large noise resembling that of two trucks colliding head-on. As a result of the two powerful forces' collision, the golden hand was broken. The vicious demon spirit broke through the golden hand and rushed towards Seiji. I won. Just as Yuki was thinking this, he was astonished to see the reappearance of the huge golden hand. Seiji struck a Buddha pose. Buddha once said this: if one palm strike cannot take care of the problem, then use two palm strikes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Hanyu vs. Yaksha. Chapter 345, Hanyu vs. Yaksha. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Yuki Oyakumo collapsed. Not physically, but mentally. He was shocked when his opponent Shiroya brought out a second golden hand, scared when the third came out, and when the fourth arrived. Yuki's demon spirit was crushed, and his mind collapsed as well. He was unable to dodge the golden hand, which grabbed him and lightly tossed him out of the arena. Furukawa immediately declared Shiroya as the victor. Seiji obtained victory again just like that. Oyakumo-kun, are you injured? No, the red-haired muttered, looking depressed. Seiji looked towards him. In all honesty, Seiji felt that this little kid was pretty strong. If Yuki hadn't lost heart and had fought all out for the entire battle, the result would have been difficult to guess. It's impressive to have such strength at your age. Work hard to become stronger, Oyakumo-kun. He tried to console Yuki. Yuki raised his head and looked at Seiji, his eyes flashing with a determined light. Okay. I will. Thank you, Shiroya Oniai-san. Their duel had been the most visually exciting one so far. The clash between the demon spirit and giant golden hand was rather impressive, and all the yin-yang masters were discussing the duel enthusiastically. Yuki Oyakumo's spell, Red Demon Form, was the well-known signature spell of his bonded spirit, Red Demon. Meanwhile, Shiroya's golden hand seemed rather mysterious. Just what spirit could have produced that spell? The yin-yang masters gathered made various guesses, but they felt like none of their guesses were on the mark. Natsuya merely smiled as she listened to the discussions taking place. She already told everyone that Shiroya's spirit was a secret. All the curious yin-yang masters would have to think about the answer themselves rather than receiving one from her. The judge, Ryuta Maritama, asked if she would like to steal the loser's cards or discard her own. This time, Natsuya chose to discard two cards that were difficult to use up and turn them into points. Seiji returned to her side. Natsuya felt reassured to see him return victoriously. After the first round was over, the judge released a ranking based on the number of points each master had accumulated. Natsuya was ranked number 3. Although Akatsuki lost one duel, he used his cards well, which was why he didn't fall too far behind and was ranked number 10. Everyone was to draw cards again. After everyone drew a card, the second round began. This round, everyone would take turns in the opposite order from last time, so Natsuya's turn came up quickly. She played a series of cards from her hand and earned a nice amount of points. When it was Akatsuki Matarai's turn, he used his second duel card, and as his opponent he selected the person who was currently ranked number 1 in points, Kanna Fujihara. Kanna Fujihara's spirit-branded retainer was Ryuno Izawa. Nobody present at the party recognized this master and retainer pair. During the last round, the spirit-branded retainer Izawa had performed excellently. He won his duel in less than 10 seconds, which caused quite a lot of surprise. The yin-yang masters were able to deduce from the duel that Izawa's bonded spirit was a Yaksha. Thus, they called him Yaksha Izawa. The duel between Hanya Yashu and Yaksha Izawa is surely going to be a great one. Yeah. I'm curious who will win. I believe that Hanya Yashu will win. After all, he's famous for his strength in our age group. He was just overconfident, which was why he lost his first duel. He'll definitely win if he gets serious. That's not a sure thing. Yakusha Aizawa is pretty strong as well. He must have overwhelming strength to defeat his first opponent in such a short time. Indeed, it's difficult to predict the winner. Let us enjoy the show. Everyone looked towards the duel arena, where Naruo Yashu and Ryuno Aizawa were facing each other. Aizawa removed his eye patch, revealing his left eye. A triangular blood-colored diagram was inscribed on the surface of his pupil. Yashu removed the black glove on his right hand, revealing a diagram shaped like a beast's claw on the back of his hand. "Let the duel begin," Shunsuke Furukawa declared. Yashu instantly manifested a gigantic claw that swiped towards his opponent. With a large boom, Aizawa's figure was torn to pieces and disintegrated into motes of green light. It was just an illusion. Aizawa appeared to Yashu's left and formed a jutsu symbol with his hands. Boom. Star. Yashu was doused in vibrant green flames. Suddenly, the flames were split apart by a sharp purple-red light. After piercing through the flames, it shot towards Aizawa. Aizawa dodged the light, and it embedded itself in the ground, carving a deep furrow that extended beyond the arena. Both figures vanished again as they continuously cast spells against each other, seeming like an elaborate performance. Seiji could tell that Yashu had the advantage and Aizawa could only react. However, thanks to Aizawa's powerful illusions, he hadn't been struck by any attacks yet. But at this rate, Yashu would definitely achieve victory. Suddenly, Aizawa split, creating 6 more illusionary clones. All 7 Aizawas placed their hands on the ground and speedily muttered an incantation. Yashu realized Aizawa was preparing a powerful attack. A strong light appeared in his right palm, and he flicked his hand. The light split into countless rays which covered all 7 Aizawas. When the light made contact with the Aizawa clones, all 7 of them shattered with a sound resembling that of glass breaking. The real Aizawa appeared behind Yashu. From the very start of the duel, he had been secretly making his preparations, and now his spell was complete. Killing formation Yakusha dance. A large triangular spell formation suddenly appeared on the ground. Numerous vicious-looking demons of an assortment of strange shapes emerged from within. Brandishing swords, axes, and sickles, they surrounded and attacked Yashu. Yashu fought back with his magical claw, but even though he managed to tear through one wave of demons, endless waves of demons continued to emerge from the spell formation. Victory seemed like it was decided. Furukawa was about to announce the conclusion of the duel. At this moment, Yashu shouted fiercely, and a strong purple-red light surrounded him, preventing the demons from drawing closer to him. Then, he viciously glared at Aizawa with an incredibly ferocious expression. Right after that, a white longhorned demon mask appeared on his face. Demon Mask Hanyu. He shrieked loudly, causing everyone's ears to ring. The shriek sounded like a woman's scream, angry shouting, cursing, and yelling all at once. It was incredibly shrill and harsh on the ear. The purple-red sound waves that emanated from him immediately destroyed all the demons. Aizawa's illusion was broken as well, and his real self, which was standing to the side, was forced out. The mask-wearing Yashu viciously swung at Aizawa with his right claw. Boom. Star. Aizawa was sent flying by the gigantic magical claw. Like a cannon shot, he flew out of the duel arena and hurtled towards the card table filled with yin-yang masters. At the last moment, Furukawa appeared between Aizawa and the card table in a blue flash. He caught Aizawa and jumped, leaping over the card table and landing outside the weather barrier. Nobody was scared by this scene. After all, everyone at the table was either a yin-yang master or a spirit-branded retainer. They had plenty of ways to deal with a large object suddenly flying at them. Something like this wouldn't scare anyone present. Ryuno. Kanda Fujihara left the card table and ran towards her spirit-branded retainer. Akatsuki Matarai also stood up and followed. Hanyu Yashu used too much force in his attack. He probably couldn't stop himself in the heat of the moment. It's a battle, after all. There's no helping it if this type of scene occurs. Although the end was a bit much, it really was an excellent duel to watch. The yin-yang masters discussed the result among themselves. Using too much force was considered a mistake, but everyone present saw what transpired. Nobody felt that Yashu was to blame. All Akatsuki would have to do was apologize to Kanna Fujihara and pay a compensation fee to treat her spirit-branded retainer's injuries. Seiji hoped that Izawa wasn't injured too seriously. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time for him to be worrying about others. Seiji now had an idea of Naruo-Yashu's strength when he was serious. How can I deal with him? Unless someone else was suicidal enough to challenge this Hanya spirit, Akatsuki would be certain to use his third duel card against Natsuya again. In other words, Seiji would definitely have another battle with Yashu. At that time, devious tricks like last time wouldn't work. It would be a serious contest of strength. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, Thanks for the meal. Chapter 346, Thanks for the meal. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Ryuno Izawa wasn't seriously injured. He said that he could carry on battling and urged his master to continue the game. However, Kanna adamantly refused. Kanna Fujihara decided to forfeit the game. Although it would give her a bad reputation in the Yin-Yang Master Society, she didn't care. Kanna's family had forced her into coming to this party. At heart, she was an otaku girl who didn't care at all about such venues. Nor did she care what others in the Yin-Yang Master Society thought of her. At most, her family would scold her about it. Izawa was resting on a bed in a guest room. Kanna, seated on a nearby sofa, began reading a light novel. Rather than being together with other Yin-Yang masters, she felt that this was far more relaxing. Kanna felt that the only good thing about this entire party was that she had become acquainted with Natsuya Yorihana. She never expected to meet a girl of similar status and similar interests at such a party. Kanna wanted to continue chatting about anime and manga with Natsuya and invite her to the upcoming Otaku Doujinshi convention. I'll try talking to her again later, Kanna mused. It'd be nice if she agrees to go. Izawa suddenly sat up on the bed. Master, I would like to observe the remaining rounds of the game. Eh? Why? Because I have my attention on Yashu-san and Shiroya-san, Izawa said with a solemn expression. Kanna was rendered speechless. This Fujoshi girl's mind nearly exploded. To think that my own handsome spirit-branded retainer has his attention trained on two other boys. Various fantasies of boys' love scenes flashed through her mind, love and hate relationships between the three handsome boys, Yuke and Seme, secret feelings for each other, intimate contact, and a love triangle were all included in her fantasies. Kanna coughed mentally. Perhaps I'm getting a bit too excited. Kanna did her best to suppress her fantasies and asked, why do you have your attention on them? Izawa fell silent for a moment. Before I served Milady, I met Yashu-san in the past, he revealed. At that time, Yashu-san was a friendly and open individual who took good care of me. Today, when I came here and happened to see Yashu-san in the garden, I was quite happy to see an old friend. However, when I went over to chat with him, not only did Yashu-san not know who I was, he had a terribly cold attitude, and the look in his eyes seemed abnormal. I was quite concerned about what he must have experienced. I asked him about it, but he refused to talk to me. A beautiful past, a coincidental reunion, and an unexpected change. One side was cold and heartless, and the other was struggling to conceal their sadness. Kanna grew even more excited. Her mind started running wild again. After that, Izawa continued, I met Shiroya-san. Although Shiroya-san is concealing his true appearance, after I talked to him, I felt that he is a friendly and open individual. He loves light novels, anime, and manga, which matches Milady's interests quite well. I feel that he would get along excellently with Milady, but he's unwilling to show his true self, which is truly regrettable. Shiroya is an otaku? He compliments his master Natsuya so well, perhaps he became an otaku because of Natsuya, Kanna mused. After the game began, I saw that Shiroya-san defeated Yashu-san in their first match. He was quite strong in his other match as well, which was why he caught my attention. Afterwards, I fought against Yashu-san and was defeated. I had a deep impression of Yashu-san's true strength. Will Yashu-san's master challenge Shiroya-san's master to another duel? If they duel again, who will win? I'd really like to know the answer to this question. Izawa expressed his true thoughts, but Kanna misunderstood them. I understand, Ryuno, she thought, feeling a pang of pity. I understand quite clearly. On one side is an old flame that you have deep feelings for, and you are happy to see him again. Even if he rejected you coldly, you still can't let go of your feelings. On the other side is your new romantic interest. You received a warm feeling from him on your first meeting. What's new and fresh is always exciting. And now, the two of them are about to fight, so you want to watch them. This is only natural. I can't take this anymore. I can't stop my own imagination. The Fujoshi Yin-Yang master envisioned such an out-of-control scene in her mind that she almost went wild. She couldn't control her raging heart, and her face flushed crimson. Izawa was mystified by her reaction. He was about to ask why his master had such a strange expression, when he suddenly saw bright red liquid spurt out of her nose. Milady! You're bleeding! Izawa was shocked by this occurrence. It's just a nosebleed, no need to mind it. Kanna covered her nose with one hand. With sparkling eyes, she gave Izawa a big thumbs up with her other hand and said, "Thanks for the meal." Izawa was confused and grunted foolishly. There was no food in sight. Kanna placed her arms on her hips after she blocked her nosebleed with some napkins. Alright, let's go back out again and look at your lovers. Whoops, I meant the two people that caught your attention. After the second round finished, the judge Ryuta Maritama once again displayed the point rankings. Natsuya had risen up to claim first place. Akatsuki wasn't doing too badly as well, he was now fourth. The third round began after everyone drew cards again. For this round's duels, the majority of the Yin-Yang masters opted to use their cooperative battle cards and left the card table to go assist their spirit-branded retainers in combat. The duels became even more spectacular to watch. The Yin-Yang masters cast spells to strengthen or protect their own spirit-branded retainers and also attacked or obstructed their foe. The cooperation between master and retainer, the strength of their spells, their timing, their judgment of the situation, all of the above was important. Seiji and Natsuya had never cooperated in battle together like this. Although this put them at a disadvantage, they believed in each other. Seiji trusted in Natsuya, and she trusted in him as well. Mutual trust was the foundation of unspoken cooperation, so he decided to make up for what they lacked in experience with spirit. It was now Akatsuki Mitarai's turn. He used both his dual card and cooperative battle cards to target Natsuya. He came for them as expected. Not only did Seiji and Natsuya expect this, the others were also anticipating it. As expected, Mitarai-kun wants his revenge. I'm looking forward to it. Yep, I'm curious to see whether Hanyu Yashu or Shiroya-kun will emerge victorious when both are fighting seriously, but I'm curious about Shiroya-kun's true appearance. I hope that his disguise gets unveiled during the course of battle. The Yin-Yang masters laughed and chatted about the upcoming duel. Some people asked Natsuya just who Shiroya was and why he was unwilling to show his true appearance. Natsuya politely responded by saying that it was a secret. When they heard this, the Yin-Yang masters refrained from inquiring. As for how many people among them cast spells to see through the disguise and discovered the truth for themselves, that was unknown. It was just as Seiji had told Izawa before. His own action was meaningless as many would be able to discover his identity. It was his attitude that was meaningful. It's fine if you find out who I am. Just don't say it out loud in public, because I want to avoid trouble. If someone intentionally said it out loud, then that would be intentionally going against him. For the time being, nobody did such a thing. Natsuya also used her cooperative battle card against Akatsuki Matarai's challenge. It'll be really interesting to watch Matarai-kun and Yorahana-san cast their support spells as well. That's right. I really want to know who will do a better job between them. Matarai-kun likes Yorahana-san, so perhaps he'll go easy on her. No, with Yorahana-san's personality, she probably wouldn't like that. Matarai-kun should display his true power. I agree. It's wrong to go easy on her. They should go all out. The people involved in the duel didn't hear these discussions. Both pairs had left the card table to head for the dueling arena. Seiji entered the arena and stood facing Yashu. Natsuya stood behind Seiji outside of the dueling arena. Akatsuki similarly stood behind Yashu. Shunsuke Furukawa checked to ensure that both sides were ready and gestured for the duel to begin. Battle, start. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Aura 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 Aura. Chapter 347, Aura 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 Aura. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Akatsuki lifted his hand, creating a small spell formation on his palm. The exact same spell formation appeared on Yashu's back. Instantly, a strong light engulfed his body and formed a purple-red glow that enveloped him. The familiar longhorn Hanyu mask appeared on Yashu's face. At the same time, Seiji knew that he couldn't hold back any longer and decisively cast the spell-evolved version of his body-strengthening technique. A golden mist instantly enveloped him. Spirals of runes appeared on his skin, and his hair lit up with a golden glow. The golden Seiji looked much more spirited. Yashu's immense magical claw cut through the air as it fell down upon Seiji. Seiji managed to dodge the claw, and Natsuya began casting a spell. Numerous dark red lights materialized and shot towards Yashu in an aerostorm. Yashu blocked some of the lights, but many embedded themselves into the ground. They connected with each other and restrained Yashu's body. Yashu let out a fierce shout, using the sound waves to shred Natsuya's red lights. In response, Seiji cast his evolved mana barrier, causing a watery golden light to appear around him. He used this to forcibly endure the sound wave and rushed through with a punch. Boom, his punch was blocked. Akatsuki Matarai strengthened Yashu's barrier for him. When Seiji punched, his fist was completely blocked by a purple-red light. Yashu struck out with his claw again. Asterisk smack. Asterisk Seiji was knocked away. Yashu rushed up to Seiji, intending to perform a follow-up attack. Natsuya cast a spell which sent a dark red sword of light to chop down on Yashu, preventing his attack in the nick of time. Akatsuki snorted and formed a jutsu symbol with his hands, causing countless white threads to shoot towards Seiji. Natsuya countered by slicing through the white threads with her sword of light. Right now, the contest between the yin-yang master's spells and spirit-branded retainers' attacks was a wonderful scene that enraptured all the spectators. Can anyone tell what spell Shiroya-kun is using? I can't. I can't determine his bonded spirit either. How mysterious. No matter what it is, it seems like he's not as strong as a serious Hanyu Yashu. That's right, Shiroya-kun is being suppressed by Hanyu Yashu. Yorahana-san's support isn't as good as Matarai-kun's. It's obvious that. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Yashu was kicked into the air. This sight surprised all the spectators. Only those who had been watching the battle intensely with full concentration, such as Izawa and Kanna, were able to see what just happened clearly. Yasha's magical claw had suddenly collapsed, and Shiroya took this opportunity to counterattack with a kick that destroyed Yashu's protective barrier. The kick connected directly with Yasha's body, which was why he had been kicked away. What just happened? Although he saw it clearly, Izawa still didn't understand what had happened. Why did Yashu-san's magical claw just collapse like that? And his barrier. Yashu-san's barrier should have been greatly strengthened by his master, so why did it break so easily from a normal kick? Since even Izawa was confused when he had seen what had happened clearly, everyone else was even more confused. All they saw was the situation suddenly turning in Shiroya's favor. Shiroya and Yashu had swapped roles, now Shiroya was the one suppressing and chasing after Yashu. The change in the situation was too sudden for everyone to take in. They didn't understand what happened. It was actually the corrosion power. Yashu's magical claw clashed against Seiji's evolved mana barrier multiple times, so it had corroded. Seiji's evolved body strengthening technique possessed the same corrosion power, and Yashu's personal barrier was also corroded due to Seiji's attacks. Yashu was the first to notice that something was off, and Akatsuki noticed immediately after. Yashu was unable to prevent his own spells from being corroded. Akatsuki attempted to cast a cleansing spell, but Natsuya kept him occupied. The corrosion increased at a rapid rate, until Yashu's magical claw collapsed and his barrier was greatly weakened, causing the situation that just occurred. What spell is that? Akatsuki asked Natsuya with furrowed brows. Sorry, but it's a secret, Natsuya responded calmly. Boom. Star. Yashu was kicked back down to the earth. He barely managed to adjust his position while falling, avoiding the embarrassing scene of hitting the ground face first. However, he still landed rather awkwardly. Akatsuki looked towards Yashu. Yashu looked towards Akatsuki as well and understood the latter's intentions through this nonverbal exchange. He then took off the black glove on his left hand. Like his right hand, the back of his left hand was inscribed with a claw-shaped drawing. A complex spell formation shaped like a claw suddenly arose from his hands. Suddenly, there was a golden flash. Seiji had punched towards Yashu. Smack. His fist was blocked by the sudden appearance of a hexagonal spell formation. This hexagonal spell formation appeared all around Yashu, covering him in endless amounts of runes. Akatsuki formed a jutsu symbol with his hands while quickly muttering an incantation. Break through it! Natsuya shouted at Seiji. Seiji backed away slightly and pointed at the hexagonal spell formation. Mana swiftly gathered at his hand, causing specks of golden light to appear. Natsuya also began preparing a powerful jutsu technique. Seiji used his evolved mana bullet. Destruction curse, twirling swords. Seiji shot out a gigantic golden bullet of light, while Natsuya's spell created 5 dark red magical swords that rotated at a high speed. Their spells attacked the hexagonal spell formation in unison. However, they were slightly too late. Akatsuki extended his palms, having finished casting his spell. The moment that the golden mana bullet and the twirling swords hit the hexagonal spell formation, the spell formation let off a blinding light and exploded like a bomb. Boom. Star. With a golden explosion of light, the magical swords were shattered, and pillars of light shot up towards the heavens. The scene resembled a nuclear explosion. A white shadow dashed through the blinding light and swung a pale white claw towards Seiji. Seiji did his best to dodge, but was still hit by the claw. He saw that Yashu's demon face mask had transformed into a purplish-black color and that he was covered by a thick white light, which made it seem like he was wearing a white robe. Yashu's hands transformed into something resembling real demon claws. They were long, pale white things that glistened sharply. Yashu's speed was incredibly quick. Seiji was unable to dodge, so he could only do his best to block. Since his opponent's speed was too fast, he received many blows in just a short time frame. Natsuya cast a spell to attack Yashu, but it didn't work. quickly cast normal spells were completely ineffective against Yashu in this form. So powerful. Hanyu Yashu actually promoted himself to a higher rank. What spell is that? Seems like a short-term power-increasing berserker spell, although I don't know the specifics. Just how did he increase his power by so much? This must be due to Matarai-kun's assistance. It was him who brought out Hanyu Yashu's true power. It's over now. Don't come to a hasty conclusion. Yorohana-san and Shiroya-kun just used a mysterious technique to win their previous duel. Perhaps they still have some hidden trump cards. If they do, then they should use them right now. Judging by Yorohana-san's appearance, it doesn't seem like she has any hidden trump cards. That was indeed the case. Yashu had greatly increased his strength, and his spirits level was now above Seiji's spirits level. Natsuya couldn't think of any method to deal with this. Akatsuki Matarai was the victor. Most people at the card table had this opinion. Kanna Fujihara also had this opinion. However, Ryuno Izawa had a different opinion. The mysterious Shiroya had a mysterious bonded spirit and mysterious power. He didn't think that such a person would lose so easily. He had no proof for his belief. It was based only on his instinct. Seiji's mana barrier collapsed under Yashu's furious barrage of attacks. The pale white demon claw swiped unhesitatingly towards his throat. He heard Natsuya shouting something that he couldn't hear clearly. That was because time suddenly slowed down for him. He had activated bullet time. Narua Yashu, you're truly quick. But right now, I'm going to be even quicker than you. Seiji clenched his fist. Light from the brink, activate. For the next 3 minutes, he would have limitless stamina and mana. Lightning strike. He unleashed a furious barrage of punches on his opponent's demon face mask. His fists transformed into rays of light. Aura, 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 aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348. You must actually be someone famous for being strong. Chapter 348. You must actually be someone famous for being strong. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Megafast, Lightning Strike. This was the second ever time Seiji had used this ability. He had previously used it against Iroha Hasegawa. As he unleashed punch after punch at an insanely high speed, he mentally added a classic anime sound effect. The observers saw Yashu shatter Shiroya's personal barrier, and then at the same moment Yorohana-san shouted stop, there was an explosive light. The light was followed by a series of impact sounds. Immediately after, Yashu was sent flying backwards a great distance, his body somewhat distorted. Yashu crashed into the ground and rolled around several times before he finally managed to regain his feet. 1/3 of his purple-black demon face mask had been destroyed, and the white light around him was flickering, as if it were a half-broken light bulb. After he managed to stand up, Yashu immediately rushed towards his opponent again. However, it was useless. He had been knocked out of bounds. Shiroya-san and Yorohana-san's victory, Shunsuke Furukawa announced. Everyone who heard his voice was still in a shocked state, and this included Natsuya. What had just happened? The Yin-Yang masters exchanged awkward glances. Was that a spell just now? No, it was a martial arts technique, right? Who saw what just happened clearly? I couldn't see very clearly, but it seemed like Shiroya-kun used a high-speed attack at that moment. He attacked numerous times at an incredibly high speed. A super-fast martial arts technique, is it? Yes, that's probably it. No, actually, it couldn't have been a simple martial arts technique. He must have used some secret spell as well, because that speed was unimaginable. To knock away the berserk Hanyu Yashu and leave him in such a disheveled state was testament to how strong Shiroya's explosive power was. A martial arts technique that was powerful enough to surpass the difference in the two bonded spirits' strength. Just how fast was that technique? Or, to put it a different way, how many times did Shiroya attack in that short instant? Nobody knew, because nobody could see it clearly. Even Seiji himself didn't know how many times he had punched and kicked, because he hadn't been counting. His only thought was, this guy's body is a lot harder than Iroha Hasegawa's. My fists kinda hurt from punching him. What was that power? Natsuya was just as confused as everyone else, but then she came to her own mistaken realization. It must have been the power of that mysterious spirit. She assumed that the female spirit was roused from her slumber at this critical moment, allowing Seiji to use her spells or even her martial arts techniques to unleash a finishing blow. As for the specifics, she just had to ask Seiji later. The most important part was that they had one. Natsuya smiled as she watched Seiji saunter over to her and flash a big thumbs up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Akatsuki Matarai had a grim expression. After he restrained Yashu and cancelled the berserk spell on him, Akatsuki slowly turned to look in Natsuya's direction. Natsuya stared back at him. Seiji, who was standing beside Natsuya, was also staring at him. Akatsuki felt humiliated by this. He had believed in his own victory but was forcibly defeated twice in a row. Although the game wasn't over yet, there were no more chances for him to surpass Natsuya in points. It was his loss. Why is this Haruta family's trash able to? Even though he's infamous for being trash and his spiritual power is barely adequate for him to be a spirit-branded retainer, and only a temporary one at that, why does he have such power? But Akatsuki clenched his fists and furrowed his brows deeply. He couldn't understand how it was possible. Natsuya retracted her gaze and walked back to the card table. She had wanted to say something, but after seeing how Akatsuki, she decided it would be unnecessary. Seiji retracted his gaze as well and followed Natsuya to the card table. After returning, all the others congratulated them on their victory. The Yin-Yang masters gathered were even more curious about Shiroya. Natsuya and Seiji kept their calm and dealt with the questions appropriately. Akatsuki returned to the card table with a calm expression. However, his eyes gleamed with an icy light, evidently he was anything but calm. The game came to a conclusion. Natsuya was ranked first in points and received an extravagant prize, a seaside mansion. That's right, an entire mansion. It even came with its own private beach. By the way, the prize for second place was a personal yacht, while the master in third place received a racing car. Yin-Yang masters sure are rich, Seiji exclaimed in his mind. Natsuya looked towards Seiji after she received the property deed from Ryuta Maritama. Would you like to have it? Would you like this mansion? She waved the exquisite-looking document folder at him. Her tone was as casual as someone offering a can of juice. Seiji blinked at this. If I say I want it, you'll give it to me? Natsuya nodded. Yep. You don't want it for yourself? I already have one. Oh. Seiji mulled it over. Although having a seaside mansion sounds very attractive, it doesn't seem all that useful to me. Although he could visit it whenever he wanted to have fun, most of the time it would just sit there unattended, and he felt like maintaining it would be quite bothersome. Then how about I give you something else instead? Is there anything that you want? Not for the time being. Natsuya smiled. What about a spiritual weapon? A spiritual weapon. I think that it's for the best if you start practicing with your own personal spiritual weapon as early as possible. You have a point. Seiji nodded in agreement. I'd like to have one then. If possible, could you give me one suitable for a beginner? What type of weapon would you like? Seiji thought it over. How about a wooden sword? The wooden sword from the Uehara family seemed pretty nice. While that wooden sword's level was a bit high for him, he could probably play around with a beginner level one. To be honest, he felt tempted to ask for a long sword like Sheikah's demon blade Muramasa, but he felt that it would be too difficult to start from real swords, so it would make sense to start with a wooden sword. Didn't famous heroes all start from wooden swords, anyway? A wooden sword. I got it. Natsuya nodded. After that was lunchtime. Ryota Maritama led everyone back to the residence to a second-floor dining hall. This dining hall was extravagantly furnished. It had the appearance of a top-class restaurant from the business district. Seiji and Natsuya sat down by a window and began browsing through the provided menus. "Can we sit here?" a female voice asked. It was Kanna Fujihara, who was accompanied by her spirit-branded retainer, Ryuno Izawa. Natsuya smiled. "Of course. Please take a seat." Kanna and Izawa sat down. "Izawa-san, how are your injuries?" Seiji asked. "It's nothing serious," Izawa said. "Thank you for your concern." The Fujoshi Kanna's eyes lit up at seeing this scene. "Fujihara-san, what would you like to eat?" Natsuya handed Kanna a menu to break the ice. "I'm satisfied with this. I would like to have some Huaxia cuisine." Kanna finally returned to her senses. The four of them began discussing the menu options and food available. They had fun chatting. Izawa seriously expressed his admiration for Seiji's duel against Hanyu Yashu. "Shiroya-san," he praised, "it was incredible how you defeated that Hanyu Yashu." "To be honest," Kanna added, "I thought that Shiroya-san was going to lose. It looked like you were at a disadvantage. My opponent was indeed strong. I was able to emerge victorious in the end because of luck." Seiji remained humble. "No, you definitely didn't win due to luck." Izawa's eyes lit up in excitement. "You made 2 comebacks in a row, and I could barely see the spells that you used at the critical moment. All I can do is sigh in amazement." "Shiroya-san, you must actually be someone famous for being strong, right? You must be disguising yourself because revealing your identity would cause too large of a commotion and would disturb the party, right?" Seiji was rendered speechless. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 349, I didn't like him, so I beat him up. Chapter 349, I didn't like him, so I beat him up. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji wasn't someone famous for being strong. In fact, he was famous for being trash. Izawa's guess was completely off the mark. Seiji, not knowing how to respond to Izawa, remained silent. He glanced over at Natsuya and noticed her strange expression. Izawa, however, mistook Seiji's silence for tacit admittance and confirmed his conjecture in his mind. "I apologize for bringing this up again. I shall make no further mention of it." "It's fine," Seiji said quickly. "I'm not someone famous for being strong." Izawa revealed a faint smile. "I understand. There's no need to say any more, Shiroya-san. Just what did you understand there?" When he saw Izawa's expression, Seiji knew that the man had definitely misunderstood him. He wanted to explain, but he was clueless as to how he could do so. What was he meant to do? Reveal his true identity? While this was an option, he felt that it would be unnecessary. He probably wouldn't meet Izawa again after this party. Or even if they met again in the future, who knows when that would be. I wonder what the presidents think about this. Seiji looked towards Natsuya. She indicated non-verbally that he should decide for himself. At this moment, their food arrived. Seiji was hungry, so when he saw plates of delicious food arriving for him, he put the matter behind him and started eating. During the meal, Kanna began chatting about anime and manga. Seiji responded well to this topic and kept the conversation flowing. By the time lunch was over, Kanna Fujihara was still having fun. As they walked together to the resting area, she kept up an unending stream of conversation with Seiji. Kanna didn't relent in the slightest even when they arrived. Seiji enjoyed their conversation except for the topic of boys' love, which was a little. He mentioned that this topic made him slightly uncomfortable on numerous occasions, but this anime-crazed girl seemed to be running amok. At every opportunity, she changed the conversation's direction to that topic and expounded on it at length. It was only now that Seiji could personally empathize with Izawa's difficulties. In a way, serving such a master would definitely be a difficult task. Right now, Ryuno Izawa was free. He merely stood by his lady master's side like a silent statue. He neither interrupted nor spoke and blended perfectly into the scenery. Natsuya, however, was currently feeling dissatisfied. The passionate conversation between Kanna and Seiji made her feel somewhat left out. Although neither of them ignored her, she was unable to get involved as they were wading deep into the sea of anime and manga. This left her with a rather unpleasant taste in her mouth. After sitting for a while, Natsuya stood up to go to the restroom. After leaving the restroom, she saw Akatsuki Matarai loitering in the hallway. He was looking out of the window. Natsuya glanced at him for a moment. Almost instantly, she looked away and walked past him without acknowledging his presence. "Don't you want to know why I suddenly took such a direct method and even proposed such a bet?" Akatsuki asked, turning around to look at her as she walked past him. Natsuya stopped in her tracks. His behavior was indeed unexpected. Not only was he direct, he even gambled. This did make her somewhat curious. "Because I want you to accept me," Akatsuki said in a soft voice. "I want you to accept my true self, not the mask that I've worn for so long." Natsuya slowly looked towards him. "I'm not an ordinary person. I've been aware of this ever since I was young. I'm a special existence. However, the regrettable part is that ordinary people can't understand the special me, including even my parents. That's why I have to wear a mask, the disguise of an ordinary person. Although this is rather sad, there's some fun to be had in it." Akatsuki smiled thinly. This smile wasn't his typical fake and gentle smile. It was something different, a smile that seemed to contain an incredible darkness. Natsuya's brows knit together when she saw this smile. "The first time that I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. I felt that you were far too beautiful, and my mask slipped for a split second. Oh yes, your eyesight happened to be quite sharp, Natsuya. You detected my true self. Afterwards, I tried to get closer to you, but as you were an ordinary person, you were unable to accept the special me. You were stubborn about it, and for the first time, I tasted the bitterness of rejection. I felt anxious and angry. Those emotions were unpleasant, truly unpleasant, but they only served to elevate your position in my heart. In my eyes, you grew increasingly beautiful. That was truly interesting. After I noticed this, I even began to enjoy your rejections. But this can't continue forever. Your beauty has its limits. Every flower has a time when it blooms. After this time passes, it'll begin to wilt. That time is almost upon us. I must have you before this time arrives, no matter what. I wore my ordinary person mask and used ordinary methods to get closer to you. Although that was a little fun, it's time to stop that now. That was why I directly told you my intentions and even gambled with you. I wanted a kiss from you, but that was only the start. After that, you'd give me more and more. However, I never expected that I would lose." Akatsuki's eyes were chipped ice. "I admit it, I underestimated that guy, but no matter. Losing has its own benefits. Although I can't obtain you step by step, obtaining you all at once will be quite fun as well. In fact, I'm looking forward to it even more. Right now," Akatsuki said, licking his lips, "your beauty is at its peak. I can't wait for the moment I obtain you." Natsuya felt an indescribable chill wash over her. Her stomach churned and roiled, and she struggled to suppress the urge to run back to the restroom and vomit. "You lost your bet already, so don't approach me," she said coldly. The terms of the bet state that I cannot approach you anymore. They say nothing about being unable to obtain you. You're just using sophistry. Not at all. Akatsuki smiled. But if you think that I'm going back on my word, go ahead and tell me Yura-san. Even if I'm punished, or if this is publicized, or if I'm laughed at, none of it matters. At any rate, when I obtain you, all of this will be nothing more than a joke. You won't be able to do as you wish. Natsuya's eyes were now filled with frosty rage. I can indeed. Akatsuki strode towards her, his face twisted with unnatural malice. Natsuya was just about to react, but someone was quicker than she was. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her and unleashed a merciless punch at Akatsuki's face. Akatsuki raised his hands to block the punch, but he was still sent flying by the powerful force. He crashed through the window and fell to the dirt. Seiji. I saw that guy getting close to you with a strange expression on his face. He seemed like he was about to do something rude to you, so I punched him. Seiji looked over Natsuya. Are you alright? He asked in a concerned voice. I'm alright. Will there be a problem since knocked him through a window like that? No, it's not a problem at all. Natsuya grinned and flashed him a thumbs up. Instead, I should be saying good job. A cold breeze came in through the window. However, the president's heart was brimming with warmth. Akatsuki didn't make that punch into an official incident. Natsuya had already mentally prepared herself to deal with such an incident. She'd already met with Miura-san in order to explain what happened. It was then that she discovered that Akatsuki hadn't reported the incident. Inflating this matter into a scandal probably wouldn't benefit him, she mused. Some people had heard the commotion, while others bore witness to the events, sparking discussions everywhere. Shiroya-san, did you really knock Matarai-san out through a window? Kanna inquired, blinking her eyes curiously. That's right. Wow, so vicious. Shiroya-san would definitely have his reasons for doing so, Izawa said. Did something happen at the time? I didn't like him, so I beat him up, Seiji said directly. Izawa was rendered speechless. Shiroya did it to protect me, Natsuya clarified in a soft voice. She looked at Seiji with a gentle expression and continued, Shiroya believed that Matarai was about to do something rude to me, so he simply acted to prevent him from doing so, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, Lap Pillow. Chapter 350, Lap Pillow. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Kanna saw this and noticed Natsuya's true feelings. She now understood that her previous conjecture about Natsuya and Akatsuki had been incorrect. So there was a reason after all. Izawa smiled faintly. Shiroya-san is highly protective of his master, so it was an impulsive action. Even if I didn't interfere, Natsuya probably would have knocked him away, so it doesn't count for much in terms of protection, Seiji said. I just acted on my impulse and beat him up, but you shouldn't say that, Shiroya-san, Kanna said with a smile. Even if Yurahana-san has the ability to protect herself, she still needs a boy to protect her. After all, girls like that kind of thing. That's not what I meant. I'm not saying that Natsuya doesn't need protection, I meant that I didn't help Natsuya all that much. I just did what I wanted to do, and that's all there is to it. No, you were a great help to me, Natsuya said in a gentle voice. You appeared at just the right time. I'm truly grateful, and your presence made me feel quite reassured. Seiji didn't know how to react to the president's forthrightness and was a little embarrassed. Wow, so sweet. Kanna felt like they were showing off their lovey-doveyness. Izawa also noticed the atmosphere and blinked in realization. After a momentary silence, Kanna spoke up. Ryuno, let's go back to the dining hall and grab some more food. Kanna decisively made the decision to stop being an unwanted fifth wheel. Milady, you're hungry again already? Yeah, I didn't eat enough earlier, and now I'm starving again. Let's go. Let's go already. Kanna dragged the dense Izawa away without even saying goodbye. The ambiguous look she shot at Seiji and Natsuya said it all. We won't get in your way, so have fun being lovebirds. Seiji and Natsuya watched them leave before looking back towards each other. Natsuya took a long, good look at his face. Seiji was unable to bear it and averted his gaze, which made Natsuya smile. Can you accompany me outside for a walk? She asked gently. Of course, he said. And so, the two of them left their seats and went out for a walk. They arrived at the garden where the spirit-branded retainers had been waiting at earlier. This is a beautiful garden. The other spirit-branded retainers and I were waiting here at the beginning. What did you do here? Not much. I just sat down in that pagoda, chatted with Izawa-san, and borrowed a light novel from him to read. What type of light novel? Its name is I reincarnated to another world and became a female magical swordsman. In the story, the protagonist, a male otaku, is killed by a truck and reincarnates into a different world as a beautiful girl. He trains and becomes a swordsman before embarking on a magical adventure. Natsuya was rendered speechless. It wasn't something that Izawa himself wanted to read, it was a book that Fujihara-san set for homework. She even forced him to write a 500-word book report on it afterwards. Seiji sighed and continued, Izawa-san has it difficult, serving a master like her. Haha, indeed. Natsuya recalled Kanna's endless preaching about boys' love and couldn't help but smile. Is it an interesting novel? It's pretty interesting. Although some of the scenes are a bit exaggerated, overall it's still pretty good. If I had to write a book report about it, it would be quite easy. Oh, then I'll buy a copy and read it as well. I don't recommend that one to you. Some of the jokes in it may be difficult for you to understand, Seiji said in a roundabout fashion. This genre of the novel was specifically aimed at a male audience. In other words, it had lots of ecchi gentlemanly content. This was definitely not a good novel to recommend to a female reader, especially one who was only a beginner at light novels. Natsuya, you don't read light novels often, right? That's correct. If you'd like to read one, I recommend you start with an excellent novel that most normal readers will find easy to understand and enjoy, such as Chronicles of the Demon Blade. Seiji began to give her a detailed review. Natsuya quietly listened to him talk. Actually, she wasn't interested in light novels. She just wanted to read what he enjoyed reading. Alright, Shika-chan and I cooperated to write the story Brother Monogatari. It's already scheduled to be published. Although I don't know the date, it should be out soon. Seiji smiled. This story has mysterious, mystical demons and spirits as the main topic. If you're interested, try reading it when it's available. Natsuya blinked in surprise. She already learned from Mai that Seiji was writing a story together with Shika Kagura. However, she didn't expect that it would be published so quickly. Natsuya smiled. I'm quite interested in it, idle to mention by the Shore-sensei. You must tell me when it's officially published. I'll immediately purchase a copy on the first day. And, you know about it? Seiji was surprised by this. Fuju-san told me about it. I've read your short story that was published in a magazine before. Should I give you my review? Please, by all means. I thought it was wonderful, the best short light novel I've ever read, Natsuya said sincerely. Although you just admitted that you don't read this type of novel very often, I'm still happy to hear that. Thank you for your praise. Seiji bowed. Both of them smiled. As long as it's your story, I'll read it. I already am your fan, Shore-sensei. It's my honor to have such a great fan like you. It's even giving me pressure. Looks like I'll have to work even harder in the future. The boy and girl chatted casually as they strolled through the grounds. After walking a circle around the garden, they sat down together in the pagoda. A moment of silence fell between them. As Seiji was silently observing their forested surroundings, Natsuya suddenly reached over and removed his sunglasses. He looked towards Natsuya and saw that she was grinning widely. She then removed his wool knit hat and flattened his high collar. "What's the matter?" Seiji asked. "I want to see your face." There was a gentle expression on Natsuya's face, and her eyes were as still as water. Seiji was rendered speechless. He was caught off guard by this sudden cannon attack. This sentence combined with the beautiful president's current expression seemed just like cheating. A series of difficult-to-describe emotions welled up within him, his insides burned, yet he felt somewhat stifled, and even itchy. You're quite familiar with my face already. There's not much to look at." Seiji averted his gaze. Natsuya's heart began beating even quicker when she saw how embarrassed Seiji was. She didn't know why she had this sudden impulse, but she did, and couldn't help but follow her heart and voice her thoughts. Although she was somewhat embarrassed inside a corner of her heart, at the current moment, the urge to follow her impulse had far surpassed her embarrassment. "Yes, I'm quite familiar with your face, but no matter how familiar I am with it, I can't get enough." Just what am I saying? Me of all people. Natsuya berated herself even as she said this. An embarrassed voice protested from the corner of her heart. However, this voice was far too weak and didn't accomplish anything at all. Seiji's body froze solid from this second sudden cannon attack. After that, he felt his head being pulled down by her hands, and he collapsed. His head fell into something soft. The soft sensation, faint aroma, and comfortable feeling caused Seiji's mind to go blank for several seconds. Finally, he realized what was happening to him. This pose, this experience, could it be the legendary lap pillow? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351, You're an idiot who's too easy to take advantage of. Chapter 351, You're an idiot who's too easy to take advantage of. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. A lap pillow. Any otaku with a girlfriend would dream of experiencing this good fortune. Seiji, not expecting the student council president to take the initiative to offer her lap, was unable to react for a long while. Natsuya gently adjusted his head so that he was laying down flat in a comfortable position, looking up at her. She smiled. "Now I'm able to see you quite clearly." Seiji was lost for words as he looked up at her. His heart threatened to burst out of his chest. As they stared at each other, Seiji almost lost himself in the pools of her eyes. He couldn't help but avert his gaze. Suddenly, everything turned dark. Natsuya had covered his eyes with her flawless hand. "You're tired. Close your eyes and rest a while." "Okay." Seiji obediently closed his eyes. To be able to rest in the beautiful scion's lap in such an elegant pagoda surrounded by the extravagant garden. This really is living the life, he mused. He was so lucky. He was ridiculously lucky. A crimson flush crept up the scion's cheeks, and her eyes moistened as she observed the handsome boy who had closed his eyes. Moa. Ah. What did I just do? The little voice inside her head suddenly grew in importance and volume. She was unable to think about anything else. Saying things like "I want to see your face" and "I can't get enough" is just too daring. Why couldn't I stop myself from saying it, even though I knew I would be embarrassed? Why did my body act on its own and say these things without minding the embarrassment at all? I even took action. Have I been possessed by something strange? Have I been struck by some weird, ancient curse? This was just like the previous instance. Even though she had only wanted to ask him to call her by her first name, it somehow turned into her inviting him to spend the winter snow festival together. That's enough. Why are things like this? Why did something like this happen again? Because this is what you truly want, a tiny voice in her heart whispered. No, that can't be it. I'm not, okay, maybe a little, but I didn't want to do such a thing. What I want is to take it normally. I planned on doing things step by step. Inviting him to the winter snow festival or letting him rest on my lap is too quick for me. Is it really so quick? The tiny voice questioned. If it's someone you love, you should grab any opportunity you can. This current rate of development isn't actually that quick, is it? No, it's too quick. Natsuya tried to remain firm. You're not the only one that likes him. Even if you think you're moving too quick, you might actually be behind some other girls, you know. Wah! Natsuya received an impact from this. You know that he attracts girls like a light attracting moths. Is it truly best to act slowly? What if he's stolen away from you by some other girl first? Natsuya didn't know what to say to her own inner voice at this. If, one day, he says I have a girlfriend now, what will you think? Do you think you can remain calm? Will you smile and give him your blessings? Perhaps I can. Perhaps you can control your emotions on the surface due to your many years of practice and act as a friend should, but what about afterwards? Would you give up on him? Or, would you use certain methods to make them split up? I wouldn't do that. Natsuya wanted to say that, but she was unable to say it, even in her head. You would do something like that. As long as it's possible, you'll definitely take action to obtain what you desire. Because, in the end, you're Natsuya Yorahana. This voice chortled loudly. Natsuya knew that this was her own, real voice. She was currently talking to her inner heart. Do you think that you're some type of holy existence? When did you get such a mistaken impression of yourself? You were never such a pure and kind girl to begin with. You're the daughter of the Yorahana family, someone whose hands are stained with blood and darkness. The voice cackled and continued, from the very start, you helped him transfer to your high school because of his potential use. You treated him sincerely only to win his trust. His astonishing rate of growth gave you a pleasant surprise, and you hoped that he would quickly become stronger so that he would be able to help you in the future. From the very start even up to now, you've never looked at him with pure intentions and have always been considering your personal benefits as well, haven't you? Natsuya fell silent at this. Indeed, asking him to come to this type of party with her, and making him into her shield to block Akatsuki Matarai, wasn't this the same as taking advantage of him? Actually, you didn't have to participate, as long as you paid a sufficient price. Or you could have come to this party by yourself, as long as you were determined enough to tolerate Akatsuki. However, you chose to ask him for help, making him risk danger in order to battle on your behalf. You are such a girl, Natsuya, so stop pretending to be pure, and be true to yourself. Act swiftly to obtain him. Either use a normal and direct method, or use some little tricks and plans, but either way, hurry up and grab onto him and claim him for yourself. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the more difficult it will be to obtain him. If you want to observe him for a little longer, that's fine too, but you should still act like you did now by offering him your lap. You must make him focus on you at any rate. Don't be too slow about things. Be clear about what you want, then take action. Natsuya didn't know what to think anymore. After conversing, self-contemplating, even with her inner heart, Natsuya now felt conflicted. She reached out with her hand to stroke the resting Seiji's face, but her hand froze in midair, and she was unable to move it. Seiji, having noticed something, opened his eyes. He saw that the president was looking at him with a melancholy look in her eyes. What's the matter? Nothing. Natsuya averted her gaze. Seiji looked a long while at her face. Are you troubled about something? Is it because of Akatsuki Matarai? Did he say something to you back there? Natsuya's heart was warmed by his concern, but she also felt somewhat conflicted. He did say some things to me, but it wasn't much. No need to worry. It doesn't seem like it's nothing much, Seiji mused. If there's anything that you think I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask me, he told her sincerely. Natsuya looked towards him again and slowly revealed a complicated smile. Thank you, but it's not a good thing when someone like me treats others so gently. I'm a selfish girl who cares immensely about her own personal benefits. Whenever I see someone, I'll automatically assess their value, she said in a light voice. Anyone that's worthless will be ignored or pushed away by me. If they're useful, then I'll find a way to make use of them. If I have to pay money to make use of someone, I will. If I have to pay with emotions to make use of someone, then I'll pay with my emotions. It's not an equivalent exchange. I always pay something of lower value in order to obtain something of greater value to me. Such as you, Seiji. In the Amami-san incident, I merely helped you without any risk to myself. And this time, I had you become my shield and put you at risk unnecessarily. I took advantage of you, not only this time, but last time as well. You're an idiot who's too easy to take advantage of. You're so nice that I can't even bear to watch it anymore, which is why I'm telling you the truth. Natsuya Yorihana is an incredibly terrible person who takes advantage of others in order to maintain her own status and survival. Natsuya's gaze turned somewhat melancholy and distant. This is my true nature. See it clearly for yourself, Seiji. When dealing with someone like me, you should be more vigilant. It's better for you to not be so gentle. Seiji's eyes widened. Inwardly, Natsuya felt nervous upon seeing his expression. She felt a pain from deep within her heart. I shouldn't have said all this, but that's just the type of person I actually am. I'm pretending to be a good girl, but I'm actually quite selfish inside. I only think about myself. Seiji, despite my selfish nature, Are you an idiot? Seiji asked sharply, cutting off her train of thought. Why are you saying something so idiotic and foolish? Natsuya, if this is a joke, it's simply so foolish that I can't even laugh at it. Natsuya was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, I'm delighted to have been of use. Chapter 352, I'm delighted to have been of use. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Natsuya was shocked Seiji's reaction. The scion stared at him, wide-eyed, for a long while. Seiji sat up. I don't know what you were thinking just now, he said, but your words were so foolish that they astounded me. I'm the one who's astounded. Natsuya thought, returning to her senses. Why are you saying that I'm being foolish? The president felt inexplicably aggrieved. Seiji looked at her with a gentle expression. You say that you're a terrible person, but would a truly terrible person be so truthful? Natsuya didn't know how to respond to this. People with truly evil personalities don't believe they are evil. They will live life, thinking that their actions are natural, or they'll believe that everyone else is wrong, and only they are correct. Barring that, they'll think that everyone else is ordinary, and view one particular person as a special genius. Something like that. I believe that anyone who's still able to think of themselves as a terrible person still has a normal person's conscience. They're able to recognize the concept of evil, which means that they're still human. As for those who are truly able to call themselves terrible, if they do not mean it as a joke or take pride in it, then it means that such a person is capable of reflecting on their actions. Anyone who's capable of self-reflection isn't a truly evil person. Seiji looked searchingly at the scion. At any rate, your words are the best proof of your true nature. Contrary to what you claim, you're not an incredibly terrible person. Natsuya didn't understand him very well. This sounds like sophistry? But, it also sounds somewhat logical. She fell into an inner conflict that she couldn't comprehend. Seiji smiled when he saw her confused expression. He reflexively reached out with his hand and patted her on the head. Natsuya shivered when she felt the warm, comforting sensation from his hand. Wah! Threads of crimson crept into the president's cheeks. You felt guilty, right, about having me duel on your behalf? I didn't feel like I was being taken advantage of, or I should say that even if you were taking advantage of me, I chose to allow you to do so of my own volition. From the very start, you told me about the risks involved, and I accepted with full knowledge of these. Although I was somewhat surprised at how you accepted Matarai's bet, that wasn't anything unacceptable based on what you told me. That's why you don't need to feel guilty, Natsuya. I'm not complaining, so you shouldn't blame yourself, either. That's not it. Natsuya protested weakly. She wanted to disagree with his words, but an indescribable feeling welled up within her heart, leaving her unable to say what she wanted. She was completely unable to come up with a suitable response. Her eyesight became rather hazy. She rubbed her eyes with her hand and felt them come back wet. I never expected the president to say something so silly. It was foolish of you. Seiji smiled and continued in a teasing voice, now I somewhat understand why Hojo-san is so willing to be your maid, Natsuya. It's because you have the tendency to lose track of your thoughts. You need someone to look after you. No. No way. Denial was the president's instinctive response. This sounded like a classical tsundere line to Seiji, and his grin grew even wider. Natsuya felt her chest tighten when she saw Seiji smile and flushed even deeper. She felt as if her insides were playing host to a raging bonfire. It grew without being repressed, accumulated without giving vent. So annoying. I mustered up every iota of courage to tell you the truth, but you said I was being foolish. You're the one who's an idiot. Even though I was so direct with you, why are you still so gentle? Are you only going to wake up if someone takes advantage and uses you until you die? You absolute idiot. She wanted to say all that out loud. But in the end, she heard herself saying, idiot. Seiji looked surprised. You're a big idiot. Natsuya's face was almost dripping blood. It was a classic anime scene, a girl pretending to be furious. Seiji was rendered speechless. He struggled to withstand the 10-ton cannon shell she had fired at him. This is the enemy's main cannon, he yelled in his head. You have to endure the enemy fire, Sergeant Haruta. With unbelievable effort, Seiji spoke as calmly as he possibly could, despite the fact that his heart threatened to burst out of his chest. Perhaps I am indeed an idiot. But even if I'm an idiot, I still have some confidence in my own judgment. Natsuya, you are a beautiful, gentle, and resolute girl, not some girl who's secretly terrible inside. Even if you have your shortcomings, and even if I didn't know about them, it'd still the same. You've helped me out a lot and you're my good friend, that's why I want to help you. As long as I can be of assistance, I shall do the best that I can. Even if you think you're taking advantage of me, that's fine with me. I'm delighted to have been of use. Seiji's lips parted in a wide, sincere smile. For an idiotic male like me, being useful to a beautiful girl could be considered praiseworthy. Natsuya's eyes widened at this. It felt as if something had pierced through her chest. At that moment, the chains inside her shattered, releasing her pent-up feelings. A mysterious force compelled her to reach out and hug Seiji. It's so warm, so hot. She didn't know if it was her own body heating up or if she was feeling the heat from his body. At any rate, she felt a penetrating warmth, as if she were being baked in a fire. Her body felt like it was melting. Let's just melt, then. I just want to hug him and melt together with him. Air. Natsuya? The beautiful scion had suddenly jumped up and hugged him. Her arms showed no signs of relenting, and her embrace was growing tighter and tighter. Seiji was beginning to panic. It's so warm, so soft, so fragrant. He couldn't help but think back to after the duel with Okubo Yoshiaki, to the time when they had intimate contact as he carried her to his hospital bed. That beautiful memory overlapped with what was happening right now. He could clearly feel the sensation of hugging her warm and soft body. His hands started moving on their own. Stop. This is no good. He knew that if he hugged her back, he would most likely lose control of himself. His hands stopped moving and his body froze. Seiji didn't know what to do. He had no idea what he could do. Seiji. Natsuya whispered softly, her breath tickling his ear. Seiji felt her soft, warm breath in his ear. A strangely numb sensation coursed through his entire body, reaching the very ends of his fingers and toes. His muscles felt like taut cords. Her whisper had broken through the final line of defense for his reason and logic. I love you, Natsuya said, but not out loud. She merely mouthed it with her lips. She felt tempted to throw the consequences out of her mind, directly confess to him just like this, and then. But that was impossible. Even if he accepted her confession, she still had her own problems, which was why she couldn't. She didn't want to be rash. Natsuya didn't want to take things slow anymore, but nor could she allow herself to be so rash and become his official girlfriend. Besides, there was still the possibility of him rejecting her. He just said earlier that she was his good friend, which implied that he still hadn't developed romantic feelings for her. At any rate, it wasn't time yet. Natsuya hugged him tightly and enjoyed the beautiful moment. She didn't want to let go, and she hated herself for knowing that she would have to let go in the end, but that was just her nature. Can we quietly remain like this for a moment, please? Natsuya asked, her voice barely audible. Sure. Seiji did his utmost to maintain his composure. He felt that if she said something like I like you out loud, he would be unable to control himself anymore. The beautiful scion with sleek black hair and large breasts simply had that much attack power. Being hugged by her like this had already pushed him to the limit of his endurance. Seiji decided to keep his mind empty and simply enjoy the moment in silence. Preview of unedited next chapter, since I need an editor, so that you guys know what kind of quality you can expect from my unedited chapters, which are stockpiling. Let's go to the doujinshi convention together. Butterflies danced among the flowers, birds sang in the forest, and snow fell on the weather barrier, transforming into a faint white mist. Time passed just like that in the beautiful and quiet garden. After a long while, Natsuya slowly let go of Seiji. Their gazes locked for a moment, then their eyes darted away like startled fishes. Both of them had red faces, and neither said anything for the moment. It seemed like a scene right out of a teenage idol's drama. Seiji didn't feel sweet and sour. Instead, he felt his heart beating rapidly and an itchy feeling in his chest. My apologies, it was just an impulse. It's alright. I was just really surprised. Seiji scratched his face awkwardly. Hearing what you said, I don't know what came over me. I think it was delight, and I couldn't control myself. Natsuya paused for a moment. At any rate, thank you. There's nothing to thank me for. I just said what I wanted to say, Seiji responded. A moment of silence fell between them. At that time, what did Akatsuki Mitarai say to you? Are things truly alright? Seiji asked again. What he said to me, it was something like you won this time, but remember, I'll win next time, Natsuya replied. Not a promise to never approach you again? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. Natsuya was silent in response to this. He probably intends to break his promise, even if he's punished for it. Seiji understood. I said so earlier, as long as I can be of assistance, then. His mouth was suddenly covered. The president put her finger on his lips and smiled gently. No need to repeat yourself. She retracted her finger. I've clearly received your heartfelt feelings. I'm so grateful to you, Seiji. Seiji blinked at this and smiled as well. No need to be polite, Natsuya. Akatsuki Matarai left the party together with his spirit-branded retainer Naruo Yashu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Let's go to the Doujinshi convention together. Chapter 353, Let's go to the Doujinshi convention together. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Butterflies danced among the flowers, birds sang in the forest, and snow fell on the weather barrier, transforming into a faint white mist. Time marched onwards in the beautiful and quiet garden. After a long while, Natsuya slowly released Seiji. Their gazes locked for a moment, then their eyes darted away like startled fish. They looked at each other, red-faced and tongue-tied. It was a scene right out of a teenage idol's drama. For Seiji, this wasn't a sweet and sour moment. He attempted to master his thumping heart and itchy chest in vain. My apologies, Natsuya said softly, breaking the silence. It was just an impulse. Seiji scratched his face awkwardly. It's all right. I was just really surprised. Now you mention it, I don't know what came over me. Your words struck a chord in my heart, and I couldn't control myself. Natsuya paused for a moment. At any rate, thank you. There's nothing to thank me for. I just said what I wanted to say. A moment of silence fell between them. At that time, what did Akatsuki Matarai say to you? Seiji asked. Are things truly all right? He admitted I won, but that it was only the beginning. Remember this, he said as he left, because I'll win next time. Seiji furrowed his brows. He didn't promise to never approach you again? Natsuya made no reply. So, Seiji mused, he probably intends to break his promise even if he's punished for it. Like I said earlier, as long as I can be of assistance, then. Seiji's voice caught in his throat as Natsuya placed her finger on his lips. There's no need to repeat yourself. She retracted her finger and smiled gently. I know how you feel, Seiji, and I can't express my gratitude towards you in words. Seiji blinked at this. After a few moments, he grinned broadly and said, There's no need to be polite, Natsuya. Akatsuki Matarai left the party together with his spirit-branded retainer, Naruo Yashu. According to the other masters, Akatsuki claimed he had something urgent to take care of. Regardless of whether or not he was speaking the truth, to flee after his loss to Natsuya left everyone feeling rather bemused. In other words, he seemed just like a cur scampering off after a harsh beating. Seiji was unsurprised by his behavior, but the other people at the party felt that this was different from Akatsuki's usual style. They asked Natsuya Yorihana about what exactly had transpired. Natsuya didn't want to be the subject of too many discussions, so she underplayed the situation and said that there was a small conflict between them. This type of answer caused many people's imaginations to run wild. The adolescent yin-yang masters began chatting about this topic and even joked about it. It would probably become some type of rumor in the end. Natsuya maintained her image as the daughter of the Yorihana family and politely responded to everyone. Seiji accompanied her, acting the part as her spirit-branded retainer. Everyone chatted, played some smaller games, and watched some performances to pass the time. Finally, the party came to a conclusion. Before they left, Kanna and Izawa came to find them again. Let's go to the Doujinshi convention together, Kanna said excitedly. Natsuya and Seiji, both under the impression that the duo had come to say goodbye, were surprised by this. I'd like to visit the Doujinshi convention in a few days. Kanna smiled and added, It'll definitely be fun if everyone goes together. You guys will agree to come, won't you? Her eyes were sparkling with expectation. Natsuya and Seiji exchanged awkward glances. Do you know what a doujinshi convention is? Seiji whispered, shuffling closer to Natsuya. I know the basics, Natsuya murmured. Are you going? Of course I'm going. I've already promised to go together with some others. With who? Mika and the others. Oh. Do you want to go? Natsuya hesitated for a moment before admitting, I do want to go a little. Then why don't you agree to go together with Fujihara-san? Seiji paused before continuing, as for me, I'm going with Mika and the others. I'm not sure if it's appropriate if we go together with you guys. Natsuya's gaze grew sharp when she heard this. Why? Why is it inappropriate? Because I've already promised to go with 3 others. Apart from Mika, the other 2 are ordinary humans. Although Seiji had revealed the basic workings of the mystical world to Chiaki, she was still a normal human. Even worse, Keiho was a completely ordinary human. She was completely ignorant of the mystical world. Due to this, Seiji believed that it would be unwise to mix the 2 groups. Natsuya came to a sudden realization. So I was mistaken. For a moment, she thought that Seiji had chosen Mika Uehara over her. Damn, that was a big misunderstanding, she reflected, feeling slightly embarrassed. Seiji had already promised to go with Mika Uehara and the others, so of course he would go together with them. In such a situation, asking him to go with her, Kanna, and Izawa would mean that everyone would be in a large group, which obviously wasn't suitable. I understand now, you're absolutely correct, Natsuya said. Go ahead and have fun with Uehara-san and the others. I'll go with Fujihara-san. Actually, she didn't want to go anymore. The only reason she wanted to go to the doujinshi convention in the first place was to be together with him. If she couldn't go together with him, then she would prefer not to go at all. Well, Natsuya thought, comforting herself, since it's come to this, I might as well go. Even if we're not together, we might still meet up at the convention. Besides, it's nice to see and learn more about the things that he likes. She agreed to Kanna Fujihara's invitation. Seiji said that he already had arrangements with someone else, so he wouldn't be able to go together with them. Kanna snorted in response to this. Shiroya-san probably just doesn't want to reveal his true appearance. How stingy, Master. Izawa protested weakly. Humph. My eyes are incredible, you know. As long as I see you at the doujinshi convention, Shiroya-san, I'll definitely recognize you. Kanda placed her hands on her hips and warned, be careful to avoid me. Seiji was rendered speechless. He smiled at how serious she was being. After meeting her at this party, he felt that this daughter from the Fujihara family was a cute girl. Unfortunately, she had an unhealthy obsession with boys' love and a loose tongue, which meant that the conversation always seemed to stray towards the uncomfortable topic. Despite this, Seiji could tell she was a well-intentioned girl. I'll remember what you said just now, Fujihara-san. If I meet you at the convention and you fail to recognize me, I'm going to make fun of you. Kanna's eyes widened upon hearing this. Izawa also froze for a moment, before his eyes started shining with a fervent light. Shiroya-san, Kanna managed with difficulty, you mean, if we meet at the convention, you'll... Yes, if we have the luck to do so. Seiji extended his hand towards Kanna. It's my honor to have gotten to know you, Fujihara-san. Kanna regained her senses and reached out to shake Seiji's much larger hand. Kanna smiled. Although I still haven't gotten to know you, I'm happy to have met you here, Shiroya-san. Her smile was one which belonged to a lady of her status. After shaking hands with Kanna, Seiji extended his hand out to Izawa. Izawa shook his hand with a faint smile. I'm looking forward to meeting you again. I'm looking forward to it as well. By the way, I may as well mention that I'm truly not someone who's famous for being strong. In fact, it's the complete opposite. So, at that time, I hope that you won't be too disappointed. Even if you aren't famous now, you'll definitely become famous in the future, so I definitely won't be disappointed. Izawa's eyes sparkled like gems. You have strength as well as humility. You're definitely no ordinary person. Your praise makes me feel awkward. I'm only, forget it, you'll find out when the time comes. Seiji smiled. I'm happy to have met you, Izawa-san. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, Gift-Giving Card. Chapter 354, Gift-Giving Card. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji and Natsuya left in the latter's car after saying goodbye to Kanna and Izawa. The car headed for the Uehara apartment complex. When they were almost there, Seiji asked the driver to stop and let him off. Natsuya looked towards him. Where are you going? I'm going to buy some things, Seiji answered. Could it be that you're buying Winter Snow Festival presents? Yep, for Shika-chan and Ryo-chan, as well as Mika and her mother. Nothing for me? Just joking. The president smiled faintly. He was giving presents to Shika Kagura and Ryo Tachibana, as well as his neighbor and friend Mika Uehara and her mother the landlord, due to either living together with them or being neighbors. However, Natsuya and him weren't in a romantic relationship yet. The car stopped by the roadside. I'm going. Happy Winter Snow Festival, Natsuya. Take care. Happy Winter Snow Festival, Seiji. Seiji got off the car and left after saying goodbye. Natsuya watched him leave, until she couldn't see him anymore. On the way, Seiji called Shika and told her that he was finished with what he was doing and that he was on the way home. He asked what she and Ryo wanted to eat, and that he would buy it and bring it back for everyone. He headed for the business district and saw that there were many people around here. The atmosphere was so lively that it made even the chilly winds seem not so cold anymore. Seiji took note of what food he should buy for them, and then wondered about presents. Suddenly, he recalled that his system had a function in the Geek Gifts option that he had never tried out before, checking the gifts that a target girl wanted. Let's try this function out. Seiji opened up his dating sim system, chose the Geek Gifts option, then chose Shika's name. A series of gift-giving cards, ranging from levels 1 through to 10, appeared before him. Seiji looked at the cards and thought for a moment before choosing level 7 and paying the required points for it. The white card instantly gave off a faint glow, and Shika's upper half appeared in front of him, as well as words that resembled her handwriting. I want a personal, hand-drawn picture from Brother Seiji. It's best if it's a picture of me intimately hugging him. Seiji was rendered speechless. The system rendered her thoughts in her own tone of voice. He was astonished at this. This seemed as if he was reading her diary, or mind reading. He supposed that this ability was a type of mind reading in its own right. Reading such information, should he say that it was too embarrassing, or that he felt like he was reading something he wasn't supposed to? At any rate, Seiji felt that it was all quite subtle. His adopted sister wanted a hand-drawn picture from him. This was just like what he promised, while as for the content, he felt rather embarrassed. I'm sorry, Shika-chan. The drawing I completed isn't the one that you want. He already finished his drawing last night. Right now, Seiji intended to buy some packaging and other small gifts, in order to make it look better when giving it to her. Just as he was thinking this, the words on the gift-giving card changed. Apart from the drawing, I also want a beautiful frame that I can put the drawing in. I absolutely have to take good care of the drawing that Brother Seiji gives to me. This information could even change in real time. Seiji's eyes widened in surprise. What if I can't get Shika a frame, he thought to himself. What else would be good? Almost instantly, the words changed again. I also want to sleep together with Brother Seiji. Tachibana-chan gets to sleep together with brother every night. I'm so jealous. It refreshed again. This gift-giving card wasn't a one-use item, and it would constantly update itself. Seiji was astonished at how powerful the gift-giving card was and amazed at the content of what he had just learned. Shika-chan wants to sleep together with me? He recalled the scene of his adopted younger sister sleeping together with him by the kotatsu's side. At the time, he didn't think too much into it. But now that he recalled it, there was a soft and warm sensation and a fragrant aroma. Also, the words that she muttered in her sleep. Seiji's heart started beating quicker. He then imagined the scene of being able to sleep together with the cute Shika in her pajamas on the same bed. Stop. Forget it. If it's just Rio, then it's fine, but sleeping together with Shika. This was no good. It's her wish, so why not help her fulfill it? He felt a tiny voice whisper from the abyss. Don't say that to me. Don't tempt me into depravity. Seiji shouted in his mind, using his sense of logic and reason to resist falling into the darkness. He barely managed to stop on the edge of the bottomless chasm. This gift-giving card was just too scary. It could see into a girl's heart and even update itself constantly. This ability was far more powerful than he expected. He thought about it carefully. If a level 7 gift-giving card was already at such an extent, then an even higher level gift information card would probably obtain even more important information, which basically meant even deeper wishes from that girl. And the opposite was likely true as well. A low-level, gift-giving card would probably show some non-important information that was only at a surface level. In order to test his theory out, Seiji exchanged for Shika's level 1 gift-giving card as well. It showed one line of text. I would like to have a new notebook. It was exactly as he had surmised. The low-level, gift-giving card gave only some rather shallow information. He attempted to make the level 1 gift-giving card update its information. All the results were basically the same, they were just some ordinary items. After confirming the situation, Seiji made a decision. He would use level 7 and above gift-giving card with great care. For giving Winter Snow Festival presents, it would be enough for him to only exchange for level 6 gift-giving card. Seiji felt that since he was giving a hand-drawn picture as the main present, it seemed rather awkward to also give a frame to go along with it. After some consideration, he decided to give Shika a photo album as an additional present. This album could help store his drawing as well, and also store future memories as well, which seemed nice to him. Rio's level 6 gift-giving card showed that she wanted the newest video game system and a major new video game that had just come out. Seiji himself also wanted this, so he purchased it happily. Mika wanted a high-class bottle of skin moisturizer. The price was slightly expensive, but this wasn't a problem. The problem was that, if he gave her such a present, would she misunderstand? Seiji felt that it wasn't too appropriate, so he refreshed the gift-giving card's information. It then showed him that she wanted a high-class woman's showering items set, which basically meant a set of shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and so on. This seemed alright to him. A showering items set seemed pretty normal. Seiji felt that this was appropriate to give to both Mika and the landlord, so he decided to purchase 2 sets. After making his decisions on what to buy, he went to buy them. He took some time to buy everything on his list, then he joyously headed home with a large shopping bag in his hands. He coincidentally ran into Chiaki. She was slowly walking down the street, dressed in a black windbreaker. She had her head lowered slightly, and seemed a little depressed. Seiji walked closer to her and called her name. There was no reaction. Chiaki, he shouted in a louder voice. Only then did she suddenly regain her senses as she turned around and saw him. Seiji, don't scare me like that. I wasn't trying to scare you. You were the one daydreaming, and didn't even notice me. Seiji looked towards her. What's the matter? Nothing. Chiaki averted her gaze. Please look into my eyes, and smile while saying that again. Chiaki was rendered speechless. It's quite obvious that there's something bothering you, so there's no need to lie about it. Just say it honestly, Seiji said. It has nothing to do with you. Be careful that I'm going to beat you up if you say something like that. Violence is forbidden. I'm sorry, I've already used violence 3 times, whoops, 4 times today. I don't mind using violence one more time today. Seiji's mouth arced upwards. If you don't want to be hit, then just be direct and say what's bothering you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Beautiful Widow Landlord. Chapter 355, Beautiful Widow Landlord. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. This is coercion through violence. I'm going to call the police. Chiaki acted as if she were resisting him. Heh, resistance is futile. Seiji pretended to be some evil antagonist. Although he wanted to make a pose as well, he couldn't because his hands were carrying the shopping bag filled with what he had just purchased. In this Demon King's domain, nobody can save you. So give up on your useless resistance and obey your king. Chiaki giggled at this. It seems mismatched for you to say something like that while carrying a shopping bag in your hands. I think so as well. How about you help me carry this for a moment, while I make a pose and say it again? You actually want a soft and weak flowery girl like me to carry something heavy? You're so terrible. Terrible? Please. Seiji looked directly at her face. Alright, I'll stop joking around now. Let's be serious here, just what exactly happened? Can't you be more considerate, and let me act the part of a melancholy girl some more? Chiaki transformed into a sad pose. Alright then, melancholy girl. Hello and goodbye. Seiji decisively began walking off. Wait. Don't leave me here. He heard a voice from behind him. Chiaki was running after him. Honestly, she said with a snort. Just leaving like that. I don't know this melancholy girl and have nothing to say, but don't treat me like a stranger. Chiaki reached out her hand. Give me that shopping bag in your left hand. I'll help you carry it. I don't know in soft and weak flowery girls. Stop joking around and give it to me. The soft and weak flowery girl forcefully took a paper sack from him. Weren't you the one joking around first? Seiji had such a look in his eyes. Chiaki pretended not to notice. The two of them walked on the street together side by side in silence. Weren't you having a date with Natsuya Yorahana today? Chiaki asked suddenly. It wasn't a date. I was accompanying her to a party. A party? Yes, a yin-yang master party. She asked me to accompany her as her temporary spirit-branded retainer. Retainer, you fought for her, right? Chiaki recalled how he had mentioned using violence today. Seiji nodded. Yes, I participated in a few duels. Apart from that? Apart from that, nothing else happened. Chiaki looked at him, and her mouth arced upwards ambiguously. Joining such a party together with a mega beauty, but nothing intimate happened. What a pity. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt that there was something subtle about her tone of voice. By the way, Chiaki said as an afterthought, weren't you supposed to accompany her for the entire day? At first, that was what we agreed on. However, Jumanji-sensei reminded me that I shouldn't just leave my family alone while during a festival, which was why I talked to Natsuya and modified our agreement. Chiaki blinked at this. You're calling the president by name now. Yeah. Isn't this an intimate event? And you said there wasn't anything at all. Liar. Not at all. She asked me to call her by name before the party. What happened before the party then? Nothing much, no, some things indeed happened. Didn't Mika tell you? Chiaki had a confused expression. It seemed that she didn't know what had happened. Seiji pondered for a moment, before deciding to tell her. Chiaki learned about the mysterious board game which pulled them into fantastical illusions, and the subsequent investigation regarding its history, the collection items in the Uehara family's storage, and the mystery regarding the deceased Mr. Uehara. Chiaki's eyes widened at this. Now, we're just waiting for the results of the investigation. Hopefully, we'll be able to find out the truth. Mika. She's feeling a little anxious regarding this matter and is currently processing it. She probably didn't tell you for the time being because she didn't want you to worry, Seiji explained. Chiaki fell silent for a moment before smiling. If Mika's father is actually just like you, the young master of some illustrious family with mystical power who was out in society by himself, then Mika is a commoner girl who actually has the bloodline of an illustrious family. Having such an unknown extraordinary past, it sounds just like the female lead of a television drama. The Uehara family isn't that kind of family, but perhaps her father wasn't from the Uehara family to begin with, and was adopted? Seiji fell silent. It's possible, isn't it? Until the investigation is over, there's plenty of room for imagination. Chiaki rubbed her chin. I suppose so, but no matter what the truth is Mika. That's what I believe, Seiji said calmly. Chiaki looked towards him. I just recalled back at that time, the time when we were shopping for clothes together, you said something similar to me and Mika, she said in a soft voice as she recalled the scene at the time, which seemed to match his current charming smile under the streetlights. When Mika was being anxious, you probably said something similar to reassure her, right? Seiji nodded. I did indeed mention that time as well. I told her that no matter what, our relationship wouldn't change. Chiaki felt as if she could imagine that scene. The anxious pigtailed girl, and the boy before her who smiled gently and consoled her. It was as clear as if it happened right before her. A moment of silence fell between them. All these things that you purchased, apart from the food, are they all Winter Snow Festival presents? Chiaki changed the topic of conversation. That's right. They're probably for Kagura-san and Tachibana-chan, as well as Mika. What presents are they? I'm giving Shika-chan a photo album, a new video game system for Ryo-chan, and 2 showering items sets for Mika and her mother. Showering items sets, it sounds a little perverted, . How can that be? It's clearly just an ordinary present. Normally speaking, yes, but you're a boy. For a boy to give a beautiful mother and daughter something like this. Looking at it objectively, it seems like you're harboring secret intentions. Chiaki acted as if she had seen through everything. Secret intentions, the hell? Seiji retorted. I mean, although the landlord's daughter is already a teenager, she's still quite beautiful, and she's maintained her excellent figure. She's a beautiful widow landlord. This description gives you a certain type of feeling, don't you agree? Indeed. No. What are you trying to get me to agree to? The daily life of a beautiful widow landlord, what will you think of first when you hear this? I'll think of a porn video. Whoops, I wouldn't think of anything at all. What about living together with a beautiful widow landlord? Ma'am, I really like you. Stop. Don't say any more. The beautiful widow landlord's secret affair. Stop it already. The two of them messed around. By the time that they almost reached the Uehara apartment, Seiji looked at Chiaki, and was about to ask her again, but he swallowed down his words, and retracted his gaze. Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes as she looked at him. Actually, I'm really fine, it's just, my bastard of a dad broke his promise to me, she said in a light voice. He promised to eat dinner together with me for the Winter Snow Festival, but then he suddenly sent a message saying that he won't be coming back today. Although I expected that this was highly probable, I still received an impact from this. To receive such an impact from something I expected already, I think it's so unseemly, which was why I didn't want to tell you. Chiaki did her best to sound relaxed in her tone, but there was still a hint of softness and weakness in it. She disliked herself for receiving an impact from such a matter and becoming downcast, but she was unable to control her own emotions, just like a young child who was throwing a temper tantrum. Seiji looked towards her. He realized that right now, she didn't need consoling, but rather. "Come over to my place for the holiday," he said calmly. "Is that all right?" "Don't ask something as foolish as that." Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes. "I'd like to drink alcohol, is that all right?" "Nope. There's only tea and fruit juice." "I'd like to stay over at your place, is that all right?" "Go over to Mika's place for that." "I've already gotten bored of sleeping on her bed, I want to sleep on your bed." "There's no more beds available at my place. There are only tatami mats." "Tatamas are fine as well," Chiaki said joyously with an alluring expression on her face. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 356, She just has to level up twice. Chapter 356, She just has to level up twice. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Chiaki came over, Mika came over, and even the landlord came over. There were so many people over at Seiji's place, and things were quite lively. As the master of the house, Seiji forced Shika to rest and took a spot in the kitchen. Nozomi also used her status as a master of the house to take a second spot in the kitchen. Mika wanted to take the third spot in the kitchen, but Chiaki forcefully usurped the position. "I shall allow you all to witness the cooking skills of a level-less cook." She made a pose as if she was the main character of a certain cooking manga. What's a level-less cook supposed to be? A cook without a level. Isn't that just an ordinary person? The two of them kept joking around and retorting at each other as they worked in the kitchen. Nozomi smiled upon seeing them, as if she were watching children that liked to mess around. In the living room, Shika and Ryo played a video game together, while Mika watched them. After one round finished, Shika handed the game controller to Mika. Mika took the controller and began battling against Ryo. She used a white-haired girl wearing a sailor uniform, and was continuously attacked by Ryo's character, who was a muscular man wearing a triangular thing. Finally, she was KO'd by the muscular character, who clutched the schoolgirl in a bear hug and spun around, finishing her off by throwing her over his head in an extravagant KO. But Reincarnation is so weak, Ryo cackled. Mika was rendered speechless. Now, what could the pigtailed girl possibly be feeling after being beaten so badly by an elementary school girl using a muscular man character wearing a triangular thong? What do you think? Why is it that a little girl would use a half-naked muscular man character, and is even so good at it? This is too strange. Mika commented to herself, and then asked Ryo directly about it. Because he looks quite interesting, Ryo answered. Quite interesting. Mika was unable to understand. As a high school girl, she was now feeling the generation gap between her and the elementary school girl. Shika quietly sipped on some tea. She didn't dislike the fact that her home had gotten so lively. However, the most important to her was still her brother, Seiji. She felt relaxed whenever she saw his figure around. Right now, she was really looking forward to the winter snow festival present that he had promised to give to her. She really wanted to see the drawing that her brother did when he was serious. There was an abundant feast for dinner, with delicious dishes spread all over the table. Everyone sat around the table and enjoyed the meal. They seemed just like a big family. There was constant chatter in this lively atmosphere. Only after the meal was over did things quiet down a little. Mika and Shika washed the dishes, while Ryo also volunteered to help. Cook Seiji, Nozomi, and Chiaki sat in the living room by the kotatsu, and lazily relaxed without talking for a while. A kotatsu was so comfortable. This type of comfort and warmth far surpasses that of air conditioning. Chiaki lazily spoke up while laying her head on the table. Yep, it's really amazing. Seiji also laid his head on the table. I'm going to sleep right here tonight, just give me a pillow. Eh? You're going to sleep here? Nozomi was surprised by this. Chiaki nodded. That's not good, is it? Come over to my place, and sleep together with Mika. That won't be necessary, Auntie, here is fine. I want to experience what it's like to sleep next to a kotatsu for an entire night. Chiaki grinned widely. You'll catch a cold. I won't, this kotatsu was so warm. Seiji listened to them converse and felt as if they were like mother and daughter. Perhaps the landlord views Chiaki, who's her daughter's good friend and is also from a single-parent family, just like another daughter. Seiji thought that to himself. Nozomi tried convincing Chiaki otherwise, and was unable to make Chiaki change her mind, so she turned to look at Seiji. Seiji shrugged and used an expression of let's allow her to do as she wishes. I'll give her a blanket, so she probably won't get a chill. Seeing his carefree attitude, Nozomi decided to not say anything more. Seiji poured some tea for her, as well as himself and Chiaki. They drank tea and watched some TV. There was a special program on for the Winter Snow Festival. On this program, there was a national idol, a black-haired beautiful girl wearing a white lace one-piece dress who was singing a classical song passionately on stage. Her singing was beautiful to behold. It made people feel as if they were walking in the snow, giving them a sense of full immersion. People said that she had a heavenly voice. Seiji wasn't very interested in idols, but he also knew her name, Miyuki Sakuraku. He felt that her singing was indeed excellent, as expected of a top-level idol. I suddenly feel like Miyuki Sakuraku kind of resembles Mika, Chiaki suddenly said. Eh? Seiji and Nozomi both looked towards her. I suddenly just got this impression. Take a closer look at her, don't you think so as well, Seiji and Nozomi blinked at this, and both focused on the television. Taking a closer look at the national idol's face on TV, Seiji compared her face to Mika's face, and felt that. You're right, they do resemble each other. The position of their eyes, noses, mouths, there were indeed many subtle similarities. But they were only at the degree of being subtly similar. Without comparing closely, normally nobody would notice. This degree of similarity is probably only normal. For an ordinary person to bear some resemblance to a star, this wasn't rare at all, and didn't mean much by itself. Normally speaking, yes, but what if they're really related? Chiaki half-joked. Perhaps they're distant relatives, or they could even surprisingly be close relatives, if they're distant relatives, then that's basically no different from having no relation at all, and as for being close relatives, I think that you're thinking too much into it, Seiji said. Do you really think so? Chiaki revealed a deep-seeming expression. Sometimes, truth is stranger than fiction. Seiji knew what she meant by this. Until the mystery about Mika's father was resolved, there was plenty of room left to the imagination about her family history. It was theoretically possible for her to be related to the national idol. If you must, of course it's possible, but it's still reading too much into things to imagine such a possibility. Just imagine it, don't you think that it would be quite interesting if it was really the case? Interesting, well, perhaps. But it's not much anyways, it's just having a national idol as your relative, not like Mika would be transforming into a national idol. Perhaps she'll enter the entertainment circle with a national idol as her relative helping her out. I don't think that will happen. Mika isn't suitable to be an idol. That's a little mean. I'm just saying what I think. Do you think that Mika's suitable to become an idol? She just has to level up twice. What do you even mean by levels? By saying this, isn't that the same as you agreeing that she's not the type to become an idol? The two of them struck up a casual conversation. Meanwhile, Nozomi remained silent, but her eyes glimmered faintly. On the TV screen, Miyuki Sakuraku finished her song, and flashed a beautiful smile as she bowed towards the audience. Seiji gave Shika, Ryo, Mika, and the landlord their winter snow festival presents. Mika was delighted, and Nozomi was happy as well. Both mother and daughter thanked him for the presents. Ryo thanked Seiji before opening up her present to find the new and popular video game system that she had really wanted. She instantly widened her eyes in surprise before jumping up and down in delight, wanting to play it immediately. Shika opened up her gift and first saw the drawing that Seiji had done for her. With a romantic and mystical seeming atmosphere, the beautiful and handsome main adopted siblings from Brother Monogatari were reaching out to each other, about to take each other's hand. The two characters seemed so realistic in their depictions and expressions in this wonderfully exquisite drawing, as if they were living. Shika was instantly charmed by this picture. She stared at the drawing for a long while, without even blinking, being lost in the drawing. She felt so much, that she even felt as if this was a real scene from another dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, I've seen through you for what you really are, Chapter 357, I've seen through you for what you really are. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The drawing was simply too wonderful. Shika Kagura truly loved this drawing. Seeing this picture caused her to recall the discussion she had with her brother about how to write Brother Monogatari together. This gave her a warm feeling inside. She would definitely work hard in the future as well, and continue creating an even better story together with her brother. This drawing, did Seiji draw it? Someone said from beside her. Chiaki had seen this drawing from the side, causing her eyes to light up. Seiji, did you draw this? She asked Seiji directly. Seiji nodded in confirmation. Amazing! Your art talent was actually at such a high level, Chiaki praised. These are the main characters of Brother Monogatari, aren't they? Nice! Her words attracted everyone's attention. Mika came over to have a look and was similarly astonished. Amazing art! Seiji was actually this good at drawing. Mika also praised his art after taking a look. Ryo also took a look and said, so beautiful. Seiji felt awkward about being praised by so many people. How did you draw it? When did you even learn how to draw? Chiaki asked him out of curiosity. I've been practicing for a while now. He answered in an unclear fashion. Chiaki was honestly astonished to learn that Seiji had learned by himself to such an extent in just a short time. He was amazing at writing stories and art as well, which could only be described as a genius's level. Thinking about how he was nothing more than a scumbag NET in the past, it seemed inconceivable to Chiaki. Could it be that he awakened some special ability? After he changed himself, the enormous potential within his body was finally activated, or his special bloodline began to take effect, just like the main character in a fantasy anime who came to a sudden realization which helped him to massively increase his power. That's right, a main character. Someone from an illustrious family who was exiled for being a scumbag, that came to a self-realization and changed himself, becoming handsome and strong, and utilizing his own excellent talent. What else could he be other than a main character? But when Chiaki thought of all this, she even impulsively felt like shouting, I've seen through you for what you really are. If he was already at such an extent after learning art for just a little while, just what level could he reach if he learned art for even longer? She suddenly had an idea when she thought of her own artist father. No, that's too difficult. But, if it's really possible. Chiaki couldn't help but think about it some more as she observed the boy before her, causing her mouth to arc upwards. Seiji, I think that your art is already at the level where it can be the insert art for your own novel, Mika said. Why don't you ask editor Yoshizawa if she can help you with this? Not a bad suggestion, but I didn't have any intentions of becoming a professional artist. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation as he looked towards his adopted younger sister. Shika-chan, what do you think? I think that brother's drawing can definitely be the insert art for our novel, Shika said. If brother draws for Brother Monogatari, it'll definitely be the best drawing. Better than any other artist. Her tone was resolute and her eyes were sparkling. So, you wish for me to become the insert art artist for our novel? Yes, but it's fine if brother doesn't want to draw for it. While I don't intend to go professional, if you want for me to draw for Brother Monogatari, that's another matter entirely. Seiji began to smile. I'll contact editor Yoshizawa tomorrow and discuss this with her. Thank you, Brother Seiji. Shika smiled as well. Apart from the drawing, there was also a beautiful photo album included in the gift wrapping. When Shika saw the photo album, she understood what Seiji meant by it, and was even more moved. When I see a photo album, I automatically want to take pictures. Let's start taking some pictures right away, Chiaki said as she brought out her cell phone. Seiji, let's start with you and Kagura-san. Pick a place and make a pose. Seiji looked towards Shika. Let's just take our picture in the living room. Okay. The two of them stood together in the living room as Chiaki took a photo of them with her cell phone camera and inspected the photo. This is no good, it's too ordinary. It's basically a waste of your looks. She looked towards the two of them before looking at the living room. Sit down by the kotatsu, and make a pose as I command. Seiji and Shika looked at each other wryly, but went along with it. Chiaki, who seemed like a professional photographer, gave them detailed instructions on how to pose as she took numerous photos. Seiji, move your head a little to the right. Kagura-san, lower your hand slightly. Don't be so close to each other, split up slightly. Give an impression that you're so close yet so far away. Good, excellent, just like that. Chiaki was highly satisfied and was clearly enjoying this. They have such excellent appearances. So as long as they pose a little seriously, they will look wonderful. If only I was using a professional camera instead of my cell phone. If the lighting was better, my pictures would definitely be magazine-worthy. She suddenly had an idea. What if Seiji's novel didn't need insert art, and instead Shika and him only needed to cosplay the male and female leads? Just taking a few photos of them would be sufficient. Although she knew that her idea wouldn't be accepted, Chiaki truly believed that it would work. After all, Seiji and Shika's physical appearances were at a cheat-like level. Alright then, that's enough for now. Now then, Kagura-san, please stand down. Mika, it's your turn. The pigtailed girl approached the boy with some embarrassment. Seiji, hug Mika tightly, and make an expression as if you're about to kiss her passionately. It's fine if you really kiss her as well, but... Seiji was rendered speechless for a moment. What are you saying? The landlord's also watching us. I don't mind, Nozomi said with a big smile and an expression that said she was happy to watch. Mika's face began to redden. Is there going to be a kiss? I wanna watch. Ryo blinked her eyes cutely. Chiaki. Seiji protested. Look at what you're teaching the children, he said with his eyes. Just joking, it's fine if you just look at each other with deep expressions, Chiaki chuckled. Deep expression? You? Seiji looked towards Mika. Mika also looked at his face, with something shining in her eyes. She revealed a slightly seductive expression. Seiji's gaze froze slightly on her when he saw her expression. There was the click of Chiaki's cell phone camera taking a photo. Nice. This is an excellent photo. Chiaki gave a huge thumbs up after inspecting the photo she had taken. Both of you had excellent expressions, and this photo will leave quite a deep impression. Let me see. Oh my, it's true. Nozomi went over and took a look. She chuckled lightly after seeing the photo. Seiji felt awkward about it. Mika also appeared more embarrassed. Maintain this feeling. The next pose is. Chiaki continued giving instructions. The next poses were basically similar to the previous ones, but now that the boy and girl involved were embarrassed, the entire atmosphere changed. There was the feeling of something more than friendship, yet less than romance. It also felt like the feeling of love in one's heart, but difficult to confess. At any rate, it was the sweet and sour atmosphere of youth. Chiaki's eyes were sparkling as she watched this, and Nozomi also watched the proceedings with interest. Ryo didn't quite understand, and Shika was expressionless. I'm so embarrassed. Seiji felt as if this was basically all an embarrassing act. Even though he obviously only had to calm down and everything would be fine, he was unable to control his emotions. Mika was similarly unable to control herself. Her emotions, heartbeat, or innermost feelings were all spiraling out of control. The red on her face just wouldn't recede, nor did the seductive look in her eyes fade. She was acting just like a girl in love. No, she was a girl in love. The photos recorded this scene, turning them into clear memories for forever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, The Young Woman and the High School Boy. Chapter 358, The Young Woman and the High School Boy. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. After finishing the series of pictures with Mika, next up was taking pictures together with Ryo. Seiji was able to calm down and return to a normal state because he wasn't embarrassed about taking pictures together with an elementary school girl. He wanted a little to take a look at the pictures of him together with Mika, but also somewhat didn't dare. After the pictures with Ryo were finished, next up was Chiaki. She happily requested poses that were rather pretentious, such as them play acting at fighting, back against back while hooking their arms, acting as if they were two parts of a combination mecha, or pretending to be masked heroes. Seiji did as she requested. Compared to earlier, this type of exaggerated pose was far easier for him to do. Is it my turn next? After he finished with Chiaki, someone spoke up. When he turned around, he saw that the landlord was smiling while raising her hand. I'd like to take pictures together with Haruta-kun in the same style as with Mika just now, Nozomi said with a big grin. What? Seiji and Chiaki were both astonished at this, and Mika's eyes bulged. Mom, you. I think that it'll be quite interesting to take them for a comparison. Nozomi smiled. Seeing you all doing such a good job with the pictures, I want to revisit my youth as well. Seiji, Chiaki, and Mika were all rendered speechless. Pat. Chiaki lightly slapped Seiji on the back. The beautiful widow landlord, you have a chance with her, she whispered to him. What chance are you talking about? Seiji's eyebrows kept twitching. He was unable to refuse the landlord's request. While taking the pictures, Nozomi didn't blush, nor did she have a seductive expression like Mika's. However, just her gentle smile alone seemed to have its own appeal, which displayed the attractiveness of a mature woman. Making such identical poses to the ones that he used with her daughter, doing them with a beautiful young woman like Nozomi right in front of her own daughter, the embarrassment he felt was indescribable. Seiji felt like his face was burning up. Nozomi found it all the more fun to see how embarrassed Seiji was, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Chiaki decisively recorded this moment with her cell phone camera, and the resulting picture was, basically a classic. Chiaki even felt like impulsively entering a photography contest with this photo, with the title of The Young Woman and the High School Boy. She felt like she would definitely obtain a prize. Mika had complex emotions as she observed this. She wasn't foolish enough to think that her mother was interested in Seiji, but this scene was, she didn't know what to think of it. After finishing the series of poses identical to the ones done with Mika, Chiaki strongly requested several extra photos that were more intimate, as if they were really mother and son. Stop messing around. Although Seiji wanted to say that, before he got the opportunity, Nozomi was already agreeing. I would feel so lucky to have a son like Haruta-kun, the young woman said softly. It'll be nice to take some photos like that. Seiji was unable to refuse, so his embarrassment continued. Let's have a lap pillow photo first. Chiaki, who was passionately enjoying this, continued giving instructions. Nozomi looked toward Seiji and smiled as she patted her thigh. Seiji did his very best to not let his expression change. Is that really all right? Nozomi nodded, and indicated with her eyes to hurry up and come over. Seiji could only adjust his position and then slowly lay down on her thighs. There was a soft feeling and a faint fragrance scent. This was already his second time receiving a lap pillow today. Could it be that today was his lucky day for lap pillows? The young woman gently caressed his head and brushed her hand through his hair while lightly touching his face with her other hand. She was smiling with a gentle expression in her eyes and gave off such a warm and soft aura. Excellent, just like this. It's so realistic. Chiaki kept snapping pictures. The immense embarrassment caused Seiji to close his eyes. If he was able to ignore the fact that someone was currently taking pictures while others were watching him, this would indeed be an excellent and relaxing situation for him. However, he was unable to ignore the others. Even I haven't done that for Seiji yet. Mika thought to herself with even more complex emotions than earlier. Lap pillows weren't something that couples could monopolize, and it was fine to do it between mother and child as well. But if it was a pretend mother and child, then that seemed rather subtle. Alright. Next up is a massage. Seiji, help auntie here and massage her shoulders. Chiaki continued giving instructions. They did various different poses for the pictures. Apart from the lap pillow, none of them were as awkward, which suited Seiji just fine. After that, Mika and Chiaki took pictures together, Ryo and Shika took pictures together, Chiaki and Nozomi took pictures together, and Ryo and Nozomi took pictures together. Various combinations were made. Finally, everyone ended things with a big group photo. Seiji looked over all the final pictures, and felt that just as he expected, the ones with him and Mika or Nozomi were the most embarrassing, especially after seeing the comparisons. Just as I thought, it was quite interesting to see the comparisons, said Nozomi while covering her mouth and chuckling as she also perused the pictures. I'm going to have these pictures printed out and store them in our photo album. Just what would Mika think of all this? Seiji suddenly got curious about this as he tugged at the corner of his lips. The pigtailed girl had gone back to her own home. She returned with several gift boxes. Seiji, this is for you. Happy Winter Snow Festival. She gave him a blue gift box. Thank you. Seiji accepted it. Mika also gave Shika and Ryo a pink gift box for each of them, and both of them thanked her as well. Seiji opened up his gift box to find a dark scarf. When he tried putting it on, it felt rather warm. Nice, it's really warm. Seiji smiled. It's fine as long as you like it, Mika said as her eyes lit up when she saw him wearing the scarf. Shika received a pair of gloves, while Ryo received a pair of socks. All the clothing articles were beautiful. They continued looking through the photos. Mika blushed when she saw the photos of her together with Seiji, but when she saw the ones of her mother with Seiji, she revealed a strange expression. When she heard that her mother intended to put all of their pictures with Seiji on the same page of their family photo albums collection, she immediately objected. I don't want to. I want to keep mine. Mom, you can keep yours. Why's that? Isn't it more interesting to keep them together for comparison? I don't want to compare myself to you, Mom. It feels weird. It's not weird at all, it's proof of our mother-daughter bond. What bond? I don't want this type of proof. You don't cherish your mother-daughter bond, my daughter is in her rebellious stage. Nozomi pretended to sigh. I'm not. Mika retorted. The mother and daughter kept up their teasing conversation. They really have such a good relationship, Seiji said while sipping on some tea and observing them. Yep, they really do, Chiaki said as she also sipped on tea and observed them. The relationship between me and my dad isn't even 1% as good as theirs. Seiji looked towards Chiaki. Did he say why this time that he couldn't come back home? Nope, not even half a word of explanation. That is, indeed what a bastard would do. Chiaki chuckled. I called him that long ago. Meanwhile, Rio installed and turned on the new video game system that she had received, and began playing her new game. There was the sound of elegant music, and a handsome hero appeared on the television screen wearing blue clothing and holding on to a sword and shield. He looked resolutely towards a distant mountain. Seiji and Chiaki looked over to see that Rio was having great fun playing her new game. Nozomi began retelling stories from Mika's childhood, and Mika tried her best to stop her mother from saying any more. Shika silently sipped on her tea and slowly and imperceptibly kept moving closer to Seiji. It was now snowing again outside. The silently falling snowflakes seemed to have a warm light to them when illuminated by the lighting inside Seiji's apartment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, You Want to Be My Blanket. Chapter 359, You Want to Be My Blanket. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. It gradually started getting late into the night. Mika and Nozomi went back to their own residence. Shika showered first, and then Seiji showered after. When he was finished with his shower, his adopted younger sister pulled on him and led him to her room. Brother Seiji, for you. She handed him a white gift box. Seiji thanked her and received it. When he opened it, he saw that the present was a black jacket. He put it on immediately and felt that it was a perfect size. This fits me perfectly, and looks rather nice. Seiji smiled as he told this to Shika. She then suddenly walked up close to him, reached out, and straightened his collar. He felt something warm within him as he looked at his adopted sister's beautiful face from such a close distance, observing her gentle expression. He couldn't help but recall that wish of hers that he saw on her gift-giving card. He suddenly had an urge to hug her, but he restrained himself. Brother. Shika didn't back away after straightening his collar. She continued looking at his face, with something flashing in her eyes, as if she wanted to say something. Seiji felt his heartbeat growing louder. I want to be together with you, she said as her face began to flush red. Suddenly, she averted her gaze. Together, just like this. Living together like this, forever, Seiji didn't know what to say at this. He kept moving his hands, clenching his fists tightly in order to suppress the emotions within himself. Yep, of course. He smiled. We'll always be together. After leaving Shika's room, Seiji felt like he wanted to beat himself up. However, even he himself didn't understand why this was. When he went back to the living room, he saw Chiaki playing a video game together with Rio. Seiji told Rio to go take a shower, and she obediently put down the game controller and headed to take a shower. Chiaki handed Rio's game controller to Seiji. He happily accepted the controller and joined the battle. Chiaki used a red-headed man with a white shirt, while Seiji used a blonde man with a red shirt. They vigorously fought each other on the television screen, shouting out various technique names. Chiaki used an ultimate attack, but she was blocked. Seiji countered with a combination of moves that beautifully KO'd and even overkilled her character. They played several rounds, with every round ending in Seiji's victory with an overkill. You don't go easy on me at all. Such a vicious man you are. It's a fighter's way of showing respect by going all out every time. I don't want this type of respect, go easier on me. Impossible. Seiji posed proudly and haughtily. Chiaki requested a change of games after seeing that it wouldn't be possible for her to win at this one. Seiji immediately accepted. And then, he was viciously defeated. Ha, only having those few points, how pitiful. Wah! Damn it! How low of you! Calling the victor low is nothing more than the wailing of a loser dog, just bark like that. Ha 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 dash. Chiaki pretended to be some evil female antagonist, and imitated the classical 3 repeated cackles from so many animes as she looked condescendingly down upon loser dog Seiji. Seiji did his best to recoup his losses. When Rio finished her shower, this battle changed from a one-on-one duel to a 3-way free-for-all. They had fun playing against each other until it was bedtime. Seiji told Rio to get in bed and go to sleep first, while he brought over an extra blanket and pillow over to Chiaki in the living room. With this equipment, I'll be able to survive winter safely. Thank you so much for your support, First Lieutenant Haruta. Chiaki smiled and bowed as she accepted these items. No need for thanks, Second Lieutenant Wakaba. Seiji looked at her. If you still feel cold, you can call for me. And then you'll warm me up with your body? Body, the hell. I'll give you an extra blanket. You want to be my blanket? Seiji was rendered speechless. Chiaki giggled at her own joke. The two of them exchanged glances for a while. Good night, Seiji. Good night, Chiaki. After saying good night to each other, Seiji turned off the light in the living room and returned to his bedroom. Harano Oniai-chan, a present for you. When he returned to his room, he saw Rio hopping out and handing him a small gift box. Thank you. Seiji happily accepted and opened it up. The present was a small milk cream bunny mascot from Honey Candy Girl. It was attached to a string, and was a suitable size for being hung on his cell phone or his desk as a decoration. I really like this, it's quite cute, he told her sincerely. The little girl smiled cutely. After carefully putting away the small rabbit doll, Seiji turned off the lights and went to sleep. He then entered Rio's soul realm. He opened up his system and checked his gifts option and saw that he had received many rewards from Shika's, Mika's, and Rio's gifts. After carefully inspecting all his reward items, he felt that the most special one among them was Free Ability Usage Card, received from Shika's gift. With this one-time use card, he could use any ability of his at no cost to him, without using any of his energy or mana, and ignoring any usage limitations like number of times he could use it in a day. For example, Light from the Brink, which was only usable one time per day. Even if he used it once already, he could use it again on the same day by using this card. He received an Invisible Attack card from Mika's present. This one-time use card would allow him to become completely invisible until he touched some living creature or person. This condition could be maintained for a maximum of 2 minutes, and it was possible for those with a very high level of astral vision to be able to see him. If he attacked anything living while under this invisibility effect, his attack's power would be doubled, and he would be revealed afterwards. This was basically a classical combination of some assassin techniques like stealth and backstab. He received a damage-canceling defense card from Rio's gift. Using this one-time card would allow him to block any one attack coming at him and receive 0 damage from it. He had only 3 words to describe it: life-saving card. He could definitely act pretentiously by using this to block some enemy's ultimate ability. Apart from these 3 cards, the rest were some stat-raising cards as well as items that had less than spectacular effects. Seiji gratefully accepted all of their feelings. He immediately used all the stat-raising cards he had received, which increased his art, charisma, and spiritual power stats respectively. After that, he closed his system and began to practice cultivation. After he fulfilled the progress requirements and paid the required points, Seiji learned beginner-level healing. Seiji rested for a while, then he used the same old method of jumping off the ladder to leave Rio's soul realm. When he woke up, he got up lightly in order to not wake up Rio, got out of bed, put on his jacket, and walked out of his room. He walked over to the living room and discovered that Chiaki wasn't there. The front door was open. Seiji walked outside to see the silver-haired beauty standing outside, quietly observing the night sky with her borrowed cloth blanket covering her shoulders. The snow had stopped falling now, and the moon had appeared. It was illuminating everything with a gentle silver glow. Under the silver moon, a silver-haired girl was looking up at the sky. The scene seemed beautiful and poetic to Seiji. He walked over to her side and quietly looked at the night sky together with her. After a moment of silence, "You found me," Chiaki said softly. "I didn't sleep together with Mika, because I felt that I would likely be unable to sleep tonight. I should have returned home, but I really didn't want to go back, so I could only bother you tonight. Well, I did want to experience what it felt like to sleep on tatami mats by a kotatsu's side as well. At any rate, I was just being willful. I apologize for any bother I may have caused you." Seiji looked towards her. "I didn't notice anything in particular, and was just allowing you to do as you pleased. I came out in the middle of the night to check on you because I was worried if you would be cold. I know that you can be a bit willful at times, and it's fine. If I thought that you were saying something unreasonable, I'd comment on it. If I thought that you were doing something unreasonable, I'd stop you with my iron fists of justice. And on the other hand, as long as I don't think it's something unreasonable, I'll cooperate with you, or help you out, or accompany you, but..." Seiji smiled gently. "So, that's why you shouldn't apologize, nor lose yourself too much in loneliness. The expression of a female lead from a tragedy story doesn't suit you at all, Chiaki. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 360, Could you warm me up with your body? Chapter 360, Could you warm me up with your body? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Chiaki smiled rather seductively as she looked at Seiji with a gentle expression. "In that case, what type of female lead's expression do you think suits me?" "Of course, the expression of a female lead from a show where she leads a blessed and happy life. Is there even such a television show?" "Of course. Comedies, funny shows, slice-of-life shows, encouraging shows, at any rate, any show where the characters are having fun and smiling is such a show. They're much more common than tragedy shows." "When you say it like that, it sounds true." The two of them began casually chatting. As they conversed, the girl moved closer to the boy and lightly leaned against his side. "What's the matter?" "I'm a little cold." "Let's go back inside, then." "I don't want to go back inside yet." Seiji was rendered speechless. "Could you warm me up with your body?" Chiaki smiled as she opened up the cloth blanket she was covering herself with. Her current expression had an alluring seductiveness to it. In combination with her words, it caused Seiji to feel rather itchy inside. He silently accepted the blanket and covered himself in it together with Chiaki. Chiaki was holding on to his left arm with her right hand, sticking very close to him. "I'm no longer cold now." Her body was warm, and her heart was warm. She immersed herself in this reassuring feeling. "Seiji, can I always rely on you?" You said just earlier that you'll cooperate with and accompany me in anything that's not unreasonable. Will this continue on forever?" "Of course." "Really? I can be quite annoying." "I said something else earlier as well. If I think you're being unreasonable, I'll comment upon it and use my iron fists of justice upon you, Then it's a deal. I'm going to always rely on you, and you can't even think about getting rid of me." "Yep, of course not. You're my important good friend." "Am I only a good friend?" Chiaki's mouth arced upwards as something flashed in her eyes. "I want more than that, idiot Seiji." The next morning, Chiaki left and said goodbye after eating breakfast together. When she left, she had a joyous expression on her face. Seiji felt that he didn't need to worry about her anymore. Mika asked about Chiaki's situation, and Seiji explained it to her. She had a sad expression after hearing it. Why does Chiaki's father treat her that way? Seiji remains silent at this. Just judging from the one-sided actions, her father indeed seemed to be neglecting his fatherly duties. Should he act for Chiaki's sake and try finding a way to contact and talk to her father? He was unsure if he should do so. Chiaki didn't seem to intend on asking him to involve himself. If he forced himself to intervene, it would be difficult to guess at what the outcome would be, and perhaps he would even make things worse. He decided to learn more about Mr. Wakaba first. Only by understanding more would he know what he should do. Mika, what do you know about Chiaki's father? His name is Shinku Wakaba, and he's a famous artist. Mika said some basics about him. All she knew was some very basic information that she had searched for on the internet before when she first learned that Chiaki's father was a famous artist. Seiji silently listened to the little that she knew. Seiji, are you intending to do something? Not for the time being. He explained what he was thinking, and Mika nodded in understanding without saying anything more about it. Meanwhile, Rio happily started playing her new video game. After watching her for a while, Seiji recalled that there was something he had to do, so he took out his cell phone and called someone. The call was accepted. Good morning, Editor Yoshizawa. Good morning, Harano. Did you have a nice winter snow festival? Seiji asked casually. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Just like normal, the female editor responded in a light tone. There seemed to be something buried beneath that light tone of hers. Did something happen to Editor Yoshizawa yesterday? Seiji was curious about it. He wanted to ask, but his experience told him that it would be best not to ask, as he may step on a landmine. That's nice, to be the same as always. Yeah, working just like always, overtime just like always, going home by myself on the bus just like always, eating a frozen meal from the convenience store for dinner and watching TV by myself just like always. It's pretty nice. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt as if he could see darkness emanating from those calm-seeming words of hers, so he didn't know how to respond for a moment. There was a temporary silence between them. Is there anything you wanted, Harano? Saki got right to the main point. It's like this, Seiji explained the situation that he wanted to personally draw the insert art for his story Brother Monogatari. Saki fell silent for a moment. Is this request of mine unreasonable? Seiji tried asking. It's a bit troublesome, because we already hired an artist who's working on the artwork already. It'll be quite rude to say that we don't want his work anymore, Saki explained. Normally, this type of request would be unacceptable, but you're not requesting an artist change, and want to personally do the artwork yourself. This, I think it's probably worthy of consideration. Nobody understands the story better than the author. If the author personally wants to draw artwork for his own story, that would be an even better way to express the story's charisma. Of course, the prerequisite is that the artwork is at a high enough level. I need to personally check out your artwork, and if I think that your art is good enough, I shall take you to meet the artist that we've already hired for a discussion. If I think that your art isn't good enough, then we can just pretend this never happened, Seiji agreed. Yes, will that be fine? Yes, I accept. Thank you for even considering my request, Editor Yoshizawa. No need to be polite. Are you free now? I am. Then take your drawing to the editing department that I work at, and show it to me. Alright, I'll be over there as soon as I can. They ended their phone call there. Seiji told Mika about it and then went to go knock on Shika's door. He borrowed the drawing he had just given to his adopted younger sister, then prepared to leave. Seiji took a taxi to the building that Thunderbolt Literature was located in. He went to the main hall and talked to the receptionist about what he was there for. He filled in a simple visitor's card and was arranged to wait in waiting room number 3. The waiting room was on the left of the main hall. It was a small room with non-see-through glass. Seiji felt that this was quite a similar scene to what he had seen in the anime Bakuman before, and couldn't help but recall the scene where the two main characters first showed their manga's draft to an editor. He recalled that the two main characters had been arranged to wait in waiting room number 3. What a nice coincidence it was. Seiji could faintly hear the sound of voices coming from waiting rooms number 1 and number 2 when he passed by them. It sounded like there were editors within that were strictly criticizing the content of drafts. He recalled that the two main characters had seemed like criminals about to receive judgment the first time that they showed their original draft to an editor, with how nervous they were. It passes as long as there's tea to drink. There was a line like that, right? Seiji did his best to recall as he walked into waiting room number 3. His story was already confirmed for publication. Compared to the two main characters of Bakuman, as well as the two authors in the other two waiting rooms, he was far calmer. Good luck, you two. Seiji cheered on the two authors in the next rooms. After a while, editor Yoshizawa arrived. I just contacted Sharp Demon Soldier, the artist that we hired. I had him send over the artwork that he's finished already, and printed it out. The female editor immediately placed a drawing on the table when she entered the waiting room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Sharp Demon Soldier. Chapter 361, Sharp Demon Soldier. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji looked at the drawing. The drawing was of the older brother displaying his skills for the first time, defeating some hoodlums and protecting his younger sister. This seemed like it would leave quite a deep impression, especially with the excellent attention to detail on drawing the older brother's expression. It seemed slightly icy but not overly vicious. His punching seemed pretty cool, and there was nice work done on the details of his clothes. What do you think? Saki asked. It's a pretty nice drawing, but I can do better, Seiji responded. His tone was filled with self-confidence. While this drawing was pretty good, he still believed that he could do better if he was to draw the exact same thing. Editor Yoshizawa blinked in surprise at this. Seiji immediately brought out his own drawing that he had brought with him and placed it on the table in front of her. Saki's gaze paused for a moment when she saw his drawing. She slowly picked up the drawing and carefully looked it over for a long while. It's excellent. After she finished, this was her review. If you can draw other drawings at this same quality, then you are indeed more suitable than Demon Soldier Sensei to become the artist for Brother Monogatari. I believe that I can produce other drawings of similar quality, Seiji said resolutely. I believe in your confidence, Harano. Saki looked towards him. Let's go meet Demon Soldier Sensei, and have a discussion with him to obtain his understanding. Seiji nodded. This type of thing was better explained as soon as possible. Sharp Demon Soldier was the pen name of Shoyuri Tanaka, who was currently 22 years old. He felt that his current life didn't match his name of Shoyuri at all, which meant victory. He had an ordinary appearance, he was introverted, he wasn't skilled at communication, and he was basically invisible all the way from elementary school to high school. He was someone that basically blended into the air. He didn't have friends, nor did he have enemies. He wasn't popular, but he had never been bullied before either. He was the type who was just one step above the lowest rung of the bullied in his school setting. He felt somewhat lonely about this, but he wasn't pained. That was because he found it bothersome to communicate with others, and he found it fine to simply live without attracting others' attention, so that he could completely immerse himself in his hobbies. He was a huge fan of manga. Ever since the second year of middle school, he had wanted to become a manga author. Starting in high school, he began writing drafts, and finally received an excellent newcomer award in his third year of high school, helping him to get published for the first time. This was the most glorious moment of Shoyuri Tanaka's life, and his first ever victory. Afterwards, he gave up on attending college, and moved to the city and rented a place by himself, making it his goal to become a manga author published in a serial magazine. By now, 4 years had passed. Instead of getting closer to his goal, he seemed to be getting farther and farther away. All the drafts that he worked his hardest on were either deemed bad by editors or couldn't receive good results in competitions. He continually received many impacts. He became numb from failure, and felt confused about the future. He didn't know what path to take anymore. That was his current condition. Recently, Tanaka received a job to draw art for a light novel that would be published soon. The request asked him to complete it as soon as possible. Tanaka was deeply enthralled by this light novel when he read it. It was too amazing. He couldn't even recall the last time that he had gotten so excited over a light novel. Due to his excitement, Tanaka even pulled numerous all-nighters and made many draft drawings. He didn't draw only scenes from this story, and also drew his own scenes and character settings that he received inspiration for from this story. He recalled the joy he had from his earlier days when he was drawing his own manga, and felt as if he had rediscovered his passion. After he got tired, he would sleep for a long stretch, wake up, go to the bathroom, fill his stomach, and repeat the process of seriously working on the art for this story named Brother Monogatari. This story will definitely become a bestseller. Tanaka was certain of this. Since he had received many impacts in the past, he wasn't very confident in his own judgment, but he was still instinctively certain that this story would definitely become a bestseller, perhaps even an enormous hit. He considered it a rare piece of luck for him to have received the job to draw art for this story. He considered it precious, and worked his very hardest on doing a good job on drawing for it. He had just finished the first insert art piece for the story and was thinking on how to draw the second one when he received a phone call from the story's editor requesting for him to send over any completed insert art drawings. She probably wants to see the quality of my artwork, Tanaka thought as he emailed over a picture of his drawing. But, not long after that, he received another phone call, telling him that she was going to come over together with the story's author. They wanted to have a discussion with him. Tanaka was astonished by this. Is my artwork that terrible? The story's editor and author are both rushing over to my place after looking at it. He was quite nervous and anxious about it. However, he calmed down soon after. He had already gotten used to rejection. Although this was the first time that a story's editor and author had come in tandem to personally meet with him, he figured that he probably just had to listen to some criticism and make some improvements. Tanaka prepared some hot water and tea and waited for his guests to arrive. After some time passed, his doorbell rang. Shoyuri Tanaka mentally prepared himself, then went to open the door. Hello, Demon Soldier Sensei. Sorry for the bother. The icy and beautiful editor who was wearing a windbreaker politely greeted him. Then, she indicated to the person standing by her side. This is the author of Brother Monogatari, Idle Dimension by the Shore. Tanaka took a look at the person standing beside her. This young man was tall and handsome and had a lively expression in his eyes. He was smiling gently and seemed to be as handsome as an idol from a television show. Hello, pleased to meet you, Demon Soldier Sensei. The handsome boy politely greeted him as well. Hello, pleased to meet you, Shore Sensei. Tanaka was inwardly astonished by how handsome the author was, and then he thought of the male lead of Brother Monogatari. He felt as if this young man cosplayed the main lead, that would be incredibly perfect, just as if he was a living version of that awesomely cool male lead, but... No, he should reverse that. The story's main character was probably based on the author himself, wasn't he? Tanaka felt that was highly likely. Some authors would themselves as the character model and settings for the main character, which would make it easier to immerse themselves into creating the story and characters. He had done this himself as well, however, his story didn't receive good reviews. When an author used himself as the voice of the main character, no matter how good he was at drawing the main character, that still wouldn't mean that the characters he drew would have charisma, especially in the situation where the creator himself lacked charisma. And, when an author received criticism about a character based on himself, the author would receive harm that was several times that of what the fictional character would receive. Tanaka had experienced this numerous times in the past, which was how he had come to a painful realization. Perhaps those that didn't know how writing worked would think that it was only natural for authors to use themselves as the person the main character was based on, but the only authors that actually did that would be novices that hadn't received impacts yet, or narcissists, or the truly courageous. At the very least, that was what Tanaka currently believed. Whoops, he had gotten sidetracked. When he returned to his senses, Tanaka discovered that he had already invited his two guests to sit down. Demon Soldier Sensei, about our discussion. I must first apologize to you. The beautiful editor who he knew was called Saki Yoshizawa lowered her head to him. Eh? Tanaka was surprised at this. This was different from what he expected. They're not here because they're dissatisfied with the quality of my artwork? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Is this really alright? Chapter 362, Is this really alright? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Sensei, we're grateful that you accepted the job and worked hard on the artwork for Brother Monogatari, and that you finished and insert art so quickly. Saki lifted her head and looked directly at Tanaka. My next request will be quite rude, but allow me, Editor Yoshizawa. Seiji spoke up. Demon Soldier Sensei, I personally made this visit in order to request that you give up the right to draw for Brother Monogatari. Tanaka widened his eyes in surprise at hearing this. Give up? Yes, please give up on this job request. And, Sensei, for the drawing that you've already completed, I shall pay you for it. No, I shall even pay for all the drawings that you should have done and didn't complete yet. Why? Because I would like to personally draw the artwork for this story, Seiji told him honestly. A moment of silence fell between them. You want to personally draw for your own story? If you had this ability in the first place, why did you send out a job request for an artist? Tanaka furrowed his brows. Because I didn't intend to do so until yesterday, Seiji explained. This story called Brother Monogatari actually wasn't written by myself alone. I cooperated together with one other person in writing it. Yesterday, during the Winter Snow Festival, I gave that person a present of the main character's drawing that I personally drew myself. After that person saw my drawing, she felt that I could completely be up to the task of drawing for Brother Monogatari, and expressed a wish for me to do so. I agreed, which was why I contacted Editor Yoshizawa this morning and made my request. Editor Yoshizawa told me that she had already hired an artist who was working hard on the art for my story, which would be you, Demon Soldier Sensei. She let me know that it would be very rude to have you stop in the middle. However, I continued to insist, and showed my own drawing to Editor Yoshizawa, and she recognized that I had sufficient artistic talent for the task. Finally, I have to convince Demon Soldier Sensei to give up on this job for the final part, which is why I'm here today. Tanaka felt indescribable emotions within himself at hearing these words. Being able to draw for Brother Monogatari was a job that he considered quite lucky to have received, and he wanted to do his best on it. But he never expected to hear a request like this. Asking an artist for a job but then having only one side cancel on the job was something incredibly disrespectful within the industry, and would be quite ill-received if others heard about it. However, if both sides agreed to cancel the job, then there wouldn't be any problems. Tanaka knew that he could be proactive here. He could complain, act forceful, and request even more compensation from them, but this wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to be able to draw for Brother Monogatari. That was because he truly liked this novel. Of course, there was also the factor where he expected Brother Monogatari would become a bestseller, and he wanted to obtain some extra fame through this, but the main reason was still because he liked this novel. This novel excited him and gave him so much inspiration for his own stories and art as well, helping him to recall the joy and passion that he used to receive from drawing, which was why he wanted to do his best on this job. After a moment of silence, Tanaka slowly spoke up. I like this story named Brother Monogatari, and want to be able to draw for it. Even if you were the one who wrote this story, and your artwork received the editor's recognition, I still haven't seen it yet, and can't be certain if your art is worthy of this story. Please allow me to see your artwork. If I think it's not good enough, I won't give up on this job. He was extremely nervous as he said this. Tanaka couldn't even recall the last time that he had acted so defiant. He wasn't someone particularly brave to begin with, and after being worn out by all his successive failures and impacts received over the past few years, he had almost no courage left remaining. However, this novel had helped him to recover some of his former passion, and his former courage returned slightly to him as well, but it was in order to resist against the author of this very story. I really apologize, Tanaka said in his mind. Seiji looked at him for a while, before taking out the drawing that he had done himself and placing it on Tanaka's table. This is my drawing that I drew myself. Tanaka looked at the drawing on the table. In this drawing, he saw a beautiful girl and a handsome boy about to reach out to each other's hands. It was obvious that they were the main characters of Brother Monogatari. The art wasn't of any scene from the novel, but it did have the same atmosphere and style as the novel. The characters were drawn vibrantly and the expressions were lively. The details were done exquisitely. Tanaka inwardly sighed after looking it over closely for a while. This level was more than sufficient to be the insert art for a light novel. And if he compared his own drawing to this author's drawing for his own novel. Although he didn't want to admit it, the author's drawing was indeed better than his. Nice drawing, he finally said in a light voice after remaining silent for quite a while. Compared to the insert art that I drew, this one is better, But this drawing isn't a scene from the story, so it's difficult to do a direct comparison. While I admit that you did a good job on this drawing, will you be able to draw similarly well for a scene from your own novel? I can, Seiji said resolutely. I'll be able to draw any scene from the story with excellent quality. Tanaka was able to feel the author's willpower emanating from him. The youth's expression, the look in his eyes, his spirit, all of this astonished him. Is this really all right? Is this really all right? For a moment, he wanted to just agree to the author's request and accept giving up on this job. But, the next moment, he kept asking himself, is this really all right? Even he didn't understand why he kept questioning himself. But he followed his instinct that told him he didn't want things to end just like this. Let's have a competition. We can compete using the exact same scene from the story, and draw the scene within a limited time frame as a competition. If your drawing is better than mine, I will accept your request, and I won't even request any payment from you. And if I'm the one who draws better, then please allow me to continue working on this novel. Seiji looked directly at him. This skinny brown-haired man who had an ordinary appearance and half-rimmed eyeglasses and dark circles under his eyes had suddenly gotten all-spirited. This was a duelist's spirit, the spirit of an artist's pride. All right. He accepted. I accept this duel, Which scene should we draw, Demon Soldier Sensei? You can decide, Shore Sensei. Then, let's draw the climax, the battle between the male lead and the antagonist. Please be more specific about the exact scene and page. The two of them discussed the specific scene to draw, and agreed upon a time limit and a place to meet again. When the time limit was up, they had to meet again at the agreed-upon place and show each other their new drawings for the competition. If one couldn't complete the drawing in time, then it would be considered a loss. After agreeing to this, Seiji and Saki said goodbye and left. Harano, Demon Soldier Sensei has successfully been able to publish his own short manga in the past, in the magazine Hot-Blooded Shonen. The female editor spoke up after they left Demon Soldier Sensei's home. He's always been aiming for publication of his own manga as his goal. Although he still hasn't succeeded, his drawing speed and quality are both quite good. And he's considered top-notch in the area of light novel insert art. Hot-Blooded Shonen was one of the biggest manga magazine publishers in Sakura Island. Anyone who was able to successfully be published in it would become someone that normal artists would look up to. And as for Seiji, he couldn't even be called an artist currently, because he had never shown off any of his artwork before, not even as an amateur on the internet. He could only be called a drawing enthusiast. Looking at it from the industry's angle, the difference between him and Sharp Demon Soldier Sensei was like the difference between a beggar and a middle-class person. You need to know what you're getting yourself into, Saki expressed this to Seiji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Come Be a Mangaka. Chapter 363, Come Be a Mangaka. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. I know, Seiji said. He's a strong opponent for me, and I'll do my very best. As long as you realize it. After Seiji went back home, he returned the drawing to Shika and explained what happened. Shika revealed a complex expression after learning that Seiji was going to have a competition against the artist that had been hired. I'm sorry, brother Seiji. All because of my willfulness. What are you saying? I promised you, and this isn't only something that you want, it's something that I want to do now as well. Seiji smiled. I'll do my best to achieve victory. Good luck, brother. Yep. Seiji immediately started preparing to draw. He faced off against a blank piece of drawing paper and began considering how he wanted to draw. The scene was going to be the main character fighting against the antagonist. Specifically, the scene should involve a fierce fight with weapons. The people, clothes, actions, weapons, expressions, and backgrounds. Seiji carefully considered everything. After some time passed, he felt that he had imagined plenty of details already, but that there was still something insufficient. That's right, he should add the female lead into the scene. The younger sister was only a bystander in this battle. Logically speaking, it was probably fine to not add her into the drawing. In fact, it could even be said that drawing her here might distract from the focus on the older brother and the antagonist. However, Seiji wanted to add her into the drawing, and give her the feeling that she wasn't a simple bystander, in order to add on to the mystery of the first volume's ending. The male lead and the antagonist were the focal points of the drawing, and the female lead definitely couldn't be allowed to surpass them in attention drawing. He needed to draw her in a way so that she wouldn't be in the forefront, but that when people looked closer, she would seem somewhat abnormal. At any rate, the female lead's appearance in the drawing needed to be an add-on element which didn't affect the main focal points, in order to add more of a mysterious feeling to the drawing. Seiji did his best to imagine how to do it and took quite a while to think about it. After he finally finished imagining what he wanted, he picked up a drawing pencil and began drawing on the blank paper. Lunchtime. Seiji continued drawing after finishing his lunch. At this time, he received a phone call. It was from Peach Sensei. I heard about what happened from Saki. Do you need my help? The mangaka asked. If Peach Sensei helped me, it'd feel like cheating. Seiji chuckled and continued, but, in a competition, it's probably correct to use any advantages that you can. In that case, Sensei, could you take a look at my drawing and give me your advice? I'd be more than happy to. Mayuzumi smiled. And so, Seiji took a picture of his current drawing and showed it to Mayuzumi. It's pretty good, Haruta-kun. When did you start learning how to draw? Mayuzumi praised him after looking at the photo that he sent. About 2 months ago, I started practicing every day by myself at home. That was Seiji's reply. The mangaka couldn't help but widen her eyes at this. 2 months, you only practiced by yourself, without especially learning, or going to an art studio, or having anyone teach you? Yeah. Mayuzumi was astonished to hear this. He was capable of drawing at this level already simply by learning on his own for 2 months. She was so shaken that she didn't know what to say for a while. Sensei, what's the matter? Seiji was mystified by her silence. Haruta-kun. Come be a mangaka. Mayuzumi couldn't help but say this. Mayuzumi noticed what she said only after she already said it. She then took a few seconds to organize her thoughts. Haruta-kun, you can write excellent stories already, and now that I've learned how good you are at art, you could definitely become an incredible mangaka, even more so than me. Seiji didn't know what to say to this for a moment. I'm happy to hear you say this, sensei, but if it's to draw a manga, I think that my level is still insufficient, he responded. With your talent, as long as you study professionally for a while, that should be sufficient, Mayuzumi told him seriously. I currently don't intend to draw manga, and I'm only focusing on this little competition in order to draw for my own story. Seiji looked at the ceiling in his room. I'll try my hand at it in the future. I love manga, and I also want to create my own manga in the future, I'm really looking forward to Haruta-kun's future manga. I hope that I won't have to wait too long. Mayuzumi smiled. It won't be long. Currently, he was focusing on his story. As for manga, he would consider it more seriously after he raised his art stat sufficiently. That was what Seiji intended. He then changed the topic back to the insert art that he had drawn, asking for specific opinions. Mayuzumi gave him recommendations on what parts to change, and he wrote down all the advice that she gave him. Then, he asked about the parts which he didn't understand. The two of them chatted for a long while. After the end of the phone call, Seiji felt that he had greatly improved to another level on the topic of insert art and was sincerely thankful for Peach Sensei's guidance. He poured all his efforts into drawing. There was still half an hour until the deadline for the drawing competition. Shoyuri Tanaka brought his completed artwork and arrived at the coffee cafe that they had agreed upon. He ordered a cup of coffee without sugar or milk and drank it just like that. The bitterness stimulated his mind. He was quite nervous. He felt as if he were taking a new manga draft to see an editor. It wasn't like he would be able to get published if he won this little contest. It's just drawing insert art for a light novel, so why am I so nervous? Tanaka inwardly sighed. He was confident in his own drawing that he did his very best on. Although he wasn't able to make it more detailed due to the relatively short time limit, he considered it pretty good already. He didn't know how good that high school boy would be able to draw. Tanaka had an indescribable feeling as he recalled the look in that boy's eyes. If he had to describe it, was it jealousy? He was jealous that the boy was able to have that look and such will. Tanaka, at 22, wasn't old. However, when he compared himself to that boy, he really felt that he was beginning to get old. Tanaka drank his coffee as he silently waited with complex emotions within himself. 10 minutes later, he saw the young author and the beautiful editor enter the coffee cafe together. Tanaka waved at them to help them notice him. I'm sorry for the wait, Demon Soldier Sensei. It's okay. I only waited for a few minutes, sure Sensei. Seiji and Saki sat down across from Tanaka. A server came over and both of them ordered a cup of coffee. Honestly speaking, I'm really nervous right now. Tanaka felt a sudden impulse to say something as he looked at them, so he acted upon it. I feel as if I'm showing a manga draft to an editor, even though this is only a light novel's insert art job. No. I shouldn't have said it like that. My apologies, I sounded too arrogant just now. What I meant was, I didn't expect that I would be so serious about this job. Tanaka laughed at himself. His laughter was filled with complex feelings. I like your novel, but I'm currently competing against you. Even I feel that this situation is rather strange. I shouldn't be doing this, something like a contest. Now that I think back on it, I was really being too willful. I should have believed in your ability after seeing your drawing and backed out on my own. But, I still asked for a competition. Just what was I thinking at that moment? Even I myself don't understand. Seiji looked towards Tanaka. I think that you were thinking of something quite simple, Demon Soldier Sensei. You simply didn't want to lose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, I once believed that I was talented. Chapter 364, I once believed that I was talented. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. I don't want to lose. Tanaka slowly widened his eyes. This really seems like it's the case? Yes, that was correct. His feelings were actually just as simple as the young author had said. I simply don't want to lose. You're right, Shore Sensei. He revealed a simple smile that was far different from his earlier complex expression. I just don't want to lose. I want to be able to draw art for a novel I like. I want this job. I don't want to lose to anyone else, even if that person is the story's author, you. Seiji smiled as well. I'm happy that Brother Monogatari is a story that you enjoy so much. This story isn't something I wrote by myself. My partner wishes for me to be able to draw for our story. I agreed, which is why it became something I want to do as well. I don't want to lose either, even if I'm not even able to be called an artist yet, even if my opponent is a first-class artist like you, Demon Soldier Sensei. The two of them exchanged glances as their wills clashed in midair. Let's begin. Yep. Tanaka and Seiji both brought out their drawings and placed them on the table in front of each other. Seiji picked up Demon Soldier Sensei's drawing and began looking at it closely. Amazing. That was his first impression. Demon Soldier Sensei's drawing was of the male lead fighting with weapons against the main antagonist. The drawing was done quite well, and seemed to be quite spirited. The drawing did an especially good job of showing the antagonist's vicious expression after she revealed her true self. Half of her face was a scary demon, and the other half was still a beautiful human female. This contrast between the two halves of her face gave such a visual impact that it would leave anyone a deep impression. The story's description of the antagonist's true appearance wasn't exactly like this, but drawing her like this was within the bounds of creative liberty. And, this definitely had a nice effect. Seiji even took inspiration from this drawing and wondered if he should modify the physical description of the antagonist in the story. This was the power of a first-rate light novel artist's ability, but not only did he draw a drawing that matched the story's scene, it even surpassed the author's imagination and influenced the author. Apart from the antagonist, the male lead's expression was done excellently as well. Seiji was able to detect a strong fighting will from the male lead's eyes, and the runes on his face seemed quite cool as well. The actions, clothing, weapons, and shading. Seiji carefully inspected it all. Meanwhile, Tanaka was also going over Shore Sensei's drawing in detail. It was so exquisite. That was Tanaka's first odd impression. What Shore Sensei drew was the battle between the male lead and the antagonist right before it was about to begin. There was a tense sensation as if things were about to explode. The characters, the clothing, the weapons, the shadows, the shading, everything was exquisite and obviously drawn at a higher level compared to him. With greater focus on details, that would give anyone a better first impression. Basically, the quality would appear higher, or it could also be described as the completion rate being higher. Tanaka was also capable of drawing to such a detailed extent, but he didn't have enough time. Basically, the other party's drawing speed was much quicker than his. He lost its speed and detail. It felt as if he had been forcefully punched, being suppressed by the difference in ability. Then, what about the content? Tanaka looked at the three characters within the drawing. The male lead who had just drawn his weapon, the antagonist who had transformed into a demon, and the female lead who was observing from a corner. He actually drew the female lead as an observer as well. When Tanaka first saw this, he felt that it was a minus. However, when he looked at it in more detail, he changed his mind. The female lead was in the shadows, and not noticeable at first glance. The viewer would definitely first pay attention to the male lead and the antagonist. Only by looking closer would the viewer discover the girl in the shadows. The female lead was the narrator of the novel, as well as the story's biggest mystery. For anyone who hadn't finished the story yet, they would only think that this girl was an observer in the background. But if the reader carefully looked at her, or looked at this insert art again after finishing the novel, then the reader would feel like something was slightly abnormal. Her expression while observing seemed a little strange. It was like she was concerned about the male lead, while also seeming like she was wearing a mask. The look in her eyes was deep, and it seemed like she was smiling yet not smiling. It was abnormal and mysterious. This feeling matched the entire atmosphere of the story, and improved the overall feeling of immersion from looking at this drawing. This wasn't only a battle between the male lead and the antagonist, and contained something else, which permeated throughout the whole novel yet was indescribable. Tanaka could only exclaim in respect at this drawing. As expected of the story's author. This was an excellent insert art for the novel that only the story's author would be able to draw. It's my loss. Tanaka came to this conclusion after making a detailed comparison of his own drawing with Seiji's. He put Seiji's drawing back down on the table in front of him. It's your victory, Shore-sensei. As per our agreement, I'll give up on this job. Thank you, Demon Soldier Sensei. Seiji also returned Tanaka's drawing to him. Don't say thank you. I truly admit that I've lost this competition. Tanaka took back his drawing and glanced at it before he made a move to rip it up. Wait. Seiji stopped him from doing so. This is a great drawing. Demon Soldier Sensei, if you don't want it anymore, could you give it to me? Tanaka was astonished by this. Why, would you want? Like I said, this is a great drawing, and I really like it, Seiji said sincerely. Sensei, the way you drew the antagonist was even better than I imagined. I'm even thinking about changing the story's description based on the way that Sensei drew her. Tanaka blinked at this, before revealing a faint smile. I see, in that case, this drawing of mine won't have been completely wasted. He looked over once more at his own drawing before handing it to Seiji. Thank you. Seiji showed his gratitude as he took the drawing. Tanaka took a sip of his black coffee that had gone cold already and felt its bitterness before looking back at the boy across from him. Sure, Sensei, I'd like to ask, how old are you right now? I'm 16, Seiji answered. 16. You're a high school student. Tanaka sighed. Amazing. You're probably only in your first or second year of high school, and can write such an incredible story already, as well as draw so well. This must be a so-called genius. I'm currently 22 years old and started drawing seriously since middle school. In high school, I began to submit manga drafts and received an award when I was in my third year of high school. After that, I've never made any progress. In fact, you could even say I've gone backwards. I saw the limits of my own ability. Although I really didn't want to believe that these were my limits, they indeed existed, like an insurmountably high wall. I once believed that I was talented. But that was only a mistaken impression of mine. The moment that I had believed myself to be talented was actually the very moment that I reached my limits. I'm only an ordinary person. True geniuses are people like you, Shore-sensei. You can write a good story, and draw well as well. If you make publishing a manga as your goal, you'd surely be able to succeed in short time, and receive a serial publication. And as for me, how much long will I still struggle? Will I be able to succeed? Should I just give up on my so-called dreams? Tanaka collapsed somewhat listlessly against his chair with a vacant gaze. He wasn't actually saying all this to Seiji. Instead, he was talking out loud to himself. As an artist and attempted author who had met with multiple failures, he was expressing his own confusion. He didn't care who the listener was. Dreams, a beautiful yet cruel word, Seiji said calmly, fixing his stare on Tanaka. If you really don't want any more pain, then give up now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, I hope you won't feel that it's sarcasm. Chapter 365, I hope you won't feel that it's sarcasm. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Tanaka fell silent. Seiji also sipped on his coffee, allowing for a moment of silence before he spoke up again. But you still can't give up, right? Seiji asked softly. Demon Soldier Sensei, if you were able to give up, you wouldn't be so frustrated. Your current confusion stems from the fact that your heart still hasn't truly given up yet, even if you've seen your own limits, even if you feel that you're only ordinary, even if you feel pained about chasing after your dream, you're still resisting against giving up and want to continue down this path. In that case, go ahead and continue. Even if you struggle, even if you're confused, as long as your feet are still capable of moving, continue walking down this path. Chasing after one's dreams sounded quite romantic, but in actuality, how many people chasing after their dreams would feel like they were doing something romantic? But the so-called chasing after one's dreams was more like having great difficulty trudging through a muddy and thorny road. It was painful and confusing, and easy to get lost. People would want to cry and shout. People would fall over repeatedly on this path and always think about not standing up again, wanting to leave so many times. But, after regaining their senses, they would always discover that they were still on this path. Although it was painful, although it was numbing, although they felt like zombies, they would continue walking down this path of suffering and refuse to leave. I don't want to give up. Some voice deep inside their hearts would tell them this. I want to succeed. Their inner voices would shout this. They all desired to reach the bright ending at the end of the road. Demon Soldier Sensei, although you may currently feel like you're injured all over and incredibly weak, like you're collapsed on the ground, but you're actually still walking. You're still holding on to your drawing pencils, and still have a heart that doesn't want to lose. That's the evidence. I respect people like you. I hope that you won't think it's sarcasm. Seiji paused for a moment. Sharp Demon Soldier, as an ordinary person, continues struggling in an unseemly fashion like this, all the way until you despair. After he said that, he finished downing the remainder of his coffee in one gulp. Then, he put down the coffee mug, put away the two drawings, and left. Saki, who had silently listened to the entire conversation, left together with him. Tanaka, who remained silent with his head lowered, gradually revealed a strange expression. He seemed like he wanted to laugh, yet also cry. His entire face was wrinkled, and he was chuckling, yet also crying. If it's not sarcasm, what else could it be, brat? You really don't hold back at all. He covered his face and continued making that strange sound which resembled both laughing and crying. He felt very frustrated inside, but also as if he was freed. I'm just an inferior ordinary person who's struggling in an unseemly fashion, but even so, Sometime afterwards, Shojiri Tanaka returned to his home, feeling much clear-headed compared to when he went out. After that competition and that conversation with the genius boy author, he felt like he received, or recognized something again. Something dark within him that had been accumulating for quite a while seemed to exit his body together with his tears. He looked over at his drawing tools and felt like immediately creating something. He sat down in front of his table, picked up a drawing pencil, and began to let his imagination run free. He felt continuous flashes of inspiration in his mind. The characters, setting, story, and background. It all became clear. He felt amazing. Tanaka began drawing with such a feeling. First were the draft drawings for the characters, then the overall world setting, and the story scenes. He continuously drew as the passion in his heart continuously swelled and became a huge tide. The more he got excited, the more his eyes sparkled. He didn't even notice when he got hungry. Apart from when the call of nature forced him to go to the restroom, he spent the entire rest of the time in front of his drawing desk, fervently drawing as if something had possessed him. He kept drawing and drawing and drawing. When Tanaka finally stopped, he discovered that his hand and entire body felt numb. Just how long did he draw for? He didn't know, nor did he care. He brought out a cup of instant noodles and calmed himself down while preparing them. He then checked what he had drawn while eating his instant noodles. The main characters were two teenaged boys. One was wearing striped sports attire, and he had messy blonde hair with dark red eyes. His expression was resolute as he looked up at the sky, seeming quite hot-blooded. The other boy was wearing a jacket and long pants. He was handsome and had silky soft black hair and black eyes. He had his head lowered and seemed to be contemplating something, which gave him a mysterious aura. The story would begin from this meeting between the two main characters, a genius and an ordinary person. In this world where demons ran rampant, a normal blonde boy swore to master ninjutsu, become a powerful ninja, and protect humanity. However, he was significantly lacking in talent. When the ninja teacher tried teaching him the most basic ninjutsu that other students could succeed at in just a few tries, he would be unable to do any of the ninjutsu unless he practiced many times, causing him to be made fun of. Although he did his best to practice more than everyone else after class, he still couldn't keep up with his classmates' progress, and was solidly ranked last in the class. After some time passed, even the teacher couldn't bear to watch him anymore, and tried convincing him to give up on becoming a ninja. The blonde boy became depressed and went to the forest to have some fun in an effort to improve his mood, but he wasn't careful and ran into a demon attempted to eat him. At this moment, the black-haired boy appeared, and saved him using high-level ninjutsu which instantly slew the demon. The blonde boy was grateful for having his life saved, and idolized how strong the black-haired boy was. He wanted to become friends with the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy coldly refused. However, the blonde boy didn't give up, and kept insisting on befriending him and wouldn't leave him alone, which even caused somewhat of a commotion. After a series of incidents, the two of them became teammates in the same small team. Their team received a demon-slaying mission. However, their target demons secretly possessed far more horrifying power than expected, and instantly devoured up their teacher who was leading the team. The black-haired boy single-handedly did his best to stall for time against the super demon and told everyone else to escape. The blonde boy left but then returned, and did his very best to save the black-haired boy at a critical moment. However, the blonde boy had one of his arms devoured by the demon. Just as the blonde boy was about to be completely devoured, the black-haired boy grit his teeth and used his secret power. He transformed into a half-monster state, and defeated the super demon. The first part of the story ended at this scene where the black-haired boy had just revealed his secret transformation power and the blonde-haired boy had lost an arm as they exchanged glances with each other. The main characters' names, the background setting, and the details of the storyline, there were still many parts that needed improving. Tanaka went over it one more time as passion welled up within him. He wanted to start drawing the first panels right away. He wanted to properly draw this story and do his very best, no, better than very best. This was his progress, something which surpassed all of his previous defeats, an opportunity to break through his limits. Shoyuri Tanaka's eyes seemed like they had flames roaring within them. What name should he give this manga of his? He almost instantly came up with an idea. Let's call it Maruto. Seiji didn't know what would happen to Demon Soldier Sensei after this, but he truly hoped that this artist would be able to realize his dream. After I return, I shall send the specific insert art requirements to you, Saki told him. As for the relevant contract, I'll contact Demon Soldier Sensei to officially cancel the contract tomorrow, and then send it to you. Alright, sorry to bother you, Editor Yoshizawa. No need to be polite. The female editor looked at him and recalled what she had just witnessed, causing her mouth to somewhat arc upwards. Harano, you're really cool. Eh? I thought that you would show sympathy towards Demon Soldier Sensei, or say something reassuring, but you said it so directly. I think that you said it excellently, Saki praised him. Seiji blinked at this. Sympathy or reassurance isn't what that person needed. Even encouragement was unnecessary. No matter who said what to him, he would still persist in the end. I actually said nothing more than a bunch of useless words, which at most helped him to recognize his own willpower. There was nothing cool about it. However, I thought that you were pretty cool. Saki smiled. If you became an editor, you'd definitely be an excellent editor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Good evening, Oniai-chan. Chapter 366, Good evening, Oniai-chan. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. An editor, thank you for the compliment, although I'm not sure I quite understand. Seiji tilted his head. He didn't understand what Editor Yoshizawa meant by that. Although he knew that she was praising him, he didn't know just what he did that was so praiseworthy. Saki merely smiled upon seeing his confused expression. What was an excellent editor supposed to be like? Different people would have different answers to this question. When Saki was still new to the editing job, she had discussed this question with head editor Suzu Hattori before. His response had left her with a deep impression. An excellent editor doesn't need to be good at everything. The editor only needs to be good at the basics, but these basics aren't so easy to truly be good at. Let's take talking things over with the author as an example. Many people believe that an excellent editor should be able to accurately assess a story and give the author some good recommendations to help the author improve the story. Or, if the story is a failure, the editor should help motivate the author and encourage the author to remain passionate and continue writing. This view on how editors should be isn't wrong, but I don't believe it to be entirely correct either. Reviewing a story, giving authors advice, reassuring the author, or encouraging the author, none of these are the basics. They're add-on parts to an editor's job. Of course, it'll be good if an editor is good at these things, and if they're not good, an average level is fine as well, as long as the editor doesn't mess things up. I personally believe that there are two parts to the basics of communicating with authors. The first is to help the author understand the current situation, and the second is to help the author recognize him or herself. The first part is relatively easier to do a good job on, but the second is much harder. Being able to do a good job at helping an author to understand the current situation means this person passes as an editor. However, being able to help the author recognize him or herself, if someone can do good at this, that makes them an excellent editor, and it doesn't matter even if this editor is average at everything else. At the very least, while I'm the head editor here, I'll view any editors that are capable of doing this as my top editors. Although the group of people known as authors seem to have many similarities, they're actually all unique personalities. Also, their true personalities are typically contained within themselves, and very few of them will express their true personalities. In fact, it's difficult to ascertain whether or not an author's personality on the surface is their true personality or not. Being able to help an author understand him or herself, know what type of person they are, and just what they want to create, as well as what they're capable of creating. Being able to ignite the author's passion and talent and create a story that's suitable for the author's personality, or even surpasses the author's talent, this type of editor is quite rare. After all, being able to see through to an author's true personality, and use the right wording to help the author come to a realization, such a thing is truly difficult to accomplish, head editor Hattori sighed as he said those words with sincerity. At the time, Saki was still only a newcomer and didn't quite understand what the head editor had meant, but she remembered those words. After she slowly got used to the job of an editor, she gradually began to understand what the head editor meant. To help an author understand him or herself was truly difficult. Some authors' personalities were easy to understand, and some were difficult to understand. Some of the ones that were easy to understand might not even be the author's true personality. And even if the editor was able to understand the author's personality quite clearly, helping the author to recognize himself was an even more difficult task. Even if one told the author directly, the author may not be able to accept or comprehend, and the author might even resist or become angry. Only the precisely right wording would be able to accomplish the task. Yet, such a difficult task was accomplished so naturally by the boy before her. I actually said nothing more than a bunch of useless words, which at most helped him to recognize his own willpower. Those aren't useless words at all, nor was it something to be described as, at most, Harano, no, Haruta-kun. Saki was truly praising him in her heart. She didn't explain things to him, because he wasn't an editor, and she knew that he had no interest in becoming an editor. It was fine if only she knew. After splitting up from editor Yoshizawa, Seiji went and purchased a drawing tablet to use with his computer before he returned home. After he returned home, he immediately told Shika that he had been victorious in the little competition, and showed her his drawing as well as Demon Soldier Sensei's drawing. This sensei is a good artist as well, but brother Seiji's drawing is still better as I expected, Shika said sincerely. I'm really looking forward to brother's completed artwork for all the insert art. That will take quite a while to completely finish. I'll go as fast as I can, so that we can publish quicker. Seiji smiled and showed her the drawing tablet that he had just purchased. If I use this, I'll be able to draw on the computer, which will be more convenient. This will improve my speed without making my quality suffer. Afterwards, he went to the study and connected the drawing tablet to his computer and tried using it out. After he confirmed that the drawing tablet worked properly, Seiji opened up his self-named dating sim system and exchanged for an art card drawing tablets. A new card appeared in front of him. It had a black shadow smoothly drawing on a whiteboard, continuously drawing various scenes. Seiji laid on his bed and activated the card, which transformed into a light that shot into his brain. He had the same feeling as when he activated writing cards previously. His brain felt like it heated up for a moment before seemingly coming to a sudden realization. He sat down in front of his computer again, opened up the relevant software, and picked up the drawing tablet and pen. When he put pen to tablet, he was able to smoothly draw lines without any novice unfamiliarity that should have come from learning to use a drawing tablet for the first time. His drawing speed had indeed increased. There wasn't a huge increase like after he activated the writing card, but he felt that was only natural, since he was still drawing by hand after all. After a while, Seiji discovered that not only did his speed increase, his drawing quality had evidently increased as well. Compared to drawing on paper, drawing on the computer using a drawing tablet made it easier for him to add details, which helped to increase the quality of his artwork. Very nice. Seiji immersed himself in drawing. Later that night, Seiji, who was still immersed in drawing, received a phone call. The caller ID showed that the call was from Arifuma. He recalled the figure of that little girl who had short sky-blue hair and a sweet-looking face, and immediately picked up the call. Good evening, Oniai-chan. A nervous-sounding voice greeted him. Good evening, Fuma-chan. Eri recalled the events that happened before with great clarity as she heard this gentle male voice. When she was panicking, anxious, and scared because she mistakenly believed she had accidentally killed her own older brother, he was the one who had coaxed her and called an ambulance as well as encouraged her to contact her father. He even stayed to accompany her until her father's friend arrived. A few times after that, Eri kept thinking about if she should contact this gentle prince-like big brother who had helped her out. However, due to her various emotions, she didn't manage to work up the courage to call him. That was, until yesterday, when her parents mentioned inviting him over to their house and thanking him. She immediately volunteered to be the one to contact him. Oniai-chan, are you free tomorrow? Seiji looked at his computer screen. I have something to do, but I'm not completely busy. Is something up? Daddy and Mommy said that they would like to invite you over to our house for dinner. Dinner? They'd probably want to thank me. Seiji mulled it over. Sure. He agreed to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, I think that there will be physiological danger. Chapter 367, I think that there will be physiological danger. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. If I refuse, I'll definitely be invited again some other time. Seiji had this feeling. If he accepted the Fuma family's gratitude, he figured that this incident would finally be over with. Eri was delighted to hear his agreement. She told him a time and Seiji took note of it, telling her that he would be there on time. Now that Eri had told him what she called him for, she didn't want to end the call just like that, but she didn't know what else to say. In the end, they exchanged goodbyes and ended the phone call just like that. The blue-haired little girl stared dazedly at her cell phone for quite a while before collapsing on her bed and moaning in regret. She wanted to chat more with him, just like before, about anime or something else. She wanted to know more about him, like what he typically did, what he liked to eat, what type of clothing he liked to wear, and if he had a girlfriend or not. Even though she wanted to say so much, she was unable to say anything at all. She was really regretting having missed her opportunity. Eri started rolling around on her bed in frustration. Tomorrow when he came over, she told herself that she couldn't be like this anymore. She definitely had to do a good job talking to him and get closer to him. After Seiji finished the call with Eri Fuma, his chatting application notified him that he had a message. The message was from Hisashi Jumanji. Seiji opened up his conversation window as he hung up the call. The day after tomorrow is the holy battle, my lord. Why aren't we summoning the knights for a strategizing conference? I've already made arrangements to go together with Phantom and Blue Sky. Why didn't you summon this humble one as well? I didn't think to do so. I felt that you would prefer to go by yourself. While I am indeed used to fighting by myself, I wish to team up with companions for battle as well. My lord, please allow me to go together with you. Hisashi sent a shining emoticon of hopefulness. Let me ask them. Seiji rubbed his chin. He decided to summon everyone and let them know. And so, he summoned his knights. Yukari, Hoshi, Ryan and Katomi, Mika, Chiaki, and Kid arrived at the round table in that order. Whoops, the chat group they were in. Everyone, this time, I would like to talk about the Holy Battle, which is the code name for the Doujinshi Convention. Seiji greeted everyone with this. Is there anyone here that doesn't know what a Doujinshi Convention is? Nobody asked this question. It seems that everyone knows already, so I won't spend time explaining then. The Doujinshi Convention starts on the day after tomorrow, and I've already arranged to go together with Phantom Knight, Blue Sky Knight, and one other person. Sweet Pig Knight just indicated to me that he would like to go together with us. Phantom Knight and Blue Sky Knight, do you two agree to have Sweet Pig Knight come along with us? I think that 4 people is an appropriate number, and more will be inconvenient. It'll be better if Sweet Pig Knight goes with someone else, Chiaki typed. What about what you truly think? Yukari suddenly asked. Although I'm slightly curious about Sweet Pig Knight's true identity, this guy might get in the way of me being intimate with our king, so it's better to eliminate him now. Chiaki sent an evilly chuckling emoticon. Wah! Hisashi sent an emoticon of him having taken an arrow to the knee. I feel so as well. Mika added on her support of Chiaki's words. Quag! Hisashi sent an emoticon of him being stabbed all over. The other 2 knights have rejected this. I'm sorry, I can only reject your request now, Sweet Pig Knight. Seiji said this to Hisashi. Wah! It's fine, my lord. I shall do my best to go by myself. No, I still have a companion. Hisashi struggled to reach out with his hand. My dear sister. Come together with me. I would like to go together with our king as well, would that be alright? Keed asked. Ag. Hisashi was trampled flat by this. I think that it would be better to go together with your older brother. Seiji was unable to watch things anymore and took some pity on Hisashi. I feel like it won't be any fun at all to go together with my idiot older brother. But since our king has said so, I might as well go together with him. Keed sent a slightly smiling emoticon. Oh. My dear sister. Hisashi sent an emoticon of having received salvation. I would like to go together with our king as well, please give me permission. Yukari sent an emoticon of raising her hand. Me too. Hoshi also sent the raising hand emoticon. Same as above. Ryan and Katomi sent the same emoticon as well. Seiji was rendered speechless. I think that Knight of Light and Silver Knight should go with each other, and as for Knight of Ice and Fire. Phantom and Blue Sky, what do you two think? It's up to our king. Chiaki sent a respectful emoticon. It's up to our king. Mika didn't send any emoticons. Seiji sent Yukari a private message, saying that there were some other female classmates from his Year 1 Class 5 with him, asking if she would mind. I'll do my best at disguising myself, so it's fine. No problem at all. Yukari sent a thumbs up emoticon. If you think it's fine, then sure, Seiji responded. Then, he told everyone in the group that he accepted Knight of Ice and Fire's request to go along with them. Thank you, me lord. Yukari sent a bowing emoticon. How nice, I want to go together with our king as well, but it's fine to go along with Silver Knight as well, Knight of Light Hoshi said. Yeah. Knight of Light, let us have fun together, Silver Knights Ryan and Katomi said. So, the groups were decided. Seiji sent Yukari a private message telling her the time and place to meet up, then recalled how there was still one more person sort of going along with him. Should I explain it to her? Seiji thought about it. He sent a message to his sister Hana, and received a response soon after. What is it, my familiar? Master, I would like to introduce you to my companions that are participating in the holy battle together with me. No. Why? It'll be easy for me to be defeated if my real name is revealed. It's not like you're a heroic spirit, then no name, just your identity. No to that as well. I want to completely hide myself in the darkness. Then how should I explain things to them? You only need to tell them that you're streaming. I've never told them about the streaming before. That's your problem. Hana didn't want to be introduced to Seiji's companions. Even she didn't know why this was, nor did she know how to describe it, but she simply didn't want to. Seiji felt rather helpless about it, and could only think about how he could explain the streaming to Yukari, Chiaki, Mika, and Keiho without mentioning his younger sister's name and identity. At this moment, Hisashi mentioned in the chat group that he wanted to meet Hoshi and the twin sisters, but the twins refused. I don't mind meeting with Sweet Pig Knight, but Silver Knight doesn't want to, so my apologies. Hoshi apologized to Hisashi. Why is this humble one continually rejected? Silver Knight. We're companions, so we should meet each other sincerely and improve our relationship. Hisashi said all-spiritedly. Because I think that there will be a certain physiological danger to me, Ryan and Katomi replied. What the hell is physiological danger supposed to be referring to? Hisashi was astonished. My brother is a man who brings physiological danger to others. I truly apologize for his sake. Keed sent an apologetic emoticon. My dear sister? Just what exactly do you mean? With his brains, my brother will be unable to comprehend. You only need to know that you are a regrettable existence. But why? Hisashi sent an emoticon of receiving an impact and not knowing why. I think that Sweet Pig Knight is a good person, probably, Hoshi said. Oh. Knight of Light. Hisashi sent an emoticon that was moved to tears. The chat group was quite chaotic. Seiji brought Yukari, Mika, and Chiaki into a private chat room. I have something to mention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Hidden Character. Chapter 368, Hidden Character. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Before I begin, I would like to call that other female classmate over as well. Knight of Ice and Fire, how would you like to face her? My name will be Hyoko. No, let's go with Reiko instead. I'm an otaku girl that got to know you all on the internet. Yukari sent a sunglasses-wearing emoticon, and changed her username that was shown in the chat group. Alright, let's go with that, then. Seiji agreed. Then, he contacted Keiho, and invited her internet username, Lavender, into the chat group, and introduced Reiko to her. Hello, Lavender-san. You can just call me Reiko. Yukari greeted Keiho. Hello. Reiko. You can just call me Lavender as well, Keiho responded. With this, everyone that's going is here. And, what I have to say is about a hidden character. Seiji sent this message in the group chat. Actually, I have one more internet friend who wants to go to the doujinshi convention together with me, but she doesn't want to go outside, so she asked me to stream the convention event to her, and she'll be the only spectator. She's going to go along with me in such a fashion. This internet friend is important to me, and I agreed to her request. Of course, you'll probably be on my stream and she'll see you all. I wanted to tell you about her identity, but she doesn't want to let it be known, so, my apologies. Seiji also sent an apologetic emoticon. A moment of silence fell between them. It feels slightly unpleasant to only have us being the ones watched, Chiaki said directly. I feel so as well, it doesn't seem so good, Mika agreed. I don't think it's good, either, Keiho said. As I expected, they're not too happy with it, Seiji thought to himself. Reiko, what do you think? He sent Yukari a private message. I'm hiding myself as well, so I'm not in a position to say anything, was Yukari's response. Then, overall it would seem that this isn't a particularly happy thing for anyone, and I sincerely apologize. Seiji sent another apologetic emoticon. This internet friend of mine is truly important to me, and I'd like for her to be able to go with me in this fashion. If you don't wish to be seen by her, I'll take extra care to make sure the camera doesn't show any of you. Rather than saying that I don't want to be seen, it's more that I'm not pleased about not being able to see her. Chiaki sent an emoticon of eyeglasses flashing. If she doesn't want to go outside, that means she's probably a hikikomori. And why is it that she's not willing to reveal her identity? I don't know, she only said that she didn't want to, Seiji responded. With this type of feeling, that means that her identity is somewhat sensitive. Chiaki sent an emoticon that was adjusting its eyeglasses. More accurately speaking, she thinks it's sensitive, while you don't seem to mind so much. And you're saying that she's really important to you. And you're continuing to insist on doing this even if we're not happy about it. I got it. Seigo, this hidden character that you view as important to you, is actually your relative. Chiaki sent a sharp emoticon of I've deduced the truth, ... A famous detective has appeared. Yukari widened her eyes. Chiaki is amazing. Mika sighed in exclamation. A relative, is that really true? Keiho was curious. Seiji was rendered speechless. I can neither confirm or deny. After remaining silent for a while, he responded like this. I understand. Now, I'll mention that I don't mind being seen on the stream, and it doesn't matter to me either if she knows my name and identity. Chiaki smiled. Is that really fine? Yeah, although I think it's rather regrettable to be unable to meet this girl that you think is so important to you, Seigo. But it's fine to have her know about me first. Thank you, Chiaki. No need to be polite. After Chiaki said so, Mika followed her lead, said the same thing as well. Yukari also indicated that she was fine with being shown on stream to this mysterious girl, but she purposefully didn't mention anything about her name and identity. After some thought, Keiho also mentioned that she didn't object to being shown on stream, but said that there was no need to mention her name or identity. Seiji thanked them all and breathed a sigh of relief. Later that night, in Ryo's soul realm, Seiji inspected his system. After he learned beginner-level healing, his dating sim system gave him many new options, such as new spells, new items, and new martial arts techniques. Until now, he only had his special reward, Demon Slice, first form, that he had received before for killing an undead creature with a sword. Now, he had the two additional options of beginner-level punching techniques and beginner-level footwork. After carefully reading through these options, Seiji felt that both of these were a priority for him to learn, since they were the basics after all. Since his goal was to become a yin-yang master, spells were obviously the most important, but he wanted to learn proper martial arts through his system as well, at least to the extent where he didn't have any obvious weaknesses. He didn't know if he would be able to use beginning-level punching techniques together with lightning strike. In other words, he wondered if the martial arts category in his system could overlap with his fighting techniques. If it was possible to combine them, that meant even more possibilities as well as stronger power. That was what Seiji believed. After that, he began cultivating the beginner-level punching techniques. The next day, Seiji modified the description of the antagonist in his story based on Demon Soldier Sensei's drawing and emailed the modified draft to editor Yoshizawa before concentrating on drawing. Later that afternoon, editor Yoshizawa sent him the draft for drawing artwork for his own story. After he looked through it, he went out to have it printed, signed the contract, and mailed it to editor Yoshizawa. Now that the contract was set, things only depended on his speed. The faster that he completed all the insert art and cover for his story, the faster that Brother Monogatari would be able to be published. However, what Seiji didn't know was that the fact that he competed with Demon Soldier Sensei in order to take over the right to draw for Brother Monogatari had become a hot topic in Thunderbolt literature. When Saki contacted Demon Soldier Sensei about canceling his job to draw for Brother Monogatari, she reported this to her team leader. Her team leader was astonished. Since head editor Hattori viewed the story Brother Monogatari with high importance, the team leader decided to pass on the news, which astonished the head editor as well. And so, Saki was called over to head editor Hattori in order to explain what happened. This naturally attracted the idle bystanders, the editor's attention, and so they all tried to find out what happened, and in the end, everyone was astonished. This was too ridiculously amazing. The author himself stole the artist's job, a first-rate artist. At that, the author stole the artist's drawing job from him, which was basically unbelievable. While there were some authors that indeed drew for their own stories, they were rather few in number. And, when a first-rate artist had been hired to draw for the story already, but the author suddenly saying that he wanted to draw for his own story and forcibly defeating the artist in a direct competition in order to steal away the right to draw, had anyone here ever heard of such a thing before? Nobody had. Nobody in Thunderbolt literature had ever heard of such an event happening, including even the veteran head editor Hattori. This was quite eye-opening. An art competition. Such a hot-blooded scene actually happened in real life. Demon Soldier Sensei is first-rate at drawing light novel insert art, and Shore Sensei actually won. He's so good at both writing and drawing. Isn't he still only a high school student? That's right, he's indeed a high school student, and he's only in his first year of high school. I saw his information profile before, and it said that he was 16 years old. Could it be fake? Perhaps the real person who drew wasn't Shore Sensei at all. Or perhaps, Idle Dimension by the Shore is only an alias, and the real person who's writing and drawing are both different people. Stop imagining ridiculous things. You must have read too many novels, wake up already. Such a scene, and an author that's like a main character, just wow. The editors kept discussing and exclaiming at what had happened. Idle dimension by the shore. This young high school author became a legend within the industry before he was even published. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, could that really be the truth? Chapter 369, could that really be the truth? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Later that night, Seiji purchased some desserts on the way and arrived at the Fuma family's residence. He rang the doorbell, and it wasn't long before the door was opened up by a little blue-haired girl wearing a one-piece dress. Oniai-san, welcome. Hello, Fuma-chan. Seiji smiled. Eri's face flushed slightly red upon seeing his smile. Please come in. Sorry for the intrusion. Seiji entered the Fuma residence. He saw a rather handsome blue-haired middle-aged man with slick-back hair who wearing casual attire in the living room. Nice to meet you, Harano-kun. Welcome. He greeted Seiji with a husky voice. My name is Hiroto Fuma. Thank you so much for your help at that time. Nice to meet you, Fuma-san. No need to be so polite. I just did what I should have, Seiji responded. He recognized this voice as belonging to the man who had talked to him on the phone before. He gave Hiroto Fuma the desserts he brought over as a present, and Hiroto Fuma politely accepted, before asking him to sit on the sofa and personally pouring some tea for him. Eri, call Hiroshi over here for me. The little girl nodded and was about to go when her older brother appeared by himself. Hello, Harano-san, welcome. Hiroshi Fuma arrived at the living room and greeted him. His expression was slightly cold and distant, but he was polite enough on the surface. Hello, Fuma-san. I'm happy to see that you're fine now, Seiji said to him. He felt that Hiroshi looked much better than last time, and at least had a normal person's complexion now. Thank you for your assistance. Hiroshi thanked him by bowing. You should say, I'm truly grateful, Hiroshi's middle-aged father Hiroto told him in a rather strict tone. Bow deeper, and use a sincere attitude. It's not necessary. Seiji felt there was no need. No, it's necessary. Hiroto looked towards Seiji. He needs to express his gratitude for more than one thing alone. Before the incident happened, you were concerned about Hiroshi's condition and went to the trouble of bringing him back home, helping him avoid any accidents, which is another debt he owes you. If it wasn't for you, Hiroshi might not even be standing here anymore. He has to thank you properly for that. Seiji remained silent. To be honest, if he didn't drag Hiroshi away when Hiroshi was almost about to be hit by a truck and sent to another dimension, Hiroshi really might have died. After hearing what Hiroto Fuma said, Seiji figured that Hiroshi's father didn't know about the truck accident that almost occurred, but thought of the possibility, which meant that Hiroshi Fuma didn't mention anything about the near brush with the truck. I'm truly grateful for your help. With his father pressuring him, Hiroshi bowed again, this time at a 90-degree angle as he spoke loudly. No need to be polite, Fuma-san. Although Seiji still felt like Hiroshi wasn't being very sincere, it didn't matter too much to him. It was fine as long as they went through the motions. Hiroto was still rather unsatisfied with his son's behavior, but didn't say anything else, and allowed Hiroshi to sit. Could I ask, at the time, why was Fuma-san in such a condition? Seiji asked the question that he had been wondering about. Hiroshi remained silent. About this question, I'll explain later to you, Harano-kun, Hiroto said. For the time being, let's talk about something else. During dinner, Seiji met Hiroshi and Eri's mother, Aiko Fuma. She had dark blue hair pinned on top of her head and beautiful red eyes. She had a sweet appearance, and dimples would appear by her lips when she smiled, which were quite beautiful. Eri greatly resembled her mother. Seiji figured Eri would grow up to look like her mother. The food was abundant and delicious. Seiji had fun chatting with the Fuma parents as well as Eri during dinner. Hiroshi, however, was obviously rather grim and dark, and barely spoke at all. Hiroto noticed his son's behavior and had a helpless expression. After dinner, Hiroshi immediately returned to his room. Eri helped her mother in cleaning up the table and washing the dishes. Hiroto led Seiji to his study. He had Seiji sit down in the study sofa and poured some tea for Seiji. After he poured some tea for himself as well, he sat down and slowly took a sip before speaking. About what you asked earlier, I'll answer you now. Hiroshi changed into the way he is now because of a strange girl. A strange girl? Seiji blinked at this. The middle-aged father took out his cell phone and showed Seiji a picture saved on his cell phone. The picture was one of Hiroshi Fuma together with a beautiful girl. This girl had shiny brown curly hair, light red eyes, and bright red lips. On her beautiful face, she was smiling faintly and ambiguously, and her eyes and even her very aura seemed obviously seductive. She's the girlfriend that Hiroshi started going out with at the beginning of this month. According to him, she came over and started flirting with him when he was walking by himself on the street, which was their first meeting, Hiroto explained in a low voice. She called herself Riko Aoda, and was supposedly a first-year student at Tamasei High School, and a member of their drama club. She saw Hiroshi's performance as the Ice Prince during Genhana High School's festival performance and felt that he did a great job, giving her a good impression of him. That was why she worked up the courage to talk to him when they coincidentally met on the street. After that, she met with Hiroshi every day and was extremely proactive in the relationship. A few days later, she brought up the idea of formally going out with Hiroshi as boyfriend and girlfriend, and then, that very weekend, the two of them began to start having sex with each other. Seiji didn't know what to say to all this. He recalled the so-called truth that the short red-haired boy named Nakajima had mentioned during the drama club's study group. Was that really the truth after all? They did it many times with each other, and met each other on 2 days before the incident as well, on Monday, and on Tuesday, the day before the incident. As you know already, Hiroshi fainted due to excessive fatigue. The middle-aged father had no expression on his face as he said this. It really was the truth after all. Seiji tugged at his lips. I was on a business trip at the time, and although Aiko noticed that something was off about Hiroshi, when she asked him about it, he lied to her. After he fainted, he didn't say anything about it whatsoever, and met with that girl on that same night. Then, on Wednesday, that incident you know of happened. Hiroto's gaze suddenly became much sharper. After I learned what happened, I immediately cancelled my business trip and rushed back on the next day, questioning Hiroshi about what exactly happened. At first, he wouldn't even tell me. Only when I got angry and forced him did he finally say what was going on. He said that he was dazed at the time, and was under the impression that it was his girlfriend Riko Aoda who was approaching him, which was why he pushed down his younger sister. I continued asking him about things and made him tell me everything. I felt that there was something off about this girl named Riko Aoda, so I told Hiroshi to contact her, and call her over for a meeting. However, when he called her, we found out that her cell phone number was no longer in service. It was the same result no matter how many times he tried. I felt then that Hiroshi had met with a scammer, but Hiroshi said that she never asked for anything from him. I confiscated Hiroshi's cell phone, and had Aiko watch him as I went over to Tamasei High School, trying to see if I could find this girl. What I found out was, there wasn't any girl currently at Tamasei High School by the name of Riko Aoda. However, there was one by that name 10 years ago, and that student committed suicide within that school. Seiji furrowed his brows slightly at this. 10 years ago, suicide? Yes. My first reaction was, Hiroshi met with some girl that pretended to be this deceased student. The high school teacher at Tamasei High School that I talked to was of the same opinion, and was quite angered that someone would use a dead student's name like that. Hiroto had a grave expression. However, when I showed the teacher the picture of Hiroto together with this girl, that teacher's expression greatly changed and he was obviously astonished. He had taught Riko Aoda 10 years ago and was even one of the witnesses to her suicide. And, this girl in the picture with my son Hiroshi, just happens to look exactly like Riko Aoda. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, Can I Call You Seigo-senpai? Chapter 370, Can I Call You Seigo-senpai? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. There was a moment of silence in Hiroto's study. Could she be a relative of some sort? Seiji tried posing a question. I think so as well. Hiroto nodded. If I tried to continue investigating, that's a good place to start from, but I think there's no more need. She cancelled her cell phone number, and her name and identity were obviously fake. She pretended to be someone who had died 10 years ago. No matter who this girl is, that's more than enough for me to forbid my son from going out with her again. I deleted her cell phone number and picture from my son's cell phone and told him that she was a scammer who was pretending to be someone who had died many years ago. Although I don't know what her objective is, she's definitely not anyone proper, and he's forbidden from meeting her anymore, and he is to adamantly refuse to talk to her anymore and completely avoid her. Hiroshi obviously doesn't want to do this, and he only agreed to do so on the surface due to my pressure. Aiko and I have continually been watching him, and haven't noticed anything abnormal from him recently, nor have we seen that girl around him. The middle-aged father looked at the teenage boy. Hirano-kun, I'm telling you all this, not only to answer your question, but also in hope that you'll be on your guard. If you see this girl, pay attention to not have anything to do with her, don't become like Hiroshi is currently, but... His tone was filled with concern of an elder towards a junior. Seiji smiled at this. Thank you for your concern, Fuma-san. I shall be cautious. After Seiji left Hiroto's study, he was invited by Eri to her room. Seiji went to her room and chatted with her just like last time. Oni-san, I'm going to go to Genhana Middle School starting from next year, and at that time. Can I go to the high school section to look for you? Eri asked while hugging her large milk cream bunny plushie. Of course, Seiji responded. I'll be quite happy to have a cute junior come looking for me. Cute. Eri's heart kept pounding when she heard him call her that. Then. Can I call you Seigo-senpai? Not Harano-senpai, but Seigo-senpai. Seiji thought about it, and felt that it was just a way of addressing him, and he didn't mind too much either way, so he answered with, sure. Nice. Inside her mind, Eri clenched her fist in a victory pose. You can call me Eri as well, she said while riding along the momentum. Okay, Eri-chan. The little girl embarrassedly covered half of her face with the plushie when she heard him calling her by name, and she was smiling in a silly manner. Seiji looked towards her. Eri-chan, how's your current relationship with your brother? The little girl paused in surprise for a moment, and then her expression became slightly downcast. Brother apologized to me, and I apologized to brother as well, but I'm still a little scared of him, and feel like something's different about him. So, the relationship between you is a bit colder than before, is that right? Eri nodded. After that type of incident, it was probably difficult to recover a normal sibling relationship within a short time, especially with the older brother still being in such an unusual state. Seiji thought of Hiroshi Fuma's expression and behavior and figured that Hiroshi had probably remained like this during the entire time after the incident. Was that girl really just a scammer? Was she someone with mystical powers? Did she go out with Hiroshi and have sex with him in order to do something like absorb his spiritual essence? He still couldn't see anything when he used astral vision to inspect Hiroshi Fuma. At least, he wasn't cursed or anything on the surface. That girl cancelled her phone number and hadn't contacted him again, so this seemed like it was over. After some time passes, and your brother recovers, you can slowly work on your relationship with him, Seiji told her. It was his fault for doing that to you, but maybe he's also a victim of sorts as well. Eri nodded once again. My dad told me that brother became strange because of a bad girl's influence. Well, it would be good if she was just a normal bad girl. Has your dad showed you that girl's picture before? He has. He told me that if I meet her anywhere, that I should avoid her. And if I see her together with brother, I should use my cell phone to call him or mom immediately. Do as your father says, Seiji told her as he thought things over. Apart from this, call me as well. Perhaps I'll be able to do something. Eri blinked at this. Seigo-senpai, you're concerned about what that bad girl is up to? Yeah. Because I think that she might not be an ordinary person. Not an ordinary person? It's not convenient for me to explain, and there's no need for you to know. Seiji smiled. At any rate, if you see her, please let me know. Okay. Eri didn't really understand, but she agreed. Afterwards, they chatted for a while longer. Then, Seiji felt it was time to go, so he left and said goodbye. Before he left, Hiroto Fuma gave him an exquisite gift box. He only said that it was a small present, and didn't say what it was. Seiji politely accepted the present and said goodbye to the Fuma family members and left like that. After returning home, he opened up the gift box to find inside a set of exquisite high-class tea utensils. He decided to look it up on the internet and found out that this tea set was worth almost 200,000 sakuras, which was quite a serious present for any normal family. Shika washed the newly opened tea utensils and made tea using them. After the tea was ready, Seiji drank some tea together with her and discussed his plan to go to the doujinshi convention tomorrow. Shika was no longer as worried about her Reaper's curse afflicting her as she used to be, but she still needed to avoid places where people were dense and in large numbers, so she didn't intend to go. If you're interested, you can watch my stream. If there's anything you want me to buy for you, let me know, Seiji told her. Basically, he was going to have Shika share the stream with Hana and watch the doujinshi convention. Did this count as taking 2 more girls with him? Shika nodded in agreement. The next day, Seiji put on his backpack and outfitted himself with the high-quality outdoor streaming equipment before leaving his apartment. He knocked on the Uehara family's residence, and Nika came out. She paused for a moment when she saw all the streaming equipment on him. I still haven't begun streaming, Seiji smiled. The batteries are limited, so I'll only start streaming when I arrive. Oh. Nika relaxed at hearing this. The two of them headed together towards the place where everyone had agreed to meet up, an intersection near the business area. When they arrived, they saw that Keiho was waiting there already. After greeting each other, the 3 of them waited for a while, and Chiaki and Yukari arrived. Yukari was wearing a black windbreaker and a white breathing mask as well as sunglasses and a wool hat, completely covering her face. So this is what she meant by completely disguising herself. Seiji felt as if he was looking at himself from the day of the Winter Snow Festival. Good morning, everyone, I'm Reiko. Yukari greeted them in an upbeat tone, before looking towards Keiho. You must be Lavender, right? Hello, nice to meet you. Hello? Nice to meet you. Keiho looked at her and blinked as she responded. You don't need to mind. Although she's covering herself up like this, she's a good person. Probably. Chiaki smiled as she said so. The word probably is unnecessary. Yukari retorted. Everyone's here, so let's get going, Seiji told them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Welcome to the Holy Battle, Newcomers. Chapter 371, Welcome to the Holy Battle, Newcomers. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The venue for the doujinshi convention was a modern large showroom, which included a unique-looking building that resembled several pyramids connected together. This entire place had sufficient space for over 10,000 displays, but even so, there still weren't enough spaces. There were just too many groups and individuals that applied for spaces for their stalls, and they even had to go through a lottery system to receive a space. There were many stalls, and even more participants. In the 3 days that this doujinshi convention would go on for, the total number of people entering would easily surpass 500,000. The most vivid display of the number of people would come from the long lines that people had to wait in. So many people. That's such a long line. Just how long will they have to wait for? This was Mika and Chiaki's first ever time seeing such a scene, and they widened their eyes in surprise. Although they were somewhat mentally prepared, when they saw the teeming hordes of people in the scarily long lines, the two of them were still astonished. Not only that, people continuously added themselves to the end of the line, further increasing the scarily long length. Hurry up and get in line. Seiji rushed at the forefront. Follow his lead. Yukari followed after him, and Keiho, who also had experience with doujinshis, silently followed as well. Mika and Chiaki regained their senses and hurriedly followed. Their small group instantly rushed to the back of the line and carved out a small space for themselves. After Mika and Chiaki stood in their place in line, they turned around to look behind them, and saw many people, male and female, coming over to stand in line behind them. "Welcome to the holy battle, newcomers," Yukari said laughingly. "This is just the most ordinary scene of battle. Before all this, there were even fierce warriors that would wait all night beforehand in order to be the first to enter and have a chance at buying the most precious, limited edition goods in short supply. The doujinshi convention doesn't recommend doing so, and has even forbidden it in the past. But even though the convention forbade lining up on the previous night, fierce warriors would simply spend the night at a nearby location, so the ban was lifted in the end. The way things currently are, compared to those fierce warriors' battle, is much more relaxing." Waiting in such a line is called relaxing? Chiaki turned to look at Yukari. "I feel like going home already. This is a major event that only warriors with passion and belief can enjoy, which is why we call it the holy battle," Yukari shrugged. "As for ordinary people that aren't warriors, it is a bit much. If you don't want to have a difficult time here, then go back now." There was that faint undertone in her words. Chiaki blinked at this. "I'm here already, so it'll feel like I've lost if I turn around and go back now. I shall persist." That was the meaning that she responded with. "I've prepared heat pads as well as water here, so if you need anything, let me know," Seiji told them. "During the time that we're in line, we can browse the convention's website on our cell phones to see everything that's for sale, and confirm what we want to buy. That'll make things quicker when we go inside to look around." The moment he finished saying that, he heard his cell phone beeping. That was a notification from his chatting application. Seiji opened his chatting application and saw that it was a message from his sister Hannah. "So slow. My familiar, why haven't you started streaming yet? I just arrived, and am currently waiting in line. Too slow. You should have waited in line last night to be among the first to enter. I could have done that if I was by myself, but I have companions. Companions are a burden, and only by abandoning them can you become stronger." Seiji was rendered speechless. His NET younger sister just said something that resembled a classical line a villain would say. "Don't say something so overboard like that. As a hero, I couldn't possibly do so. This is an order from your master. You don't know the right incantation, so I refuse to follow your orders. You, a mere familiar, dares to resist against me. Let's stop messing around, master. Go ahead and watch some anime or something, and I'll begin streaming when I enter the convention." Seiji closed his conversation window and put away his cell phone. "You were talking to that person who wanted you to stream?" Chiaki asked. All the other girls looked at him as well. "Yes." "What did she say?" She was just asking why I haven't started streaming yet, and I told her I would begin after I went inside the convention. Oh. Their group slowly moved forward in the line. Judging by the current rate, it would take about an hour for them to finally be able to enter the convention. I'm quite interested in the Shalola Company's games, and would really like to buy their newest game. I hope that there are still a few copies remaining. What are you guys interested in buying? Seiji began a topic of conversation. And so, everyone began chatting in order to pass the time while waiting in line. Reiko was Yukari Asamiya. Keiho recognized her by her voice. When Yukari was confessing to Seigo, Keiho had been secretly spying on them, so Yukari left a deep impression on her. Afterward, she heard some rumors that although Seigo didn't agree to go out with Yukari, they became close friends, something like this. She never expected that the Princess of Year 1 Class 3 was actually an otaku girl. Yukari didn't want others to know that she was an otaku, which was why she concealed her true identity. Keiho understood. Keiho wondered, should she pretend that she didn't find anything out and silently keep Yukari's secret? Or, should she tell Yukari that she discovered Yukari's identity, and then promise to keep it a secret? If she told Yukari, Keiho would also have to explain how she even knew Yukari and had such a deep impression of her. But, to tell Yukari that she was spying on her during her confession, that was rather awkward. She didn't want to bring this up, so she decided to silently keep Yukari's identity a secret, as a way of apologizing for secretly spying on Yukari's confession that time. And so, she set this matter aside. What Keiho really concerned herself about the most was that Seigo and the others were discussing how they were currently creating a dating sim game together. Hearing this topic, Keiho impulsively wanted to join in and create the game together with Seigo, but she couldn't think of anything that she could do. Even though this was clearly a chance to help him out, she didn't have the ability to do so. At this moment, Keiho hated how she was a consumer otaku girl, without any specialties that could be helped in production. It was time for her to do something as well. The person she idolized not only became published as an author, he even gathered his companions to work on a game together, and would definitely progress farther and farther in the future. If she was unable to help him, basically, if she was unable to improve her own level and follow in his footsteps, she would definitely be left by the roadside. Or, at the very most, she wouldn't be anything more than an ordinary friend. She had to work harder. In order to help him, no, for her own sake. He believes that I'm an outstanding girl who can become an excellent person in the future. And, I believe in him that believes in me, and want to become an excellent person who can be of assistance to him in the future. Something flashed in Keiho's eyes as she considered what she should do. Time passes, and their small group continued to the front of the line. Finally, it was Seiji and his friends' turn to enter the convention. Things were a lot more comfortable after entering the convention. Ah, that was so hard, waiting so long in line in winter weather. Chiaki rubbed her cheeks. My face is almost frozen solid. Congratulations, newcomer. You've already passed the entrance examination, and have become a novice warrior. Yukari congratulated her. Thank you. Although, I don't particularly feel happy about it. The fun part is just beginning, Seiji said. He turned on the camera attached to him and connected to the convention's wireless internet and began streaming. He set a password to make his stream private, and then sent the password to Hana and Shika. My stream is online. Can you see it, Master? Seiji sent a message to Hana. I can see it, idiot familiar. Hana saw Seiji's companions through his stream. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372, A National Idol is Together with Me. Chapter 372, A National Idol is Together with Me. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The first person that Hana saw was a strange girl who was wearing a black windbreaker, a breathing mask, sunglasses, and a wool hat, covering her face entirely. Is this person covering her face an idol or a pervert? Hana asked. Don't say something so bad like calling her a pervert. She just doesn't want to reveal her identity, Seiji responded. Normally, those who don't want to reveal their identities are either famous idols or some type of pervert. This way of looking at things is too extreme. Seiji felt as if he had been included in this category as well as he recalled his attire for the Winter Snow Festival. If you must, she's closer to the idol category. Could she be Miyuki Sakuraku? A national idol is together with me, no way. This isn't a television drama or some variety show. If that's Miyuki, I'm going to tell everyone on the internet immediately. You're so terrible. If a national idol really did disguise herself and come to such an event, and was found out about it, that would definitely cause a huge commotion, which was no joke at all. She's a girl that I met on the internet, and is somewhat famous in her own profession. Her internet name is Reiko. Is she in the adult video profession? No. Stop guessing, she just doesn't want to say, which is different from you who doesn't want to reveal your identity. Humph. What about the girl to her right? Hana looked over at the girl wearing a pink wool cap and wearing a warm winter jacket. This girl was cute, but was only at an ordinary level. Hana paid quite a lot of attention to the fact that Seiji had previously described his companions by saying, I think they're quite beautiful, but now that she saw the real people in question, they were like this. At this moment, the camera moved as Seiji moved, and a beautiful girl with amber eyes and pigtails entered the stream. Hana was rendered speechless. Why did the style suddenly change? This pigtailed girl was obviously at a different level from the girl wearing the pink wool cap. It was as if a manga's style had suddenly changed from a 4-koma to a romance manga. This was a bright and shiny youthful beautiful girl who would definitely be flirted with if she was walking alone on the street. Seiji told her that the girl in the pink wool cap was also his internet friend, whose username was Lavender. But Hana was no longer paying attention to Lavender. Her focus turned to the beautiful girl with pigtails. Who is this with the pigtails? Didn't you say that you were only going with 2 others? At the time, I was only going with 2 others, but 2 more came along later, Seiji explained. As for this person, she's my neighbor as well as my classmate, Mika Uehara. Neighbor, classmate. Hana's eyes twitched when she heard this. At this moment, the camera moved again and showed her a silver-haired beauty next to the pigtailed girl. This girl had a handsome face and seemed somewhat boyish, but was still doubtlessly a girl. She was currently smiling at the camera. Are you currently filming me? Chiaki made a pose as if she was an idol doing a photography shoot. Yes, I'm currently giving simple introductions of you all to her, Seiji explained. Is the microphone on? Not yet. At Chiaki's request, Seiji turned on the microphone. Hello? I'm Chiaki Wakaba, Seigo's classmate and good friend. We're such good friends that we've even slept together before. The silver-haired beauty chuckled as she talked to the camera. What? Not only was Hana on the other side of the stream astonished, Yukari and Keiho at the scene were also astonished. Chiaki. Seiji and Mika both glared in unison at her. More accurately speaking, we've slept together under the same roof. Chiaki laughed as she added that part. Oh, no, even sleeping together under the same roof wasn't a small matter. She only slept one night in my living room. Don't make it sound so ambiguous, Seiji sighed. Still, that's under the same roof. By the way, I should mention that my current target is to sleep in the same bed as you. Chiaki sent him a flirtatious expression. Stop messing around. Mika stopped her. As you can see, she loves to joke around, Seiji said to Hana. There was no response. Seiji put on his Bluetooth headset, connected it to the internet, and requested a voice chat with Hana. She's an excellent candidate for a friend with benefits. After Hana accepted the voice chat, her first sentence almost caused Seiji to choke. I can tell that as long as you ask her, she'll let you do her, so why don't you try that out later? Try your face. Oomph. Perverted familiar with no limits. Why am I the one being insulted here? Because it's the truth. Truth, the hell? Seiji energetically retorted. What did she say? Chiaki was quite curious. No need to mind. Let's begin looking around. Seiji forcefully ended this topic of conversation, and then looked around the convention. There were huge crowds of people inside, and through the waves of people, he could also make out countless stalls, various posters, products for sale, and decorations. I hope that everything we want to buy still has stock remaining. Time to go. Their group began their search. While waiting in line, they had already planned out what they wanted to buy, and scheduled in order to explore the convention in. However, they didn't head directly for their targets, instead looking around as they walked towards their targets. If they saw any stall that interested them along the way, they would stop to take a look. If there was something anyone wanted, they could decide on their own to buy it or not. As they walked around and looked at everything, Seiji's spirits gradually rose. Not only him, Yukari and Keiho got into high spirits as well. The three of them passionately discussed various products on display here, and proactively purchased whatever interested them. Their eyes all seemed to be burning with flames, almost as if they were young children at an amusement park. Mika was influenced by them and her spirits began rising as well. After that, she discovered that not only were Seiji and the others in high spirits, everyone else. Just about everyone they saw in the convention was filled with passion. People came to this convention due to their hobbies. Well, there might have been reasons other than hobbies for coming here, but coming here for their hobbies was definitely by far the main reason. Everyone had excited, lively expressions, and their spirits were all at the max. That was the evidence. Mika felt something indescribable after realizing that she was in the midst of all this burning passion. All these groups and individual stalls here were selling products that were personally created or crafted by them. They created these products to their own likes and sold them to others to pass on their passion. And as for the people buying these products, perhaps some of them were also creating products of their own, and maybe some of them would prepare to do so in the future. Their hobbies had been actualized here and were being transmitted from person to person. Everyone here accepted others' likes, and also transmitted their own likes to others. This was a world of its own. 2D. Mika thought about this term she had learned from Seiji before. She felt as if she came to a sudden realization and understood what it meant now. Before, Mika had been determined to like that which Seiji liked, and indeed made some progress thanks to Keiho's assistance. But only at this moment did she truly understand what it was that Seiji liked, and why he was so passionate about it. The something that was hidden in anime, manga, games, and other such forms that had incomparable charisma for so many was finally faintly beginning to touch her. Although it was only a little, she had indeed touched it. Seiji was writing his story, drawing, writing his game script, making a game, and wanting to sell his game next summer at this convention. The main reason for all this was for that something. Mika was unable to express it in words, nor did she need to express it. She already knew what it was that she needed to do, and she would begin to proactively do it more in the future. Right now, all she needed to do was face him, smile, and talk to him with her heartfelt emotions. Especially this one sentence. This doujinshi convention is really interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Observer. Chapter 373, Observer. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Mika seemed to be really getting into things. Chiaki observed the change in her good friend. Mika was only influenced by everyone earlier into having higher spirits, but now she seemed like she was being passionate herself now as well. It was likely because she was affected by the atmosphere within this convention. Chiaki felt that this was a good thing. As for herself, although she felt that this event was nice, but it was just at the level of nice to her, and she even viewed herself as an observer more than a participant. Well, it wasn't that she didn't have any fun, and she indeed found things interesting here. There were cosplayers naturally mixed in among the crowd and stall vendors here, and so many manga or anime doujinshi, accessories, DVDs, drawings, and all sorts of products were for sale. Various types of people and their expressions and actions, all of this was quite interesting. However, if Chiaki had been by herself, she wouldn't have attended such an event. Seiji, Yukari, and Keiho, any of them by themselves, probably would have participated in this. That was the difference between a true participant and an observer. During middle school, she had been in sports clubs, and she joined the drama club in high school. Although she felt that they were interesting, and she participated seriously in club activities, they were just at the level of normal likes for her, and she wasn't as passionate about them as people who truly loved sports or acting. It was similar with her other hobbies as well. Although Chiaki was interested in many things, there wasn't a single hobby of hers that she believed she would never give up on and like forever. That was why Chiaki even believed herself to be a fake, while people like Seiji were real, because they were able to truly shine. Although she believed this, she didn't feel inferior about herself. Fakes had their own advantages, such as not being harmed too deeply because of getting too involved with anything. Mika was still somewhere in the middle between fake and real, but would definitely become real in the future. Chiaki grinned when she saw some exquisitely drawn boys' love doujinshi, which caused her good friend to blush but still be unable to look away for a certain reason. The main character of this one resembles Seigo. She picked up a boys' love doujinshi and commented, "Yeah, no, he doesn't look like him at all." Mika's face reddened even further. "I think they look really similar. Come, Seigo, make a pose exactly like the handsome boy on this cover." "I refuse." Seiji instantly rejected her. "I think they look similar as well, just try making this pose." Yukari added her voice to the conversation. "I think so as well." Keiho's eyes were shining as she also chirped in. "Familiar, I permit you to make this pose." Even Hana told him so through the voice chat. "I adamantly refuse." Seiji resisted to the end. The stall vendor, who appeared to be a female college student, chuckled at this scene. Her eyes were shining as well from seeing this handsome boy who coincidentally resembled the male lead of the boys' love doujinshi she had drawn. "If this customer is willing to make the same pose as the character on the cover, and allow me to take some pictures, I'll give your group a 20% discount on this doujinshi." "Oh, nice offer, Seigo, hurry up and do it." "The hell with that. Is my chastity worth only 20%? Seiji retorted energetically, both verbally and in his mind. Due to his adamant refusal, everyone could only purchase the doujinshi at full price in the end. Yukari, Mika, Keiho, and Chiaki all purchased a copy of this boys' love doujinshi, and even Hana requested Seiji to buy a copy for her. Seiji received some mental damage from this. But he was fine as long as everyone was having fun. They chatted and laughed as they explored the stalls and purchased things. Time passed joyously just like this. After they finished touring the vendors as planned, Seiji and his friends arrived at the cosplay zone. Here, they would be able to witness various types of cosplay, with some people dressing up as handsome boys or beautiful girls from anime and manga, and others dressing up as vicious villains or even strange-shaped monsters. There were also game characters, movie characters, mascot characters, comical characters, classical characters, and so on, too many types to count. And more numerous than the cosplayers were all the perverts, photographers taking pictures of the cosplayers with cell phones, normal cameras, or even high-class cameras. The sounds of shutters clicking were everywhere, and the cosplayers kept making various poses and expressions as they allowed themselves to be photographed. Seiji and his friends participated in this as well, taking photos of the characters they were interested in, or even taking selfies together with the cosplayers. Without realizing it, they split off from each other. As Seiji took pictures, he suddenly realized that he himself was also being taken pictures of. At first, it was only a few people, but gradually, more and more people were taking pictures of him. Snap, snap, snap. I'm not a cosplayer, so please don't take pictures of me. He made an explanation, and those that heard him put down their cameras and smiled apologetically at him. However, there were still endless waves of new people that kept aiming their cameras at him. Seiji gave up helplessly after explaining it a few times to no avail. Ha, it's your fault for being so handsome and attractive. Chiaki took a photo of him as well and chuckled as she walked up to him. You really are quite excellent for modeling, so it's no surprise at all that you'll become everyone's prey now that you're in the cosplaying area. As she said so, she showed Seiji the picture she just took of him. The handsome boy in the photo had a helpless expression and seemed slightly downcast, as if it were a classic scene from an idol's television drama. Seiji was rendered speechless. This is still only from a cell phone camera's picture. If someone takes a picture of you with a professional camera and just touches it up slightly, that'll definitely be sufficient to fake you as being a television actor or even movie star, Chiaki laughed. I'm beginning to get scared of just how handsome you are. Why don't you just go become an idol? If it's you, I think that conquering the world won't be only a dream. Stop being silly, Seiji sighed. It's just because this is the cosplay area where taking photos is allowed and even encouraged, which is why they're just taking photos of anyone they like the looks of. You were probably photographed as well, weren't you? That was indeed the case. Chiaki and Mika had both noticed themselves being photographed occasionally. However, the times that this occurred was obviously much lower than Seiji's. Even though you can obviously just depend on your face to live off of, you still want to write light novels and make a game and so on. You're such a fool. Yep, I'm just such a fool who likes these types of things. Perhaps being an idol will help me become successful, but it's not my type of thing. Seiji smiled as he looked around him. Here, the cosplayers mostly come here because they like to do such things. They aren't idols, nor are they aiming to become idols. They're only cosplaying because they like to do so. It's what they like to do. I'm the same as them. I write and make games because I like to do so. In the future, I also want to draw manga, and if possible, I'd also like to make anime, make a movie, and make more and more. Seeing the handsome boy in front of her become passionately heated, Chiaki impulsively wanted to use her cell phone to take another photo of him. You really are different, Seiji. Even though you're also like everyone else and act because of what you like, the result is different because of the different degree of liking. What you're capable of accomplishing is different. Your passion is much deeper than most people, and what you're capable of doing, and where you're capable of going, probably surpasses most ordinary people as well. I shall watch you, Chiaki thought to herself. I shall watch what you make, and how good you're able to make things. I shall always watch you. I am an observer. And you, Seiji. You're the only existence that I want to always watch, until the end of my life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Is this bastard the main character of a harem manga? Chapter 374, Is this bastard the main character of a harem manga? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Shika Kagura was sipping on some tea. More accurately speaking, she was sipping on some tea while watching Seiji's stream. Although she was unable to go together with him due to her Reaper's curse, this method was fine as well. She also established a voice chat with Seiji over the internet on his chatting application, but didn't say much. Basically, she only asked him to buy a few things that she was interested in. Some requests were too difficult for her to say out loud, so she didn't tell him even though she wanted them. For example, the hentai doujinshi of I can't sleep when I'm sleeping together with my younger sister. Out of all the people that she saw together with her brother Seiji, only the one called Lavender was someone she had never met before. It seemed that Lavender was simply an ordinary girl. Shika paid the most attention to Yukari Asamiya out of Seiji's companions, but she paid even more attention to the person not shown, who was also watching the same stream as her, the other younger sister Hana Haruta. Her brother Seiji's blood-related younger sister, and the family member that the previous Seiji had harmed in the past. As Seiji's adopted younger sister, Shika didn't know how to describe her own feelings towards his blood-related younger sister. She had never met or talked to Hana Haruta. She only knew that there was such a person. This younger sister that was important to her brother Seiji. If this was a light novel, did this count as a character overlap between her and Hana? Shika knew that she was important to Seiji, and it was obvious that Hana was as well. Between the two younger sisters, which would be more important to her brother Seiji? If he was asked this question, he would definitely answer with, "You're both important to me." Shika knew that she shouldn't think too much into it, but she couldn't help but imagine the scene of her meeting with Hana Haruta. But just imagining the beginning caused her to stop wanting to imagine it anymore. She felt like if they truly ever met, it definitely wouldn't be pleasant, probably. Hana Haruta was drinking some juice. More accurately speaking, she was watching Seiji's stream while drinking her juice. Her idiot familiar seemed to be having lots of fun together with his companions. She felt an indescribable feeling inside while watching such a scene. After she noticed that pretty much all the girls with him had more or less some romantic interest in her idiot familiar, the indescribable feeling within herself became even stronger. If she tried to describe this feeling with words, it would be something like, "Is this bastard the main character of a harem manga?" There was a tsundere girl next door type beautiful girl, an open-minded good friend jokester type beautiful girl, a plain and cute type girl, and a mysterious type girl. For girls of different types surrounded him, and they were all even getting along quite well. That was just too much for her. Why is it that I have to watch this stream that's like a daily life harem anime? Even if it is like a harem anime, at the very least there should be some infighting among the girls. Where are all the secretly scheming girls? The bastard male lead getting hurt? Vicious arguments? Bloody battles? There's no fun scenes like these at all. Hana wasn't having fun, and although she didn't notice, she was already pouting. She recalled the green-haired lowly and the blonde-haired mature lady playing video games at his apartment last time that she saw on his stream. If she counted those two, then there were 6 in his harem. Right, there was also a beautiful girl living together with him, his adopted younger sister, whose name was Shika Kagura. It sounded like a poetic name. Just hearing this name made her imagine a gentle and quiet beautiful girl. He also sent this adopted younger sister of his the password to his stream, so that she could watch it as well. Why is it that you're allowing her to watch? I was the one who bought all this streaming equipment, so it should be only for me. Hana wanted to say that, but ended up not doing so. That was because she felt like if she did say it out loud, she would lose at something. Because of physical problems, she's unable to go to places where there are too many people, which is why I'm having her watch the doujinshi convention in the same manner as you. This was how her idiot familiar explained it to her. Physical problems. Hana instantly added the description of weak and sickly to the adopted younger sister that she imagined. But it was only her imagination, and she had no idea what type of girl Shika Kagura was really like. And due to some mysterious curiosity, she felt like she wanted to know. Ryuno Izawa was paying close attention. Although he was somewhat worried about moving about separately from his master, he felt like his master was unlikely to meet with any danger here. Besides, the Yorihana family daughter was also with her. After arriving at the convention, he single-handedly laid a trap, openly and directly stayed here and watched everyone with his astral vision, constantly paying attention. As long as he saw his target, he was confident that he would instantly be able to recognize him. As long as he's coming to visit the convention, no matter which areas that person and his friends go to, he'll definitely come to the cosplay area at some point in time, so Ryuno, you only have to wait for him in the cosplay area. Those were his master's words. Izawa had never seen that person's true appearance before, but he was able to recognize him via astral vision. So, he agreed that it was reasonable for him to wait here and watch at a place where that person would definitely pass by. However, what he felt was unreasonable was click click click, many cameras kept taking photos of Izawa in quick succession. Even though he was only standing there expressionlessly, without making any special poses or expressions, people still kept surrounding him without caring about that and endlessly snapping pictures of him. After one wave of people left in satisfaction, there would be another wave right behind them. This encirclement around him kept on replacing itself in an orderly fashion, and had been ongoing for quite a while already. There were just too many people wanting to take photos of Izawa. In fact, one of the convention's employees even took notice of this situation, and made a mental note to come help out and control the situation if it got out of control. Why were things like this? That was because Ryuno Izawa was currently wearing a dark red, waist-length wig, with a dark purple extravagant Sakura Island outfit inlaid with gold emblems, and there was a silver longsword strapped to his waist. This appearance made him look like an expert cosplayer. When coupled with his handsome appearance and cold expression, it made him look cool to the max. Not only that, his handsome face's left eye had a triangular blood-colored spell formation within it which was currently turning. This special effect seemed amazing to everyone. This cosplayer is so faithful to the original. Everyone was inwardly thinking this. Even the people that didn't know what character Izawa was cosplaying were attracted by such high-quality special effects. The ones that knew who he was cosplaying as were even more astonished by how excellent his cosplay was. His clothes, items, expression, and accessories, everything was flawless. They were so exquisite that they could be termed perfect. Everyone that saw him wanted to take a few pictures. There was an endless amount of people taking pictures of him, which bothered Izawa. He deeply felt that this arrangement of his master was quite unreasonable. If you want to reasonably stay in the cosplay area, of course you have to cosplay. When Kanna Fujihara said this, she had an incredibly big smile. Her smile was so bright that Izawa couldn't even bring himself to ask, compared to cosplaying, wouldn't it be more reasonable to pretend to be a normal bystander taking pictures? He followed his master's wishes, but now he was regretting it. Shiroya-san, please hurry up and appear already. Izawa was feeling more and more like he needed to vent. Finally, his target appeared. When Izawa saw him and locked on to his target, he revealed a faint smile. This was his first time revealing any emotion after standing there expressionlessly for such a long while. His gentle smile instantly broke his impression of being cold and distant, causing the huge contrast to give an impact to all the people looking at him. Oh! This is it! I absolutely have to take a photo of this scene. All of the bystanders were shouting this within their hearts. Click 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 click, a huge amount of cell phone and normal cameras taking photos filled this area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, Isn't This Too Daring? Chapter 375, Isn't This Too Daring? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. An incredibly eye-catching cosplayer walked over. When Seiji noticed and looked, his eyes instantly bulged in surprise. This was a long dark red-haired handsome boy wearing extravagant Sakura Island clothing with a silver longsword strapped to his waist. He was a popular male character from the story Chronicles of the Demon Sword. His name was, no wait, it wasn't important what character he was cosplaying as, the person him was more important, Ryuno Izawa. This was Kanna Fujihara's spirit-branded retainer that Seiji had gotten acquainted with at the Winter Snow Festival Inyang Master Party. Izawa was actually cosplaying. Seiji instantly realized that this must be at the request of Kanna Fujihara. The red-haired handsome boy walked steadily towards him, with everyone along the way giving him a path while taking photos of him with their cameras or cell phones. This made it seem like he was an idol walking down a red carpet. Izawa ignored everyone else, and walked directly towards Seiji. Shiroya-san, I've finally found you. Seiji blinked as he looked at Izawa. Izawa-san, how did you recognize me? The moment he asked, he felt like he had asked a foolish question. Izawa smiled faintly and pointed at his own left eye. My master said that you would definitely come to the cosplay area, which is why she had me wait here and observe everyone. I see, but was there a need to dress yourself up like this? This was a request from my master. I thought so as well. Seiji smiled and reached out his hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you, Izawa-san. My name is Seigo Harano. Nice to meet you, Harano-san. Izawa shook his hand. Click click click, many camera shutters kept snapping their pictures. Seiji let go of the handshake and looked around him, noticing that many bystanders, including even Chiaki and his friends, were taking many photos of the two of them. It seemed to Seiji like they were a group of paparazzi taking photos of a meeting between two celebrities. Let's go somewhere quieter to chat, he recommended. That's just what I wanted. Izawa had an expression of he couldn't wait to get out of here. Seiji then indicated to the bystanders that they should stop taking photos now, and then explained to Chiaki and his friends that he was going to step out for a while and meet up with them later. Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes, Mika had a curious expression, Keiho's eyes were sparkling, and Yukari was all excited. The four girls watched Seigo walk off with the unknown handsome boy and all fell silent for a moment. I want to go spy on them. Yukari raised her hand and spoke in a spirited manner. You're actually saying something like this directly out loud. Chiaki gave a sidelong glance to Yukari. Because I really want to watch. Don't you all want to spy on them as well? Just imagining the scene of Seigo talking to that handsome boy is too much for me. Yukari kept rubbing her hands in excitement. Your image is breaking down a little, princess. Chiaki really wanted to say that to her. But, she was able to understand what Yukari was feeling. Even though Chiaki didn't understand much nor had much interest about boys' love, seeing the scene of Seigo and that extravagantly handsome cosplayer boy smiling at each other caused a small fluttering in her chest. I want to spy as well. Mika rose her hand and told the truth, causing her face to flush red. Me as well. Keiho also rose her hand and blushed red. The three girls all looked towards Chiaki. Chiaki smiled. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. She took the lead. Harano-san, what's that on your body? After Seiji and Izawa left the cosplay area together, Izawa asked Seiji about the streaming equipment that he was wearing. Oh, I'm currently doing a live stream, but not a typical stream for a large audience. Wait a moment. Seiji told Hana and Shika over voice chat that he was going to turn off the stream for a while, then turned off the camera and removed his headset. Harano-san, you're an internet streamer? Izawa blinked as he asked. No, but I was doing it for certain reasons. Please don't mind it, Seiji told him. The two of them walked to a relatively quiet corner after leaving the cosplay area. Fujihara-san is probably exploring the stalls, Yes, Master is currently together with Yorahana-san. It's just like her to make you wear all this and wait in the cosplay area. I agree completely. Your cosplay clothes look like they're of excellent quality, and same with the props. Is that a real sword? It is. Izawa slightly unsheathed the sword at his waist, showing a sharp glimmer. He actually used a real sword as a cosplay prop, Seiji sighed to himself. But compared to the other prop, using a real sword didn't count as much. He looked towards Izawa's left eye. The spell formation in Izawa's left eye had stopped rotating, which meant that he was no longer activating his spell. Publicly casting astral vision out in the open in front of so many ordinary people, and even allowing them to take photos of you. Isn't this too daring? I objected as well, but my master felt that it would be fine. Izawa said helplessly as he took out an eye patch and covered his left eye. Indeed, nobody there would take it seriously, but if any spiritual ability users saw you. This isn't any top-secret technique that's forbidden from being shown to ordinary people. That's not what I meant, but it's fine if you don't think it's a problem. I think it's a huge problem, but my master doesn't think it's a problem at all. The two of them exchanged glances before both chuckled. Although it may be slightly impolite to say so, I feel that Fujihara-san is truly a girl who doesn't mind conventions. I shall tell that exact quote to my master. Don't say that, I was just casually saying it. I was just joking. You actually know how to joke. Of course. I even know how to perform rakugo. Really? Seiji was astonished. Rakugo was a traditional type of performance similar to giving a solo comedy skit. Apart from a vivid narration by the performer, there would also be exaggerated movements and comic expressions. It could be understood as a type of solo act. In Seiji's eyes, Ryuno Ozawa was someone who seemed like the serious and reliable type, and a loyal subordinate and spirit-branded retainer, being just like Hitaka Shuho, who was by Natsuya Yorihana's side, someone who didn't know how to joke or act comically. But Ozawa actually said that he knew how to perform comedy skits, rakugo. This was too much of a contrast, which astonished Seiji. Ozawa smiled at Seiji's obvious astonishment. That was fake. Seiji paused in surprise. While I did practice rakugo before, it's not at the extent of being able to perform. You really practiced it before. I was joking about that as well. Seiji paused in surprise once more. It's truly amusing to speak with Hirano-san. You're just toying around with me, . Of course not. I truly respect you, Hirano-san. In order to meet you, I dressed like this and stood in the cosplay area for a very long time, allowing others to take pictures of me and gawk at me, as if I was a monkey caged up in a zoo. I wouldn't have any complaints about such a thing at all. As long as I met Hirano-san, everything would be worthwhile. The eye-patched handsome man smiled faintly. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt as if he was detecting Ozawa's dark side. It seemed rather bad. Although I wasn't the one who made you do this, still. I apologize for making you wait so long. Please don't say that. Although wearing this was at the orders of my master, waiting for you was something I wanted to do myself, Ozawa said sincerely. Seiji looked towards Ozawa. Seigo Harano is actually a fake name as well. No, it counts more as my second name, he told Ozawa honestly. My real name, as well as my first name, is Seiji Haruta. Haruta. Something instantly flashed in Ozawa's eyes. I'm a famous useless piece of trash from the Haruta family, who's currently in exile, living outside by himself, Seiji said directly. This is who I really am. Are you disappointed, Ozawa-san? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, When I Want You To. Chapter 376, When I Want You To. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. I said that I wouldn't be disappointed, Ozawa responded. I have no intentions of retracting or changing what I said before. Thank you. Seiji smiled. May I call you Ozawa-kun? Of course. Please allow me to address you as Haruta-kun as well, or should I use Hirano-kun? Let's go with Harano. I typically use this name. Alright then, Hirano-kun. And so, the two of them set new ways to address each other. My master wishes to see you, so I hope that Hirano-kun is able to wait in this general area here for her and Yorihana-san to arrive, Ozawa requested. Sure. My companions and I were going to stay in the cosplay area for a while longer anyways, Seiji told him. If by the time my friends want to leave that area but the two ladies we're waiting for still haven't arrived, I'll stay behind and wait together with you. Thank you. Afterwards, Ozawa indicated that he wanted to quietly wait here in this corner, with no interest in returning to the cosplay area. So, Seiji exchanged cell phone numbers with him and went back by himself. Halfway back, he saw Chiaki and his other friends pop up. "Seigo, who is that beauty? Why did you abandon us to be so intimate with him? Are you already tired of us?" Chiaki made an expression and pose as if she was an abandoned lover, acting pitifully. Smack, an iron fist of justice knocked her on the head. Wah! Chiaki was defeated. "I apologize, your words were so foolish that I didn't even have time to retort before I reacted automatically," Seiji said expressionlessly as he took back his hand. Mika, Yukari, and Keiho were all rendered speechless. "I met him at a party on the day of the Winter Snow Festival," he explained. Oh. Chiaki, Mika, and Yukari instantly understood. That was someone that he met on his date with Natsuya Yorihana, when he was accompanying the student council president. Keiho was the only one who didn't know about it, believing instead that Seigo had joined some ordinary activity and made a new otaku friend. He said that he was a bit tired from standing so long in the cosplay area, and wanted to rest for a while. "No need to mind him, let's go back and look some more in the cosplay area." Seiji looked at the girls. "Or, are you guys done looking around?" The girls exchanged awkward glances. They noticed that he evidently didn't want to go into detail about that handsome boy. Mika and Chiaki knew what this was. That boy was definitely someone who was from the mystical side of society. Yukari's curiosity intensified, and she wanted to know more, but she felt that it was imprudent to pry. Keiho was somewhat confused, and didn't quite understand the situation. "Of course we haven't looked around enough yet. It's just that we were concerned about you, so we followed you to have a peek," Chiaki smiled. "Fortunately, it doesn't seem like you're having an affair, which is nice." "What's with having an affair?" "It's also known as cheating." "Who'd cheat on who?" They kept joking around. With Chiaki's help, Seiji was able to change the topic of conversation. They returned to the cosplay area and continued looking at cosplay that they were interested in. Seiji turned on his stream again and put on his Bluetooth headset, which caused him to instantly receive a question from Hana. "Who was that boy?" "Master, sister of mine, do you know about Yin-Yang Masters?" Hana instantly fell silent for a moment. She didn't respond for quite a while. "Of course I know about them." As expected, Seiji thought in his mind. He had never discussed the topic of the mystical with her before, but he figured that his younger sister probably knew about as well. This was the first time he had ever discussed this topic with her. "That boy's name is Ryuno Izawa, and he's Kana Fujihara's spirit-branded retainer. Kana Fujihara is, ... He gave a brief explanation of what happened at the Winter Snow Festival, as well as his relationship to the student council president of his high school. Hana silently listened to his story and furrowed her eyebrows. "Are you really a hero from a different world?" she asked in a complex tone of voice. "I am." "Stop lying." "I'm not lying. In a way, it's the truth." Seiji chuckled. "At least, that's what I believe. As for what you believe, that's up to you." Hana fell silent for the third time in a row. "Tell me about what you've experienced, and I want to hear a more detailed version." She finally spoke up after a long silence. "Sure. But right now." "It doesn't have to be right now." "When, then?" "When I want you to." "Oh. Does our older sister know about what's happened to you?" Hana asked in a light voice. "She does, other than the part about me coming from a different world," Seiji answered. "Have you met with our older sister yet?" "Sort of, just in passing. Back then, I thought that it was just a coincidence, but I don't know if that's the case anymore." Hana fell silent for the fourth time. "Brother?" She wanted to say something else, but didn't say anything in the end. After remaining silent for a while, Hana turned off the voice chat and logged offline. Seiji wanted to leave her a message, but after thinking for a while, he didn't know what else to say, so he silently turned off the conversation as well. After they finished looking at all the cosplay that they wanted, Mika and the others were ready to leave the convention. Seiji indicated that he wanted to chat with the handsome boy Ryuno Izawa some more, asking them to leave by themselves first. After sending off the girls, he met up again with Izawa. At this moment, Izawa had already changed back to casual attire, and was patiently waiting in a corner. "Your companions have all went back already?" He spoke up when he saw Seiji approaching. "Yeah. Your master sure can explore this place. Actually, she's already come out together with Yorahana-san, and is currently waiting in one of the stores outside," Izawa explained. "Please follow me, Harano-kun." Seiji left the convention together with him. They took a taxi to the store. Seiji figured that they were going to go to something like a high-class coffee cafe, but never expected that the place they arrived at was an internet cafe. That's right, an internet cafe. Well, it was a large and high-class internet cafe. Izawa led Seiji inside and they took an elevator to the top floor, a VIP area. They walked to the room labeled number 1, where Izawa pressed the doorbell. "What's the password?" They heard Kanna Fujihara's voice from the speaker system. "Skycliff," Izawa responded. Then, the door opened. Seiji followed Izawa inside. This was a wide room with tatami mats, a kotatsu, cushions, a small sofa, computers, virtual reality sets, a small bookshelf, a tea set, a complete set of various items. Kanna and Natsuya were sitting by the kotatsu, with the kotatsu's table having a pile of books on it that were obviously purchased from the doujinshi convention. For two beautiful girls to be reading doujinshi in a private room at an internet cafe, this scene seemed quite subtle to Seiji. "Heya, Shiroya-san." Kanna greeted him. "Welcome to my secret base." "Hello, Fujihara-san," Seiji responded. "This place indeed feels like a secret base. I like it here. There's endless amounts of manga and anime, as well as games. I can go on the internet as much as I want, without worrying about a thing, and the environment is so comfortable as well. It's basically like heaven." Kanna exclaimed in a sincere tone. "You believe so as well, right?" "That's right, I agree," Seiji chuckled. "This place is indeed quite comfortable, and I could probably stay here for a week with no problems. But if I only play games here, I'll get bored of that as well." Rather than being bored, isn't it better to describe it as not wanting to continue in depravity? Kanna looked at him. "You didn't want to stay in a dark room anymore and remain depraved, which is why you did your best to change yourself, right?" "Indeed." Seiji smiled. "Nice to meet you, Fujihara-san. I'm Seiji Haruta, the famous piece of trash from the Haruta family." "Nice to meet you, Haruta-kun. I'm Kanna Fujihara, the Fujihara family's nameless otaku girl." Kanna smiled back as something flashed in her eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 377, I want to maintain my connection to you. Chapter 377, I want to maintain my connection to you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The first formal meeting in this internet cafe room between the famous former trash and the nameless otaku girl, Seiji Haruta and Kanna Fujihara, would eventually become a meeting that would become a legend which marked the beginning of a new era. Just kidding. Seiji sat down by the kotatsu. Izawa poured some tea for him, as well as refilling Kanna and Natsuya's tea before finally pouring tea for himself and sitting down. "Haruta-kun, could I take a look at your victory loot?" Kanna made a request. Seiji handed the paper sack he was carrying to her. Kanna excitedly began rifling through his purchases. Seiji exchanged glances with Natsuya. "How was it, exploring the doujinshi convention?" asked Seiji. "Not bad," Natsuya replied. It seemed interesting, but it was a bit too lively. You can just directly say that you thought there were too many people, Seiji chuckled. Did you buy anything? Yes, I purchased some doujinshis of anime and manga that I've seen before, as well as. Natsuya averted her gaze as her face flushed slightly red. Some doujinshi that Fujihara-san strongly recommended to me. For such a fujoshi like Fujihara-san to strongly recommend anything, that could only be one category of doujinshi. Seiji's cheeks twitched. He could already clearly imagine the scene of Kanna Fujihara endlessly recommending boys' love books to the student council president. Something else to mention was that Seiji had been intentionally ignoring the fact that the large majority of the books on the table had handsome boys on the cover, including quite a few that were half naked or even hugging together. Some were even marked with obvious R18 tags. You even purchased adult doujinshis, Fujihara-san, Why don't you have any adult books, Haruta-kun? Kanna wondered after she finished looking through what Seiji bought. Because I'm not an adult yet. Those insignificant trifles aren't an obstacle at all, please tell the truth, Wah, because there were 4 girls together with me, so I was unable to buy any adult books. Seiji forced himself to tell the truth. Indeed, he had wanted to purchase adult doujinshi as well. However, since he was together with 4 girls, with 2 younger sisters also watching him through his stream, it was too difficult for him to do so. I see, I understand now, but I'm disappointed as well, Kanna sighed. It's just the matter of being together with some girls, which caused you to lose the courage to buy adult doujinshi. This means that you're still not passionate enough about adult doujinshi. Fujihara-san, You should be more truthful to your inner heart. No matter if you're together with some girls, or even with your relatives, or even if the girl that you love is watching you, you should always proudly show off your own likes and habits. Abandon what the commoners view as embarrassment, only that will help you to become a truly strong warrior. Kanna told him all this in a spirited tone of voice. Fujihara-san, no, Master Fujihara, I've learned so much. Seiji lowered his head in appreciation. Don't call me master, I'm just an ordinary girl who's progressing along on a warrior's path. Kanna flipped her hair and made a cool pose. Natsuya and Izawa were both rendered speechless by this exchange. Is your lady master often like this? Izawa-kun, No, something so ridiculous is rare for even her. It's probably because she's talking with someone like Hirano-kun. Yeah, the two of them have a similar scent about them. You couldn't be more correct. The Yorihana family daughter and the Fujihara family spirit-branded retainer reached an agreement as they sipped tea together. Fujihara-san, I have a subtle feeling as if I'm being looked down upon. Haruta-kun, I feel the same way as well. Why are things like this? Because they aren't true warriors, so they can't understand what it's like to passionately fight in the battlefield, or about we who must constantly fight on. Kanna pretended to be heartbroken. This is such a sad reality we live in. Seiji also made an almost identical expression, making himself seem like he was a hero who was experiencing utter sadness. That's enough out of you. Natsuya couldn't help but retort. Could you stop acting so strangely? Phew, we were finally retorted at. Yeah. I couldn't keep up the act anymore. Seiji and Kanna instantly retracted their sad expression. Haruta-kun, that was just 68 points, wasn't it? I think so as well. Our cooperation needs improving, as it still felt awkward in some parts. What do you think, Natsuya? Don't count me among your comedy act. Ryuno, you're only 34 points, you fail. What are these points about? I don't understand. Teehee 20 points deducted. Now you only have 14 points, but... The 4 of them began chatting with Seiji and Kanna's clowning around helping to break the ice. They chatted about non-adult doujinshi, anime and manga, ate lunch together, chatted about games, and then began to game together, as well as try the VR system. They had lots of fun. Haruta-kun, you're going to the doujinshi convention again tomorrow, right? Kanna asked. Yep. Would you like to go together with us tomorrow then? She invited him once again. You have time to go again tomorrow, Fujihara-san? You have so much free time. None of your business. Besides, aren't you the same? I have a different identity from you, as I'm not the daughter of an illustrious family. Seiji chuckled as he mulled it over. Thanks for your heartfelt invitation. It is my honor to accept. This time, he decided to agree to go with her. Kanna smiled as she looked at him. And so, the two of them agreed upon a time and place to meet up tomorrow. Natsuya silently observed all this, having said already that she wouldn't come tomorrow, since she wasn't free. Afterwards, the four of them parted ways. Kanna and Izawa took a car together and left, while Seiji also took Natsuya's car. Fujihara-san is such a lively girl, Seiji said once inside the car. Yeah, you could even say that she's a bit too lively. Was it a bit difficult to tour the doujinshi convention together with her? What do you think? The two of them exchanged glances as both smiled. Although it was a bit tiring, it was fun as well, Natsuya smiled. I think it was a good thing that we got to know her at the Winter Snow Festival. Yeah. A moment of silence fell between them. How is the investigation into the Uehara family coming along? Seiji inquired. The report's not ready yet, it's expected to take 2 more days, or perhaps just 1 more day is enough for some news. I see. Seiji paused for a moment. One more thing, about the temporary spirit-branded retainer contract between us. You'd like to cancel it? Natsuya looked towards him. I think it's time to cancel it. Lengthening this contract will only be a burden on your spiritual power, won't it? Indeed, but I don't want to cancel it. Why's that? Natsuya took a good look at Seiji's face. Because I want to maintain my connection to you, she said in a gentle tone. Seiji was rendered speechless. Hearing something so flirtatious, he felt an itch in his heart and couldn't help but avert his gaze. Natsuya's mouth began to arc upwards seductively after seeing his embarrassment. Hey, Seiji, are you willing? To maintain this contract, to be my spirit-branded retainer, and taken advantage of by me. As she said this, she intentionally got extremely close to Seiji's ear. Her gentle words, the warm breath on his ears, and faint fragrant scent. Seiji felt like the inside of his ear was heating up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, I'm going to bite you. Chapter 378, I'm going to bite you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. He didn't know what to respond for the moment, and he wanted to say something, but was unable to say anything. If Seiji could have thought about it calmly, he would have been able to respond appropriately. However, he currently wasn't very calm right now. You're willing, right? Didn't you say just a few days ago that I'm happy to be of use to me? Natsuya continued in her gentle tone, breathing right on his ear. Were those just lies? Just to make me happy? She got even closer, to the point where her lips were almost about to touch his ear, and her ample chest was even now resting on his arm. Seiji felt a soft sensation on his arm, and his ear felt like it was boiling up. Seiji felt as if he wanted to tremble all over. What's going on here, Natsuya? Such direct seductive flirtation, which felt like it even surpassed the lap pillow from that day, almost, as if she was a fox demon. Was this her dark side? No, it was her fallen, depraved side. The fallen student council president, who was a sleek long black-haired beauty with huge breasts, just imagining it caused his heart to waver, but... Seiji, don't just sit there, say something. If you don't say something, I'm going to bite you. Natsuya's flirtatious gentle tone continued, as if she was a succubus. Seiji really did tremble at this. He felt like her words were taking physical form, gently scratching the inside of his ear. It was so comfortable, and so itchy. A surge of desire in his heart caused him to want to look over and look at Natsuya's current expression. However, his sense of logic and reason told him that it would be best not to do so at the current moment, because it was highly likely that he would be charmed. Just like how a naive scholar would be charmed by a fox demon, becoming her slave, and being absorbed of all his young essence through having sex. This seemed pretty nice as well, but... No. What am I thinking? This absolutely won't happen. Seiji used his strong will in order to prevent himself from falling to depravity. Think. Hurry up and start working, brain of mine. Think about why the president would suddenly behave so abnormally. I got it. He had a flash of inspiration and felt like he instantly understood. Seiji. Natsuya had only wanted to play a joke on him, but when she saw that he was so embarrassed that even his ears were turning red, and even shook briefly, she felt that he was so cute, and couldn't help but feel a fiery passion within herself. She really wanted to actually bite down lightly on his ear, and then lick it lightly, or rub her chest against him, to see what reaction she would have. If I really do something like that, it'll be bad. This will be far beyond the level of a joke. Actually, it's already a bit more than a joke now, but I can't stop myself. When recalling the feeling of hugging him on that day, she really wanted to do this once again, and do even more than last time. Her sense of logic and reason as well as sense of embarrassment were both shouting loudly within herself, but that impulsive desire of hers seemed to be even stronger than them. Just one bite, one tiny little bite. She opened her mouth and revealed her snow-white teeth. Natsuya. Suddenly, Seiji grabbed her hand. Eek. She made such a sound in her mind as she froze in her movements. You don't need to do this, Seiji said gently as he held onto her hand. What I said that day was from my heart, not because you gave me a lap pillow. I didn't say it because I lusted after your beauty. You're really beautiful, Natsuya. As a male, I'm truly impressed by your beauty. However, I didn't help you out because of your beauty. That's why, you don't need to use your beauty, or yourself to pay me. You can just ask me normally if you need help. Yep, that's how it is. Natsuya's probably treating me strangely like this because she's anxious about whether or not I'm treating her gently because of her beauty. Ah, that was so dangerous. I almost fell for it, having my desires ignited by her. If I went ahead with her behavior, then that would make me into someone who really was only interested in her beauty. And if I adamantly refused, that would injure her pride as a girl. When weighing all my options, telling her the truth was the best. Silently squeezing her hand is something appropriate as well. I dealt with this perfectly. Seiji was even beginning to feel proud of himself at how perfectly he had managed this situation. He waited for Natsuya's response, but what awaited him was nothing but silence. What's going on? Things were a bit different from what he expected, causing him to become anxious. Why is it silence? At this time, shouldn't Natsuya be replying to me in a normal tone of voice, with the atmosphere returning to normal as well? Why isn't she saying anything? Then, Seiji noticed that he had made a mistake. He was still holding on to her hand, without having let go. Not to mention, he was holding her hand even tighter than he had thought he was. I was still charmed by her after all. Seiji was astonished at himself. Even though he was saying that it wasn't because she was beautiful, he had been clutching onto her hand so tightly without letting go. This was a prime example of being all talk but not acting on one's words. It was just like he was pretending to be a proper gentleman while actually acting like a scumbag. No wonder she was silent. Seiji mentally broke out into a cold sweat. Sorry. He hurriedly let go of her hand. I just wanted to lightly hold your hand, without any particular meaning to it. What a terrible self-defense, Even Seiji himself felt that it was terrible, and wanted to punch himself. I made a mess of things. He was getting all depressed. But what he heard next was, "It's all right," a calm voice spoke up. Although I was rather surprised. "It's all right, I understand what I mean," Natsuya told him. "I'm the one who should apologize for treating you like that. I just wanted to play a slight joke on you." Eh? What's with this situation now? Seiji was rather confused. He thought that she would have a much worse impression of him after this, but the actual result was nothing had changed? This must be due to her magnanimous personality. He came up with this reasonable explanation. "Natsuya, who's so gentle, must have decided not to mind my rude behavior, and even apologized to me as well, perfectly letting all of this go." Seiji inwardly exclaimed at her wonderfulness as he turned around to see that Natsuya was now sitting an appropriate distance from him again and looking outside the car window. "I'm willing to be your temporary spirit-branded retainer, and to be used by you," Seiji said as he looked at her. "Thank you." Natsuya slowly looked towards Seiji again, smiling gently with her beautiful face that was still somewhat flushed red. After Seiji got off her car and left, Natsuya covered her face with her hands, and dived onto the car seats, making a muffled sound. "I'm so embarrassed. But I'm also so fortunate as well." Her embarrassment was because she had lost control of herself, while her fortune was because he had held onto her hand, quite tightly at that. His hand felt strong and warm, which was a wonderful feeling. She began to foolishly cackle as she held her hand that had just been held over her face. "I don't want to wash this hand anymore." No. That's not right. If I never wash this hand anymore, won't that make me the same as a crazed fan who got the opportunity to shake hands with their idol? I'm not that crazy about him. But, if it's just one night. Natsuya was internally conflicted for quite a while, before she suddenly realized something, causing her to hurriedly fix her expression and posture as she awkwardly coughed. "You didn't see anything at all just now, understand?" she said in a strict tone of voice. "Understood, I didn't see anything at all, milady." The female driver of Natsuya's car forced herself to respond like this. Even without this command, she was intending to forget everything she saw just now. Apart from being due to her respect for Natsuya, there was also the fact that this was all such a nice romantic scene, so who would want to remember it? The female driver, who was currently 24 years old and without a boyfriend, retorted that in her mind. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 379, Even I Was Moved Despite the Fact That I'm a Girl as Well. Chapter 379, Even I Was Moved Despite the Fact That I'm a Girl as Well. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Later that night, in the dating sim creation team's group chat, the members had fun chatting about the day's experiences and what they'd bought and learned. Afterwards, they began chatting about arrangements for the next day. Seiji explained that he had arranged to go together with two other friends of his, saying that since his two friends had special identities, they didn't intend to add other people to their group. Chiaki indicated that she was going to rest on the next day. Hoshi needed to go to work at the confectionery store. Ryan, Katomi, and Keat all mentioned that they were going to rest as well. Yukari wanted to go by herself, and Hisashi would also go by himself. Mika and Keiho would team up and continue touring the doujinshi convention. And so, those were the arrangements for the doujinshi convention's second day. While paying attention to the chat group, Seiji also looked to see if Hana came online, but there was no sign of her whatsoever. "What are you currently thinking about, sister?" He wanted to send this message to her, but didn't send anything in the end. The next day, the weather was excellent, with clear skies and bright sunlight. It was warmer than yesterday. Seiji met Kanna and Izawa in front of the doujinshi convention. "Too slow, Second Lieutenant Harano." Kanna placed her hands on her hips and pretended to be a strict army officer as she watched him walk over. You have to arrive 30 minutes early to the battlefield. That's common sense. It is 30 minutes before we arranged to meet here. Seiji even checked the time to be sure. It was exactly 30 minutes before their arranged time. What I meant was, you should arrive here 30 minutes earlier than your superior. Oh. First Lieutenant Fujihara, how long ago did you arrive here? I actually just arrived as well. Kanna paused for a moment and averted her gaze. Because she was really looking forward to meeting Hirano-kun again, my master arrived here approximately 1 hour ago. Izawa calmly revealed the truth. What are you saying? I was somewhat looking forward to it, but not that much. By the way, she arrived 90 minutes early at the appointed place to meet Yorahana-san yesterday. Ryuno. Kanna's face was turning red. Seiji felt that she was quite cute like this. Sorry for making you wait, Commander. He saluted. Let us begin the battle. Very good. Then, the three of them walked to the doujinshi convention together. Due to the increase in temperature, it was a lot more comfortable to be outside compared to yesterday. However, waiting in line was still rather boring. Seiji felt that with Kanna and Izawa's powers, secretly slipping in without waiting in line would probably be quite easy for them. Why were they still waiting in line? He asked them this question. If we used spells, it would be simple to enter, but I think that this would be disrespectful to all the warriors out there, Kanna said. Everyone thinks that waiting in line is a boring task, but they still follow the rules. If I break the rules, it doesn't feel like it's a good thing. What do you think, Hirano-kun? Do you want to use a spell to sneak inside? Kanna looked towards Seiji. No, I think that waiting in line like this is fine. Seiji blinked. Using magic powers to easily enter feels wrong, just like cheating. Kanna smiled when she heard him say that. Did you wait in line like this yesterday with Natsuya as well? Yeah, and she didn't ask why we didn't use a spell. Since she mentioned that this was her first time participating, I was thinking that if she thought waiting in line was too boring, we could use a spell to skip the line, but she didn't even bring it up. Kanna's words were filled with a joyous tone. It was easy to tell that she liked Natsuya Yorahana even more because of this. The line slowly edged forward. After Seiji chatted with Kanna and Izawa for a while, there was a moment of silence. It's time, Ryuno. Take that out, Kanna commanded Izawa, bringing out her aura of being a young lady scion. Izawa instantly unzipped his backpack and took out 2 handheld gaming devices differing in color. Let's have a duel, Hirano-kun. Kanna handed a red gaming device to Seiji. Let's duel in the same video game we played yesterday to pass the time. Let's also have a little bet, how about it? What shall we bet? Seiji accepted the handheld gaming device. Cosplay. Something flashed in Kanna's eyes. If I defeat you, you have to cosplay the character that I want you to and perform together with Ryuno in the cosplay area. Seiji was rendered speechless. If he had to cosplay as the character she chose and perform together with Izawa in front of everyone in the cosplay area. He felt a chill just from imagining this scene. Can we bet something else instead? This seemed like it might become a piece of dark history that he would regret forever. There was far too much risk involved. That's all I want, I don't want to bet anything else. Kanna's mouth arced upwards. And if you win, I'll give you Yorahana-san's cosplay photos from yesterday. What? Seiji was astonished to hear this. Natsuya cosplayed yesterday? Yep, we cosplayed together in the internet cafe before you and Izawa arrived. Kanna's mouth arced upwards even more than earlier. At first, she didn't want to, and it took quite some convincing from me to persuade her. After that, I took some amazing and precious photos. Those photos are so awesome that even I was moved despite the fact that I'm a girl as well. Don't you want them? I do. Seiji shouted in his mind. The student council president's cosplay photographs would definitely be a treasure precious enough to be at the extent of an SSR cards level. He really wanted to see and possess them. No, wait, he needed to calm down. While Natsuya's cosplay photographs were precious as such, the appreciation value could still have a large fluctuation depending on what character she was cosplaying as. I'd like to ask first, who was she cosplaying as? Good question. I had her cosplay as Freya from Honey Candy Girl. The charming witch, Freya. She was a new character from the latest chapters of the Honey Candy Girl manga. She was neither on the main character's side nor on the antagonist's side, a neutral character. She gained high popularity due to her excellent character design and outstanding performance during her first appearance. Freya was a character who wore an extravagant pitch-black dress with a large amount of lace. There was a heart-shaped piece of fabric missing on her cleavage which revealed an alluring white tenderness. The lower half of her dress was translucent, which faintly revealed the garter stockings and even panties beneath, giving her a wondrous arrow feeling. Seiji tried imagining Natsuya, who already had such an excellent figure, wearing a dress like that, which instantly caused something to heat up within him, making him want to shout out loudly. I really want to see. Yorihana-san's cosplay of Freya was so beautiful that it's difficult to describe in words. If I put her pictures on the internet, she'd definitely become a huge hit. Kanna continued. I promised her that I wouldn't publicize these photos, but I didn't say anything about not giving them to individuals. If I give them to you, you should be able to accept. If you want to obtain these photographs, you have to agree to our little gamble and defeat me in this video game. Ha! Seiji chuckled lightly. Was refusal even an option? Of course not. He really wanted to see and obtain Natsuya Yorihana's cosplay photographs. He could only accept this challenge. I accept this bet. Come, let us begin our duel. Seiji prepared his red handheld gaming device and made a pose like a duelist from Yu-Gi-Oh! Excellent, as expected of Hirano-kun. Kanna took a blue handheld gaming device Izawa was holding and copied his pose. Both of them exchanged smiles, then turned on the game and began a duel against each other. A green hat-wearing hero with a shield and a sword faced off against a mustached and slightly chubby middle-aged man wearing a plumber uniform as they materialized in a flash of light in a fantastical dueling field. The hero Seiji lifted his sword, while the middle-aged plumber Kanna cackled. 3, 2, 1, fight. The sword and shield hero rushed forth, wielding his sword, while the plumber jumped and ran everywhere, marking the start of this fierce battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, Gender is Something Meaningless. Chapter 380, Gender is Something Meaningless. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This was a battle with no concept of justice on either side, commenced for the sole purpose of realizing each side's desires. Both sides were famous video game characters. They fought with their all, using all sorts of techniques in order to defeat their opponent. Apart from using their own powers, they even used various items that appeared on the stage such as flamethrowers, poison, bombs, projectiles, arrows, curses, anything they could pick up. There would be no surrender. There would only be fierce battling until one of them was defeated. Death wasn't the end, as they began a second match, then a third match, and a fourth match. They repeatedly battled to the death for no noble reasons whatsoever. They only battled for pure desire. How pitiful. And at the end of this pitiful battle between two famous video game heroes, the result was, ha ha ha, it's my victory. I'm the one who won. Ha 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 ha. The plumber was maniacally laughing in front of the green hat hero's corpse. Whoops, Kanna had her hands on her hips and was laughing heartily, completely unlike a daughter of an illustrious family. Wah! I actually lost. Seiji painfully lowered his head, giving off an aura of helplessness. Harano-kun, you have to admit your defeat and follow the terms of our bet. I know. Seiji sighed as he lifted his head again and smiled wryly. It was a pity that he didn't win, but that was fine, he had plenty of fun. In situations where he absolutely had to win, he could use his power to save and load and do it over again. However, he didn't want to abuse his power for something like this. I shall cosplay as you requested of me. Just, please don't have me and Izawa-kun do something together that's too. Heh, losers don't have the right to speak. Kanna clutched her arms and lifted her head proudly. But as the winner, I shall show mercy on the loser so that you may retain some pride. Although she was saying so, her eyes were sparkling so brightly that Seiji felt a chill in his heart. Perhaps it would be better for him to load now after all? Just as he was struggling with himself whether to load or not, it was finally their turn to enter the doujinshi convention. Once they entered, it would be time to purchase doujinshi books. Harano-kun, please don't mind me at all and set your desires free. Go ahead and purchase adult doujinshi. Thank you, is that what I should say here? No need to be reserved, feel free to display all your fetishes. Hey, a lady from an illustrious family like you shouldn't be shouting something like this in a public location. Even if you show me your perverted fetishes like exhibitionism, I don't mind. I'll mind. Who wants to show? No, wait, I don't have such interests to begin with. This is a place to let yourself free and be true to one's desires. Come, Harano-kun, take off your clothes. The hell with that. Kanna Fujihara was getting all excited and running out of control. As Seiji retorted, he was infected by her excitement as well. He did let loose and honestly purchased the adult doujinshi that he was interested in. Izawa silently served as the background scenery, watching his master and friend having fun together. By the time Seiji finally recovered his senses, he discovered that he had already bought a large sack of Arrow adult doujinshi books, and was even on a first-name basis now with Kanna. There was a saying that womanizing together with male friends was a fast way to improve friendship. He felt like the way he was touring the doujinshi convention together with Kanna was similar to such a situation. Kanna Fujihara was a true scion from an illustrious family as well, but a different type from Natsuya. Seiji felt like being together with Kanna was just as if he was together with a male friend. She felt like Chiaki, but there was still a difference as well. Kanna herself purchased many adult doujinshi books as well, with almost all of them being boys' love books. Every book that she purchased would receive a review from her, and she kept strongly recommending some to Seiji. Seiji received some mental damage from this. However, that was just how she was, and he was completely unable to dislike her for it when he saw how passionate she was about the things that she loved. After they finished touring the vendors' stalls, it was time to head to the cosplay area. Seiji was requested by Kanna to cosplay as a popular female side character from Chronicles of the Demon Sword. That's right, a female character. No. This isn't good. With my body figure, it'll only be a destructive result if I act as a female character. Seiji attempted to resist. That would be the case for normal female characters, but you're more than suited to cosplay as Renha. The female side character named Renha from Demon Sword was a female character disguising herself as male. She was depicted as rather androgynous and her clothes had the sharpness of male clothing as well as a seductive allure that still retained some of her femininity. The clothing's design was excellent. Indeed, this character was both handsome yet alluring and she had a unique personality, which was why she was quite popular with this series' readers. You can do it! I give you my word that the effect will be wonderful and it'll become a memory that you'll never forget. It'll be a memory of a dark history that I'll never forget. Seiji retorted energetically. Could he really trust the words of such a Fujoshi scion? You're a reader of Demon Sword as well, so you should know just how charismatic Renha can be. It's your honor to cosplay as her. Kanna declared in a spirited manner. No need to pay the differences between gender any mind. In the world of cosplay, gender is something meaningless. Abandon it, forget it, and become something neither male nor female, O venerated cosplayer. You can become Renha. Believe in me, and believe in yourself. Seiji was rendered speechless. She was being serious. She seriously wanted him to cosplay as a female character, and was even seriously trying to convince him in a Shinibu manner. The hell? Seiji didn't know what he was feeling right now, nor did he know what expression he had anymore. He just felt as if there was a herd of 10,000 alpacas stampeding through his mind. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was unable to say anything when faced with Kanna's resolute expression and shining eyes. Finally, with a helpless tone that indicated he had given up, he said, "Fine." He didn't want to be a sore loser, and he would do what he had promised. And so, for the first time in either of Seiji's two lives, he put on a female attire. The effect was astonishingly good. Although he was cosplaying as a female character, since this character was a girl disguised as a boy to begin with, the clothes were mostly male with only a few female elements. His outfit was a mystical martial arts uniform with dark red edges and exquisite black embroidery. He also had a long sword sheathed in a red scabbard and had some makeup put on him which turned him into a complete beauty of a swordsman. At first look, he seemed like a handsome boy, but taking an extra look at him would give others the impression of something soft and beautiful, which had a mysterious charisma to it. Renha-sama. Kanna's eyes began sparkling with stars after she saw how Seiji looked after changing into this outfit. Then, she suddenly jumped him. Renha-sama definitely should be a boy after all. The tawny-haired girl hugged him tightly and kept rubbing her face against his chest. Seiji was so surprised by this that he almost reflexively pushed her away. Kanna Fujihara kept rubbing against him with an addicted expression on her face as if she was a kitten or puppy that was acting spoiled. If she had a tail, it would definitely be wagging vigorously right now. Kanna, it's not good to hug like this. Seiji felt awkward from feeling the sensation from her body and inhaling her scent. However, this scion just kept hugging him tightly without letting go. Seiji looked over towards Izawa, requesting assistance with his expression. However, the eye-patched handsome spirit-branded retainer merely smiled faintly and averted his gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, This is just too realistic. Chapter 381, This is just too realistic. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yukari Asamiya wore a breathing mask, sunglasses, and a wool hat just like she had yesterday as she toured around the doujinshi convention, happily purchasing a large pile of adult doujinshi books. While it's fun to be together with Seigo and the others as well, it's still better to buy such things when I'm by myself. She smiled as she riffled through her loot. Most of them had arrow drawings on the cover, and there was no need to go into detail on the content. When she was together with Seigo and his friends, she was too embarrassed to purchase such books. Even though she saw many she was interested in, she could only suppress her urges. If she became more intimate with Seigo, or became boyfriend and girlfriend with him, they could probably buy adult doujinshi together. Yukari couldn't help but imagine the scene of him and her buying arrow doujinshi books together, discussing the contents with red faces, getting all excited about things, and entering a love hotel together too. No. What am I thinking? The scene in her mind seemed all too realistic to her, causing her face to burn up. She was now shouting loudly inside her head. She forced herself to stop imagining along these lines, but scattered scenes still kept appearing in her mind. Since she was an arrow artist to begin with, once her imagination got going, it was difficult to stop it. Yukari's chest began to heat up as she kept imagining things. I need to go outside for a while and use the cold air to help calm myself down. Although she still wanted to purchase a few more adult doujinshi books, she felt that it would be bad to continue in her current condition. She left the vendor's stall area and went to the cosplay area. Since this was an outdoors area, Yukari was able to somewhat calm down after inhaling some cool air. She finally stopped herself from wildly going out of control due to her imagination. Today was also a bit warmer than yesterday. As she looked around, she could tell that the cosplayers were showing a lot more skin than they had the previous day. There were light, sexy skirts as well as thin and form-fitting clothes or bikini armor cosplay that only covered the important areas. Similar outfits could be seen everywhere. The arrow passions that the cosplayers had to suppress due to the weather being too cold yesterday had all exploded today to make up for what they couldn't express yesterday. Excellent. Yukari removed her sunglasses and took out a reflex lens camera from her backpack, entering the arrow photographer mode. That's right, an arrow photographer. She kept using upwards angles that focused on important sensitive areas, striving to take the best high-quality arrow photographs. This was how she did things. Now then, what kind of good photographs will I take today? Yukari joyously began her hunt. This character's long legs in absolute territory were excellent. Take a picture. This character had an excellent miniskirt and panties. Take a picture. This character had excellent breasts. Take a picture. This character had a sexy pose. Take a picture. This character had an excellent cosplay that was so faithful to the original, eh? Why did this person seem so familiar? The next second, Yukari was astonished when she recognized who the cosplayer was. Seigo. Although he was wearing an extravagant cosplay outfit and was even wearing a black ponytail as a wig along with makeup, she was still able to recognize him without any problems. Seigo is actually cosplaying. Then, she noticed that the cosplayer together with him was the handsome boy from yesterday that had been talking with Seigo. I see. Yukari instantly understood. Seigo had mentioned yesterday that he was going to come to the convention with two friends with rather special identities. One of them must have been this handsome boy, while the other one was. She noticed that both Seigo and the handsome boy were looking in the same direction at a beautiful girl with shiny tawny hair and a dark windbreaker who had a milk cream bunny hair clip in her bangs. This beautiful girl was obviously in high spirits as she used a camera to continuously take pictures of Seigo and the other handsome boy, with her large eyes sparkling. This was probably his other companion that he spoke of. It seemed that both of Seigo's friends were cosplay lovers and that he was pulled along into cosplaying. Did they arrange it beforehand, or was Seigo ambushed and forced to do it? No matter what, this cosplay was truly excellent. Yukari recognized that Seigo was cosplaying as a popular side character from Demon Blade, Renha. Although Renha was a female character, Seigo was quite suited for cosplaying as her. He seemed just like a living version of Renha in male clothing, with no sense of wrongness at all. Yukari's lips arced upward as she followed Seigo and his friends while taking many pictures of her own. Seiji and the others arrived at an appropriate location in the cosplay area. Let's do the performance here, Kanna told them. While walking around in search for a spot, they had already attracted much attention. If they did a performance, they would definitely attract even more people. Seiji inwardly sighed as he looked towards Izawa. Izawa was cosplaying as Renha's mortal enemy, Frost, a handsome boy antagonist from the Demon Sword story. He was wearing extravagant blue-white Sakura Island attire and had a long sword within a white scabbard at his waist. Looking towards Seiji as well, Izawa placed his hand on his sword, revealed a serious expression, and slowly backed up. Seiji also placed his hand on his sword, using the same serious expression as he slowly backed up as well. Click click click. There was the sound of many photos being taken. Seiji did his best to ignore the cameras and focus on the performance. That way, he wouldn't feel too awkward about it. Kanna's request for their performance was quite simple, a battle. Izawa slowly unsheathed his sword and lifted it up with its tip pointing at the ceiling. His long sword was dark blue and glinted sharply under the sunlight. This was a real sword. Seiji also unsheathed his sword, which was red with golden runes etched upon it. It was a real sword as well, made of iron. For two boys to be facing off against each other with real swords, if this was on the street, someone would have been calling the police. However, this was the cosplay area. The bystanders reflexively believed that the two of them weren't holding real swords, but rather excellent quality replicas. Using real iron swords for cosplay would not only be dangerous, it would be expensive as well. Normal people wouldn't do such a thing. However, Kanna Fujihara wasn't someone ordinary, as she was a rich scion and believed in doing cosplay seriously. All the outfits and accessories had been custom-made at her request, done as exquisitely as reasonably possible. The money she'd spent on this cosplay was far beyond what most people could imagine. At the current moment, upon seeing these characters come to life and appear in 3D rather than 2D, the rich Kanna Fujihara was completely satisfied with herself. After a short standoff, Izawa moved. He suddenly rushed towards his opponent, arcing his long sword in a circle, and then used a high slice. Clang! Seiji blocked Izawa's sword. Izawa's action shocked Seiji as he was under the impression that they were only going to make poses and mock fight, but Izawa really did slice at him for real. However, the speed that Izawa was going at was not difficult for Seiji to handle. Seiji flipped his wrist and countered with a strike at about the same speed as Izawa. Clang! Izawa easily blocked this. The two of them continually attacked each other, engaging in swordplay that was at a rather slow rate for both their capabilities as spirit-branded retainers, intentionally clashing their swords against each other on purpose. The bystanders were astonished. What they saw was that the two cosplayers were fiercely fighting against each other, making it seem like a real battle. There appeared after-images of the swords and both cosplayers had excellent footwork. There were even sparks flying from the clashing of their swords. This was just too realistic. This seemed basically like a professional stage performance, no, a movie's level with professional actors. After the audience recovered from their shock, they began to fervently take pictures. Some even turned to the video recording options on their cell phones or digital cameras and filmed this amazing battle in high definition. Yukari was one such person. "This is just too amazing of a performance," she sincerely exclaimed in her heart. She knew that Seigo was very strong to the point where he obtained the nicknames of Destroyer of Clubs as well as Magic Devouring Dragon within their school. However, she had never personally witnessed his strength before, having only heard the stories. And now, she was bearing witness to the legend. He was actually able to act at a movie's level in a small cosplay performance together with his friend. That seemed so cool to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382, She wants to understand her brother's likes regarding fetishes. Chapter 382, She wants to understand her brother's likes regarding fetishes. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji and Izawa's performance didn't last for too long. It wasn't that they had gotten tired. Their elaborate performance had attracted too many people, with not only the bystanders, but even other cosplayers surrounding them and taking pictures. If they continued like this, they felt like they might disrupt the order of the convention. After they stopped their performance, Kanna commanded them to make various poses and allow everyone to take pictures to their heart's content before they were able to leave. Compared to performing, standing there and making poses felt more embarrassing, but it was fine. Seiji was worried at first that Kanna would have him and Izawa make some boys' love poses, but there were no such poses in the end. It seemed like Kanna had a conscience, not. These normal poses are already sufficient for my imagination, fantasies. Overly intimate poses will instead ruin the image that I have of Renha-sama in my mind, Kanna said. Just what image of Renha do you have in your mind? Seiji wanted to ask this, but his instinct told him that it was best not to ask. Kanna looked at him and asked, Harano-kun, what did you think of cosplaying? About this. Seiji paused for a moment. Although I was somewhat forced into it because I lost a bet, and I was cosplaying as a female character, it was still a fun experience. Seiji smiled. I shall probably cosplay again in the future, and do it as someone I want to cosplay as next time. Snap. With lightning-quick fingers, Kanna took a photo of Seiji. Excellent picture. I give you full marks for your expression just now, she said as she inspected the picture she just took and gave him a big thumbs up. Seiji was rendered speechless. Even if I only give this one picture to Yorohana-san, that'll probably be enough to satisfy her. Seiji was astonished to hear this. You said, give my picture to Natsuya? Yep, is that no good? Kanna's mouth arced upwards. It's alright, but... Seiji noticed something from this. Could it be that you actually... Ha ha ha, you saw through me. Kanna made an expression as if she was a villain who was about to give a grand speech about her nefarious scheme. That's right. The most important factor in me being able to convince Yorohana-san to cosplay was that I promised her that I would make you cosplay as well, and give her a photo of you in cosplay. Seiji didn't know what to say anymore. This was quite a clever trap he fell into. Had he been scammed? Kanna had seen through her target's desires and taken advantage of Natsuya, and was able to obtain the cosplay photos that she wanted from both sides through it. I'm so smart, aren't I amazing? Hurry up and praise me. Kanna lifted her face and had a smug expression that transmitted such a message. Amazing, I fell for your plot. Nice job. Seiji went along with it and praised her. Heh, for someone like me who's the strongest strategist on this continent, this is nothing but an insignificant trifle. Kanna flipped her hair and made a cool pose. What's with calling yourself the strongest strategist on this continent? Seiji commented in his mind. I have a question for you, strategist-sama. If I won our bet, what would you have done? You couldn't have possibly won. Kanna maintained her cool pose. Because I actually made some modifications to the gaming device I loaned to you, which ensured that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. So insidious. Seiji was astonished to hear that what he thought had been a fair duel actually had a trap like this. But, I didn't have to use the modifications in the end and beat you fair and square, but... Making modifications to a gaming device like that isn't called fair and square in the first place. After retorting, he could only sigh. Besides, why didn't you tell me from the very start, if you're willing to cosplay, I'll give you Yorohana-san's picture, something like this instead of a bet. Because it's more interesting this way, not to mention it's a good way to help time pass by, Kanna told him directly. Seiji was rendered speechless once again. Kanna giggled upon seeing his expression. She took out her cell phone and began using it. Moments later, Seiji's cell phone beeped. When he checked to see what it was a notification that he had a new email. These are Yorohana-san's pictures, just treat it as an extra reward. Kanna smiled and told him, thank you for going along with me and participating for my amusement today, Harano-kun. Seiji looked towards Kanna. No need to be so polite, I had lots of fun as well. Let's go again next time, he responded with a smile containing complex emotions. Kanna's car took Seiji close by to the Uehara apartments. Seiji said goodbye to Kanna and Izawa here and got off the car. Only after he returned home did he open up his email to inspect Natsuya's pictures. It was even better than what he'd imagined. Just as Kanna said, Natsuya's cosplay of Freya was excellent to the point where it was difficult to describe in words. If this picture was put on the internet, it would definitely become a huge hit. The student council president had an excellent appearance and figure already, which helped to accentuate the appeal of the character she was cosplaying as. Not to mention, Natsuya had a rather embarrassed expression due to not being accustomed to cosplaying, which made her look all the more moving. Seiji looked over the pictures for quite a while. These were precious treasures that he had to carefully preserve. He instantly downloaded all of these pictures to his computer's hard drive and created a folder especially for these pictures. Then, he checked his dating sim system. These pictures that Kanna had given to him also gave him 15 points as a reward in his gifts, as well as a charisma stat increasing card, friendship. Seiji immediately used this card. The card of a tawny-haired smiling beautiful girl transformed into specks of light that entered his chest. Seiji felt like his body warmed up. It was an experience similar to taking a bath. His thoughts became sluggish. A while later, he regained his senses and checked his system to see that his charisma stat had increased by 4 points. Not bad. He yawned as he was getting tired now. Let's go to sleep now. Seiji turned off his computer, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up before sleeping, then returned to his room, changed into his sleepwear, and lay on his bed. He felt like he was forgetting something? He tried to think about it, but couldn't think of what it was, so he decided not to think too much into it as he lazily went to sleep. Not long after, Shika Kagura, who had been out buying groceries, returned home and discovered that Seiji had returned before her. Brother? She went to the study and didn't see her adopted brother there. However, she noticed that there was a large sack next to the computer. The sack contained the doujinshi books that Seiji had purchased today. Curiosity compelled her to go over and take a look. They were all Ero doujinshi books. Shika's face began to redden. Why would brother just casually leave such things out in the open like this? Shika went to Seiji's room to check and discovered that he was already in bed and asleep. She silently returned to the study and kept looking at the large sack of books as her face became redder and redder. To look or not to look? This was the question. I shouldn't look, but I want to look. Apart from her own curiosity towards Ero books, there was also she wanted to understand her brother's likes regarding fetishes. Shika was internally conflicted as her heartbeat quickened, her face burned up and she felt like her entire body was heating up. Finally, she slowly reached out and after Seiji woke up, he checked the time and then got out of bed. He stretched lazily, changed into regular attire, and left his room and went to the living room. Rio was playing at a friend's house and still hadn't returned yet. Shika was in her room, and he figured that she was resting. He then went to the study, sat down at his computer, and turned it on. He began browsing the internet. Wait a moment. Seiji suddenly noticed that something was off. He looked towards his computer desk and discovered that something that should have been there was missing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, My adopted sister took my Ero books. What should I do? Chapter 383, My adopted sister took my Ero books. What should I do? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. That large sack of adult doujinshi. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise. Did I remember things wrong? Did I already put those books away? No, he hadn't. Seiji carefully combed through his memory and confirmed that he had indeed casually put the sack of books on his computer desk without putting the books away. It was a large sack of adult doujinshi and it had definitely been there. But now, it was missing. Rio still wasn't home yet. There was only one person that could have possibly taken this sack of books. Shika-chan. Seiji's cheeks twitched. My adopted sister saw and took my entire sack of Ero books. What should I do? I could really use some advice here. He even impulsively wanted to make a topic on an internet forum and ask for help regarding this. No, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Wasn't Shika just borrowing his stuff? All he had to do was ask. Although the things in question were rather awkward, it didn't matter so much even if she saw them. All he had to do was go knock on his adopted younger sister's door and ask about where his books were. Simple as that. But, for Shika to have taken those books, did she help put them away, or? If she only put them away, that wasn't a big deal, but if she took them back to her own room to look at them. No, no. How could Shika possibly do that? That didn't seem likely. But, wasn't there such a possibility? Seiji was internally conflicted. Hypothetically speaking, if Shika took those arrow books and was looking at them in her room, if he went over there just like that to ask about the whereabouts of his books, he would definitely be stepping on a landmine, but that would be quite an awkward situation. Seiji didn't know what expression he would have if he found out that his adopted younger sister was secretly looking at the adult doujinshi that he had purchased. The reverse was also true. He figured that Shika wouldn't know how to face him. After thinking about it, Seiji decided to search around the apartment first. If he found his sack of books around anywhere, then there wouldn't be any problems at all. And so, he began looking. In the study, nothing. In his own room, nothing either. In the living room, still nothing. The kitchen, again, nothing. After he looked for his books everywhere they could be, he finally had to face reality. Shika had definitely taken the books back to her room. Looking towards his adopted sister's room, Seiji couldn't help but imagine the black-haired beauty holding on to an adult doujinshi with completely red face and a seductive look in her eyes. It seemed so arrow to him. Just imagining it with that image of Shika already seemed so arrow. Seiji even had the urge to go see if that was really the case, but soon restrained himself and did his best to consider things calmly. The only thing he could do was to pretend not to know anything, right? Knocking on her door and asking now was no good, and asking her later about it would be no good as well. The best choice was not to ask. He would have to pretend like he hadn't noticed her borrowing his books and wait for her to secretly return them after she was done with them. Seiji felt like it was the only method by which he could avoid awkwardness. No, he should rephrase that. It was a method to avoid as much awkwardness as possible. Awkwardness was impossible to avoid here as he was already feeling awkward. Alright, let's just go with this. I won't mention this at all, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Seiji made his decision. Shika Kagura opened her eyes. Oh, I fell asleep. She started panicking when she looked at the time after waking up. By this time, it was likely that her brother Seiji would have woken up already, but she hadn't put the arrow books back where they were yet. Originally, she had only intended to look at them for a while before putting them back, but she was unable to stop herself. She finished going through all of the arrow books. And then, she unknowingly fell asleep. Her face flushed red as she recalled what she had done. Calm down, what's important now is, has brother woken up yet? Shika got out of her bed, put on her clothes, and quietly opened her door just a crack and investigated. She didn't see anyone. She cast an invisibility spell on herself and soundlessly walked out of her room, arriving in front of the study. She saw her adopted brother concentrating on drawing on his computer. As expected, he was already awake. Did he notice that his arrow books are gone? Shika felt quite nervous about this. Judging by how he seemed to be quite focused on drawing, did he not notice yet? Normally speaking, he would notice since he'd just purchased a large sack of arrow books after all. But right now, if he was concentrating on drawing, it would also be normal for him not to notice for the time being. At any rate, she had to get those arrow books out of her room. Shika soundlessly returned to her own room, put all the arrow books back in the sack, and secretly brought them to her brother's room and put them in a rather inconspicuous location. It should be fine if she told him later that he must have put them there while he was asleep. She then soundlessly returned to her own room again, and then pretended that she had just woken up as she intentionally made some sounds and normally walked out of her room, arriving at the study. Seiji heard her footsteps, and turned around to see his adopted sister. Shika-chan. The moment he saw her, he couldn't help but reimagine the scene of her secretly looking at his arrow books, so his expression was somewhat awkward. He immediately suppressed those thoughts and changed his expression back to normal again. However, Shika was paying close attention to his expression and noticed what happened. Brother noticed. She became nervous as her heartbeat quickened. What shall we eat for dinner tonight? Seiji tried to be as natural as possible, asking about tonight's dinner. I'm going to cook mapo tofu, Shika answered. A classical Huaxia cuisine that I like, nice. Don't make it too spicy though, otherwise Ryo-chan will have a difficult time. Seiji smiled. Then, he still tried to speak in as natural a tone as possible as he asked, by the way, did you help me put away the doujinshi books I purchased today? Shika felt her heart tighten when she heard this question. Why, yes, I put them in your room while you were sleeping, brother. She did her best to reply as calmly as possible. Ah, thank you. The two of them continued chatting for a little while before ending the conversation. Shika then returned to her own room, closed the door, and collapsed face-first on her bed. Did Brother Seiji discover what I did or not? She buried her face in her blankets out of embarrassment and kept waving her legs in the air. Judging by the awkward expression on his face for just a moment there, it seemed like he'd noticed, but afterwards, he acted so natural it seemed like he had only noticed that his books were missing and believed that she put them away for him, without considering that she looked at them. Shika couldn't be sure. Did her brother Seiji really not notice what she did with his arrow books, or did he notice and pretend not to know? Shika wanted to believe that it was the former, but her sense of logic and reason told her that it was the latter. Otherwise, there was no reasonable explanation for that momentary strange expression he had on his face. He actually noticed that she was looking at his arrow books in her room, but in order to avoid awkwardness, he pretended not to know. That was something that her brother Seiji would do. The more she thought about it, the likelier it seemed to Shika. She was embarrassed to the maximum even while she enjoyed her brother's warmness. I'm so embarrassed. Why did I secretly look at all those arrow books? Right now, she really wanted to return to the past and give her own hand that reached out for those arrow books a good chop. Wah! Sorry, Brother Seiji, I'm a bad, perverted girl. The completely red-faced girl inserted herself into her blankets, wrapping herself up tightly like a snail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, The Investigative Report Regarding Mr. Uehara. Chapter 384, The Investigative Report Regarding Mr. Uehara. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji noticed during dinner that Shika's condition seemed to be rather strange and that she kept avoiding his eyes. Is it because she's feeling too embarrassed about secretly looking at my arrow books, or is she finding it difficult to look at me after knowing that I look at such things? Seiji wondered to himself. This was a question that Seiji had been doing his best to avoid thinking about, just what his adopted sister would think of him after looking through his arrow books. Although he wasn't into anything too outrageous, having such a large sack of arrow books was bad enough already, but the most common genre among his arrow books was harem, which definitely exposed his true preferences. The worst would be the Siscon books. He was unable to imagine what Shika would think of those after seeing them. Well, she's probably just too embarrassed, she'll be fine after a day or two. I hope that she won't get any strange thoughts, he thought to himself hopefully. Not long after they finished dinner, Seiji received a phone call from the student council president. When he saw on his caller ID that the call was from Natsuya, Seiji instantly imagined her again in her cosplay outfit. He also felt things were rather subtle regarding how she asked Kanna for his own cosplay photograph. He accepted the call. Good evening, Seiji. Good evening, Natsuya. I've received a report regarding the investigation into Mr. Uehara and the origin of his collection items. Oh, what does it say? I haven't read it yet. I wanted to show it to Uehara-san first. Do you have time to come over to my place together with her? I do. I'll wait for you here then. All right. They ended their conversation. Seiji put away his cell phone as something flashed in his eyes. This investigative report, just what truth would it contain? Seiji and Mika arrived at the president's residence. On the way, Mika did her best to mentally prepare herself for anything she might learn. However, she was still quite obviously tensed up. The maid Mai led them inside. In the living room, Seiji saw two girls that he hadn't seen for quite a long time already, Hitaka Shuho and Reincarnated. The red-haired beauty in sports attire and the cat-eared lowly wearing a down coat were currently playing chess against each other. When Seiji and Mika entered the living room, Hitaka and Rana both turned to look at them. "Long time no see, you guys." Before Seiji even finished his greeting, the cat girl flew towards him. Rana suddenly jumped up from the sofa and hugged him, which surprised him greatly. He was pushed one step backwards by the impact. After he steadied himself, Seiji saw the cat girl tightly hugging onto him with her eyes closed as she rubbed his chest with her face. So cute! He reflexively hugged Rana back as he smiled. "Long time no see, and good evening, Kirin-san." Meow, the cat-eared lowly mewed gently. "This is..." Mika, who watched all this, widened her eyes in surprise. "One of Natsuya's spirit-branded retainers, Reincarnated. Seiji did the introductions for her. She's the one known as the legendary creature in our school." The twin-tailed girl dazedly stared at the cat-eared girl before her and was unable to come up with any words to say. "Long time no see, Haruta-kun," another voice spoke up. Seiji looked towards the red-haired girl. "Good evening, Shoho-san. I'm glad to see that you're out of the hospital." Hitaka Shuho had been seriously injured in the duel against Okubo Yoshiaki. The last time Seiji saw her, she was still weakly resting in a hospital bed. Currently, she seemed like she was fine. There was nothing wrong with her complexion. "This is Mika Uehara, my classmate and neighbor who's a good friend." He did the introductions. "I know her," Hitaka said as she turned towards the twin-tailed girl. "Good evening, Uehara-san." Good evening, Vice President Shuho." "Sorry for the bother late at night," Mika answered. Since they knew each other already, there was no need for further introductions. While Seiji was asking Hitaka how she was doing in concern about her health, Natsuya arrived at the living room. "Hitaka, Rana, could the two of you play chess somewhere else? I need to discuss something with Seiji and his friend." Hearing her master say this, Hitaka immediately cleaned up the chess pieces and the chessboard. After she swiftly packed everything away, Hitaka left. Rana also unpeeled herself from Seiji's body and hopped away. Mai poured tea for her master and the guests before leaving the living room as well. This is the investigative report. Natsuya placed a document folder on the table and moved it right in front of Mika. Mika looked at the document folder for quite a while before reaching out and slowly picking it up. She opened it up, took out the report, and began reading. Seiji quietly sipped on his tea. Natsuya also quietly sipped on her tea. Neither of them spoke as they patiently waited for the twin-tailed girl to be the first to finish reading the report. At first, Mika was still quite tense as she began reading. However, she soon calmed down as she read. The report had a life history about her father, Akiya Uehara. It wasn't particularly detailed, but it tracked what he was doing in what stages of life, starting from elementary school, then middle school, high school, college, working, being married, having a daughter, all the way until his death. All in all, he had quite an ordinary life. There was only one exception. There was an elderly man by the name of Zhao Guanlo who came from the country of Huaxia. When Akiya Uehara was in middle school, he got acquainted with this elderly man and they became extremely close friends irrespective of the difference in their ages. They interacted with each other for a rather long period of time. As for the specifics of how they got to know each other or how they became friends, the investigation was unable to find that out. However, the investigation concluded that Akiya Uehara's spiritual items collection was highly likely to have been given to him by this elderly man. The detective, the person that wrote this report, instinctively felt that this Zhao Guanlo was the critical key to this investigation and tried searching for him. The detective found out that this elderly man from the country of Huaxia had long since left Sakura Island. However, Zhao Guanlou's residence that he lived at was still around and the deed to the property still belonged to him. It wasn't being rented out, nor was anyone maintaining his property. It was basically abandoned. The detective found out Zhao Guanlou's phone number, but upon calling it, a young-sounding Huaxia girl answered the phone. This girl rejected the detective's request to speak to Zhao Guanlou. The detective could only change his approach and instead search through Zhao Guanlou's abandoned property. Judging by what remained behind and traces within, it was basically confirmed that this elderly man from Huaxia was an incredibly powerful spiritual ability user and might have been a master craftsman of spiritual artifacts. This was how the detective came to the conclusion that Akiya Uehara received his spiritual items collection from Zhao Guanlou. After Mika finished reading the report, she told all of the above-mentioned important information to Seiji and Natsuya while skipping over the personal life details. Zhao Guanlou, a master craftsman of spiritual artifacts from Huaxia. They never expected that this would have anything to do with the country of Huaxia. Seiji and Natsuya were equally astonished as they exchanged glances. Those spiritual artifacts, weren't they all in Sakura Island's style? Yes, but it's still possible that they were crafted by a Huaxia master craftsman. The president furrowed her eyebrows slightly. I can't tell anything from the surface, but if I show them to spiritual artifact craftsmen for a specialized analysis, perhaps they'll be able to find something out, such as special crafting techniques from Huaxia or specialized spells that are from Huaxia. A moment of silence fell between them. If Mr. Uehara and Zhao Guanlou were simply close friends irrespective of their age, then this situation is. Seiji rubbed his chin as he told them what he thought of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, A Pure Coincidence? Chapter 385, A Pure Coincidence? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A spiritual artifact master craftsman from Huaxia came to Sakura Island for various reasons of his own, and while he was living here, he became friends with a teenager from Sakura Island, that is to say, Mr. Uehara in his younger days. And then, for various reasons, or maybe because he was simply bored, this master craftsman tried crafting some spiritual artifacts in the Sakura Island style and gave them to Mr. Uehara as a commemoration of their friendship, something like that. Mr. Uehara wasn't a spiritual ability user. He was just a normal person who coincidentally made friends with a powerful spiritual ability user from another country. It was a pure coincidence that he obtained those spiritual artifacts. A pure coincidence, without any special family background, no illustrious bloodline, no seals on any secret monsters. This was the simplest possible hypothetical scenario. And if their relationship wasn't so simple, and there was a hidden secret? Seiji paused for a moment. Then, there's probably no way of finding the truth except finding and asking Mr. Zhao about it. A moment of silence fell between them. I agree with Seiji, Natsuya said as she looked towards Mika. Uehara-san, I think you have two choices here. One is to accept what Seiji said just now, treat these spiritual artifacts as things that your father obtained from a good friend of his in the past because of their friendship and tell your mother about it so that she can decide what to do with these things, which would end this matter here. Second is to try contacting Mr. Zhao from Huaxia and talk to him about it. This might be wasting your time, but it also might dig up some buried secrets. Mika remained silent as she stared at the investigative report in her hands. I want to make a phone call, she said softly. I've already decided to face the truth directly, whatever the truth is. Whether it's a pure coincidence or whatever else. Without calling, and just ending things like this. I don't think that's an ending. It's more like running away from the truth. And if the truth is just as Seiji said, a pure coincidence, I'd like to thank Mr. Zhao. I should thank him for becoming my father's friend and giving my father such precious gifts. The twin-tailed girl began to smile. Huaxia, the city of Tiandu. An elderly man sitting in a wheelchair was currently looking at the night scenery outside the French windows of his luxurious home. The elderly were prone to nostalgic moments. What they experienced, what they did, what they were happy with, what they were sad about, what they felt helpless about, what they regretted. This night, this elderly man was recalling the time he had spent on Sakura Island. That had been a vacation for him, as well as his way of avoiding society. But no matter if it was a vacation or to avoid society, there were better places than Sakura Island. In the end, the real reason that he chose that place was. The elderly man felt complex emotions within himself as he recalled a certain teenager's appearance in his mind. No matter how much he thought about it, he still came to the conclusion that he hadn't made a mistake. However, even if he did what he viewed to be correct and never regretted it, in the end, he still personally abandoned his own child. However, that child knew nothing about it. When he abandoned him, that child was still a baby. When he saw that child again, that child had grown up into a teenager, a rather clumsy but kind and open boy. Although that teenager was a bit confused to meet a strange old man from a different country, he didn't treat the old man by keeping him at a distance. Instead, he sincerely interacted with him. In the teenager's eyes, their friendship was him coincidentally becoming friends irrespective of age with a strange old lonely man. However, the elderly man in question saw it in a different way. He kept impulsively wanting to tell the teenager the truth, but never said anything in the end. That was an incredibly calm period of life for him, calm to the point where there was nothing memorable about it. But for some unknown reason, that child's appearance, voice, and smile, despite the passing of time, was far clearer than many other memories of his life for him. "Master, there's another call from Sakura Island for you." The caller claims to be named Mika Uehara, saying that she's Akiya Uehara's daughter. His mate spoke up behind him. Mika Uehara. The elderly man blinked as he recalled one of his memories. "Uncle Zhao, my child was born. She's a cute girl. My wife and I are going to name her Mika Uehara. One day, I'm going to take her and my wife to take a tour of Huaxia. I'd like to visit you at that time, if you don't mind my family coming over to visit, that is. Please take good care of your body, Uncle Joe. I hope to meet you again at that time." That idiot youngster who said those things but didn't take good care of himself, leaving behind his wife and daughter and going first before even an old man like me, honestly, but... The elderly man sighed. He manipulated the buttons on his wheelchair to turn himself around, facing his maid. "I'll go ahead and take the call." This was Mika's first time ever to make an international phone call. When someone picked up and replied in the Huaxia language, Mika strongly realized that she was attempting to communicate with a stranger from a foreign country. After she decided to make this call, Natsuya told her that she knew how to somewhat speak the Huaxia language and could help out. Right now was also a good time to make the call as the time zone difference wasn't significant. Mika hadn't actually thought about making the phone call immediately, but with what she just said, she couldn't back down, so she could only work up her courage. They called the phone number written in the investigative report. When the call connected, just as the report said, a young-sounding woman answered the call. Natsuya communicated to this woman in the Huaxia language, and requested to speak to Zhao Guanlo, using Mika Uehara's name. After the woman heard this, she replied using the Huaxia language as well. She asked us to wait for a moment, Natsuya told them. A few moments later. "I am Zhao Guanlo." An elderly-sounding voice spoke on the phone, speaking in Sakura Island's language. It would seem that no translator was necessary anymore. Natsuya looked in Mika's direction as the phone was on speakerphone so that everyone could hear the conversation. "Gee, good evening, Zhao-san. I'm Mika Uehara," Mika hurriedly responded. "My apologies to suddenly call you like this. Akiya's daughter. What business do you have with me?" I would like to ask Zhao-san about some collection items that my father left behind, some spiritual artifacts." "Were they from Zhao-san?" Zhao Guanlo fell silent for a moment. How did you know that they were spiritual artifacts? He countered with his own question. I coincidentally used a board game from the collection. Me and my friends were playing that board game and saw some fantastical illusions. Are you a spiritual ability user? Yes, I'm a spirit controller, Mika answered. Zhao Guanlo fell silent for the second time before speaking again. It's not convenient to talk over the phone, so let's talk over the internet instead. Do you have a computer you can use? Natsuya indicated to Mika that she could borrow a computer here, so Mika immediately answered with a yes. Give me your email address, the elderly man asked. Mika gave him her email address. I'm going to email you a program in a bit. Download that software to your computer, then install and run it. Okay. Mika agreed. They ended their conversation there. Natsuya left them for a minute and returned with a laptop computer. She loaned it to Mika. Mika logged on to her own email. A few minutes later, a new email indeed arrived with a program attached. As the elderly man instructed, Mika downloaded, installed, and ran the software. The computer monitor instantly turned pitch black. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, I'm no veteran at wearing female clothing. Chapter 386, I'm no veteran at wearing female clothing. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A few seconds later, they saw an elderly man with a wrinkly face, tan round-rimmed glasses, and a black wool hat appear on the screen. He had a calm expression, but there was a sharp look in his eyes, making it seem like he had a faint dominating presence. Hello? Zhao-san, Mika spoke to the computer screen. You can just call me Grandpa Zhao, Zhao Guanlo told her. Grandpa Zhao, right? The elderly man nodded as he looked at Mika. His expression suddenly became gentler. Mika, how old are you now? I'm 16 years old. 16, back when I first met Akia, he wasn't even 16 yet, and yet time passes so quickly. His daughter is 16 years old already. Zhao Guanlo sighed. Grandpa Zhao. Mika didn't know what she should say to this elderly man reminiscing about his memories. A period of silence fell between them. Are there others with you? Zhao Guanlo asked after he finished reminiscing. Yes. Mika glanced at Seiji and Natsuya who were beside her. Ask them to leave, or go to a place where our conversation can't be heard by others. Why? Because I wish to speak to you alone, without anyone else listening, Zhao Guanlo said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Mika could only turn to Seiji and Natsuya and ask for their understanding. You can use one of the guest rooms, then. Natsuya led Mika to a room and closed the door after her as she herself exited. Natsuya returned to the living room to see that Seiji was refilling their tea. Zhao-san probably wants to tell Uehara-san some secret. Are you curious about it? Of course I'm curious. I can use a spell to eavesdrop on their conversation. There's no need for that. Seiji and Natsuya exchanged glances and both smiled. How was your day with Fujihara-san? Natsuya changed the conversation topic as she sat down. Pretty fun. Seiji recalled the matter of the cosplay photographs, revealing a subtle expression. Did something happen? Natsuya noticed the change in his expression. Seiji looked towards her as the expression on his face became even subtler. Natsuya. Kana gave you my cosplay photographs, right? The president's expression froze slightly. Why yeah, Fujihara-san sent your pictures over to me. I think that you look quite good, you did a good job cosplaying. Natsuya averted her gaze and obviously had a slightly guilty conscience. She also gave me your pictures, Seiji said as he looked directly at her. The president's body went completely stiff. A moment of silence fell between them. Then, she slowly turned to look at him. The expression on her face was incredibly difficult to describe. Seiji truly didn't know what words he could use to describe her current expression. If he had to force himself to describe it, she seemed like she had just smashed her head into a wall and received brain damage, together with the emotions of shock, surprise, confusion, panic, and so on. My picture? Natsuya asked dazedly. Yes, Fujihara-san gave me your pictures of you cosplaying as Freya from Honey Candy Girl in the internet cafe, Seiji enunciated clearly for her. The president's face gradually began to redden after she realized what she heard. Those. She kept stuttering with a red face, wanting to say something but not saying it clearly. I think that they looked wonderful. You looked great as Freya, and it was an excellent cosplay, Seiji told her sincerely. Ah! Natsuya suddenly covered her face as she panically screamed in her mind. He actually saw the way I looked when wearing such a sexy lace dress. Fujihara-san. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't show my photos to others? You actually betrayed me. Natsuya felt that she had been betrayed. However, she wasn't angry. Currently, she was only filled with embarrassment. She was even surprised at herself that she wasn't at all angry at Kanna Fujihara, who had broken their agreement. That was because she perceived why Kanna had done such a thing. Although she understood, she still couldn't accept it so easily. That was why she still needed to vent. Although she wasn't able to get angry right now, she would definitely make Kanna pay for it later. Seiji felt that Natsuya appeared quite cute when she embarrassedly covered her face with her hands. Would it be alright to secretly take a picture of this? Let's not do such a thing. He restrained himself from giving in to his impulse. There's no need to be so embarrassed. You really did do an excellent cosplay. Seiji tried to comfort her. If we're talking about embarrassment, I was far more embarrassed than you were. You were only cosplaying in an internet cafe room for Kanna only, while I was cosplaying as a female character in the cosplay area and even did a performance, with many people taking pictures of me. Suddenly, he felt embarrassment wash over him again as he recalled what happened earlier today. Just what did I do? He actually cosplayed as a female character in public in front of everyone. Although the character was a female who disguised herself as male, she was still a female character and those clothes had a few female elements to them. My cosplay as a female was taken pictures of by so many people. It felt as if all his earlier repressed embarrassment had suddenly exploded. Seiji's face reddened as well as he covered his face with his hands, losing himself to the embarrassment that was difficult for him to accept. A moment of silence fell between them. Natsuya felt that it was rather strange how she didn't hear Seiji say anything else for a while. She opened her eyes and peeked between her fingers, only to see that he had the exact same pose as her. Natsuya was rendered speechless. What was going on here? Seeing how he was, confusion replaced her embarrassment and helped her to calm down. What's the matter, Seiji? I finally realized how embarrassing my cosplay was just now. Please don't speak to me for the time being. Seiji said in a listless tone of voice. It took Natsuya a few seconds to understand what he meant by that, but then she giggled. You did a great job cosplaying a female character. I think it looked great on you, she told him sincerely. Wah! Seiji received a critical hit to his mental state and made a strange sound. For a boy to look so excellent as a girl, isn't that called a trap? I'm not. Seiji received yet another critical hit as he began shaking his head. I shall view those pictures of you as a precious memory to me. No. Seiji received a third critical hit in a row and collapsed as he pitifully wailed. Natsuya couldn't stop her own laughter. She felt that the current him was quite cute and silly. The cool him, the gentle him, the cute him, she liked all parts of him. I didn't want to cosplay as a female character of my own volition. I'm no trap. I'm no veteran at wearing female clothing. Seiji, who had collapsed on the sofa, was struggling with his mental damage. What he didn't know was that the president was currently looking at him with an incredibly beautiful and gentle smile. In the guest room, the laptop computer screen in front of Mika turned pitch black, then returned to a normal desktop screen. Her conversation had just ended. She didn't get up. Instead, she quietly sat on a chair as she slowly lifted her head to look at the ceiling. To become stronger, she muttered to herself. That was Grandpa Zhao's wish of her. Either in love, her hobbies, or her spiritual power, she needed to grow, which also meant becoming stronger. It wasn't a question of whether or not she could do it. She had to do it. Only this would help her shine brilliantly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387, I'm not a hero who's going to save the world, Chapter 387, I'm not a hero who's going to save the world. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. When Mika walked out of the guest room and returned to the living room, she saw that Seiji and Natsuya were silently sitting there while sipping tea. Both of them seemed strong to her. They were cool, beautiful, resolute, and powerful. She wanted to become like them. Mika, who was now more resolute than ever, didn't know about how these two strong individuals had just lost control of themselves in embarrassment, only barely managing to calm down now. How are things, Mika? Seiji asked when he saw the twin-tailed girl return. Grandpa Zhao said that he indeed gave those spiritual artifacts to my father. Apparently, he made them back in the day when he was bored. They really turned out to be things he made when he was bored after all. Did he say what that board game was, and how to specifically use it? Natsuya inquired. He said that he forgot. What? Grandpa Zhao said that he made many spiritual artifacts back at that time and couldn't remember the details anymore due to forgetfulness in old age. Mika smiled wryly. Seiji and Natsuya were rendered speechless. Will even a powerful spiritual ability user become forgetful in old age? Seiji looked towards Natsuya. I'm not sure. Natsuya had a subtle expression. What a reason, forgetfulness in old age. It's impossible to even retort, Seiji commented in his mind. Then, was the relationship between Grandpa Zhao and your father simply that of friends irrespective of age? He asked another question. No. Mika shook her head. He said that there was a secret connection between him and my father. In the past, he intentionally came searching for my father. It wasn't a coincidental meeting. He said he'd hesitated about whether or not to tell my father the truth, but he didn't do so in the end. He doesn't want to tell me about it either, because he said that it would only add to my frustrations, so he might as well not say it. A moment of silence fell between them. Indeed, there are some things in this world that are better left unsaid. Seiji sighed. Since he doesn't wish to say, then we should let it go. Yeah. Mika nodded slightly. What else did you guys discuss? Grandpa Zhao asked me how I became a spiritual ability user, how I'm doing in my life, and what I want to do in my future. He encouraged me and worried about me like an elder. Mika began to smile. Just as if he was my real grandfather. He really might be your real grandfather, or even great-grandfather, Seiji thought to himself. Since the elderly man didn't intend to say, perhaps this would forever remain a secret. He also said that he would help me, but he didn't say anything specific. I was wondering a bit about that. Perhaps he'll give you some presents, just like how he gave your father spiritual artifacts, Natsuya said. Very likely. Perhaps he'll mail you something incredible all the way from Huaxia. Seiji rubbed his chin. If the spiritual artifacts that Zhao casually made when he was bored were at such a high level already, if he seriously made one as a gift for someone, it would probably be incredible. Perhaps it'll be a full set of spiritual artifacts that you can wear and transform yourself with. Mika was rendered speechless. From now on, I'm going to call you Spiritual Artifact Girl Mika. Seiji had a flash of inspiration. Don't treat me like some sort of magical girl. Then how about the immortal spiritual artifact user Uehara? Don't treat me like a cultivator from Huaxia. Mika, the spiritual artifact heroine. I'm not a hero who's going to save the world, the twin-tailed girl retorted energetically. Cough, on a serious note, no matter what Zhao-san gives you, go ahead and properly accept and give him your gratitude. Is there anything else that he said? No. Then, that's all for this incident. Seiji came to this conclusion. Although we now know the origin of your father's collection of items, due to the creator's forgetfulness and old age, we still don't know the specific methods to use that board game, wooden sword, and kendama, nor do we know the true nature of the relationship between Zhao-san and Mr. Uehara. The answer is incomplete, but it's sufficient, right? Mika nodded. About those 3 spiritual artifacts in working condition, now that you know where they came from, do you want to sell them or keep them? Seiji looked towards her. I don't want to sell them, but I don't know how to use them either if I keep them. In that case, continue renting them out to Natsuya. Seiji turned to look at the president. Are you willing to continue renting them? Of course, I'd be more than happy to. All 3 are high-level spiritual artifacts and have their uses, Natsuya said. Thank you, President. No need to be polite. It's a trade, after all. Finally, we have to figure out how to explain things to the landlord. Seiji and Nika discussed what they should tell Nozomi. And so, the matter of the Uehara family spiritual artifacts collection came to somewhat of a close. After saying goodbye to Natsuya, Seiji and Mika returned home together. Then 2 of them walked side by side for a while with neither saying anything. Mika, are you able to communicate better with Mashiro-chan yet? After a long silence, Seiji decided to start a conversation. Mika shook her head. It seems like it won't be that easy, but there's no rush, so take things slowly. Yeah. Mashiro-chan is so amazing already, so once you can have her properly understand your commands, you'll become a powerful spiritual ability user as well. Seiji smiled. By the way, did you mention Mashiro-chan to Zhao-san? Yes, but I didn't go into the details. I only told him about Mashiro-chan's origins as well as the fact that she'll use some strong powers if I'm in danger. Mika told Seiji. I see. I think that's an appropriate way to describe things. Seiji nodded. Mashiro-chan's powers were still a mystery, and saying too much about it probably wasn't a good thing even if the other party was that elderly man Zhao Guanlo.